Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Cory Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Well, we are 30 minutes away from kickoff at this point as you join Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder from the broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium. That's right, we are back after a bit of a delay. It feels like we didn't even leave here, boys. But it's
we left.
Oh, we did leave.
We left.
We got a good night's sleep, and we are ready for this game. You know, we are checking the air quality index right now. It is sitting at a 4. The threshold is 8. So right now, I don't want to jinx anything. I'm knocking on wood as we're talking right now. We should get this game underway in 30 minutes here as the teams are both out on the field warming up. Riders a 4-0 start coming off of the bye week, of course. Only undefeated team left standing in the CFL as they face the 3-1 Stamps. This is technically the kickoff to week 6, boys. So why don't we just start really quickly here for the fans that were here last night. You might be wondering what the situation looks like right now. If you were at yesterday's game, your ticket is still valid. Your parking is still valid. In fact, the Saskatchewan Roughriders did send out emails to the fan base today saying there will be a token of appreciation from the Riders in addition to that. Limited concession items available, however. As you can imagine, it might be a bit challenging to restock overnight because it was a pretty late one here at Mosaic Stadium. So bring your snackies. I know Luc Mullinder brought his own chips.
Yeah, I brought my own chips, brought my own wrap.
You're stocked, man.
I was ready to go.
And there is still beer. I know people are going to be asking about that on a Saturday afternoon, but no $5 beers, unfortunately. Now, this is the battle of the top spot in the West Division, so why don't we start setting the stage, boys? It is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Well, and I think to set the stage, Teagan, is that we need to pick up where we left off last night. What happened with the game being postponed? Well, what the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the CFL and Calgary Stampeders heard from meteorologists was that skies were going to clear. Moose Jaw was clear as of 7 o'clock last night. The anticipation was the same thing would hold true in Regina by 7:30. That was not the case, as out of nowhere, it's hard to predict wind, and the wind stopped. That means that the smoke stopped, so it did not clear. They were hopeful, and as hopeful as they could be that they could play the game last night. It didn't happen. Ultimately, a call had to be made, and that call was made by the man who joins us on the line now, and that is the commissioner of the Canadian Football League, Stu Johnston. And yes, it was a late night for all. Did you get any sleep at all last night?
We were up pretty late, Dave, but I know that myself and the league office staff were not alone. There were a lot of folks who did not get a lot of sleep last night, and we were all trying to push forward together. I know you had a long night, and certainly our fans and players did as well.
So can you take me behind the scenes? Obviously, air quality is of paramount importance. Player, fan, official safety is the key. Can you take us through what goes into the decision that eventually led to a postponement?
Sure. It is important. In fact, unfortunately, wildfire and wildfire smoke has become a regular occurrence. So we developed a policy in conjunction with the CFLPA and the players to say, we've got a cap on where it can be, and before we feel comfortable playing, it's got to be at a certain level or under. And yesterday, we got word earlier in maybe Thursday that things might be tricky, and then monitored it closely over the day. We got meteorologists in every market. We've got a great meteorologist in Saskatchewan, in Regina, and the trickiest thing about wildfire smoke is it's unlike precipitation, where our radar is great at anticipating lightning or issues like that. Boy, are we dependent on wind, and predicting wind is a lot more challenging. I think we've got the best in the business to help us, but we want to make sure that fans are safe, players who are exerting so much on the field, they are safe, our officials, security, staff, and concessions, all of that. It's a huge focus for us.
So obviously there's different voices in the room, from the league to the teams, as you've mentioned, to the PA. Is that a collaboration? Is someone saying we need to go, and there's a discussion in that, no, we can't go? How does that work?
Yeah, and please, let's include the broadcaster in that as well. Super important in this decision, from video and audio. I'll say that our going in priority is let's play the game. Let's try and give every chance to play the game. Logistically, for everyone involved, it's better if we can get the game in. Now we have to do that and balance that against just practical common sense. But from the league standpoint, the clubs, the players, and certainly the broadcaster, we were all together, many meetings over the course of the day and through the night, in an effort to say, is there a chance we can get the game in? I think even the fans that were there that went through such a tough evening, if we could have gotten playing, it would have made a difference. So all of us are involved. It's a lot of collaboration, and because to move a game, to do something we've never done before and postpone a game, that is a heavy lift.
Commissioner Stuart Johnston is our guest, and we talked about it last night on our broadcast. Of course, talking about a football game needing to be postponed is somewhat minimalistic when you talk about the people up in Beauval, Saskatchewan, who are battling to save their homes, and the firefighters and the volunteers and the Canadian Red Cross that are all on ground trying to make this thing work. Bringing it back to football, though, Mr. Commissioner, what would you say to the fans that stuck it out for, hours trying to see a football game?
Well, obviously, a deep appreciation for their commitment to show up and be there and hang tight and wait in not the greatest conditions, because guess what? When you're not sitting in your seat watching a football game, anything less than that's going to be not as good a condition. And so number one is thank you and appreciation. Number two is, I think there's some things that we as a league can improve upon. We felt, tried to communicate. I think our volume of communication was at a level that made sense. I think a learning experience for me and for us as a team is to be even significantly more specific in the words we use in communicating. I think we should have described exactly what we were reviewing. And the air quality index is this. The winds are at X kilometers an hour. We are looking at Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw is down to a 3, and we think that condition's coming to us, which is why we're going to delay for an hour, because we think the Moose Jaw experience does look like it's going to happen here, and that's what we're counting on. And then it didn't happen. I think it's on us to have been far more specific in the information we were giving, because I think transparency is incredibly important. And I think we were trying to communicate, but I think we didn't go far enough in our detail.
I guess lastly, before I let you go, and again, I thank you profusely for your time as we get set for the Riders and Stampeders to play today's game from yesterday. I was had a sense of disbelief walking out of the stadium that the game didn't happen. What was your emotions, and at what point did reality set in that this just can't happen?
Well, it's set in really late, and I'm in the East. I'm in Eastern time, so for me it was a couple hours later than for you, and I think you're right. Disbelief. It is for a while we truly thought this was going to be an hour delay. We that is what all the conditions, all the markers showed us. So when the wind died and it didn't move, it became such a real-time fluid condition. And then, but you still look at the metrics and you hold out some hope that we're going to get this game in. And so disbelief, disappointment, discouragement, and certainly appreciation for everyone, the fans, those in the concession, security, the players, everyone involved here just was pulling for this game to happen and stuck it through. I'm just hopeful for it's a beautiful day, I understand, in Regina today, and look forward to a great game today.
Stu Johnston, appreciate your time again and candor, and let's play some football, huh?
Let's do that.
Stuart Johnston, of course, the commissioner of the CFL, taking some time this morning to chat with our very own Dave Thomas, voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Luke, I'm curious for your take on this, because it's got to be frustrating as a player to be waiting. It was almost a 4-hour delay last night. What's your mentality today?
Oh, my mentality today is let's get after this, right? It's a complete flip. You've got your rest. You're over the emotion of yesterday. Now you're focused in on getting the win today. So I think that that's the nice part about sort of resetting. Like, it's a complete reset. You're not worried about the snacks you bring in because the concession stands are low. You're not worried about, how many volunteers are. We're worried about those things. Right now, as a player, we get to focus in on doing exactly what we prepared to do throughout the week. So it's a complete reset. I'm feeling fresh. I'm ready to go.
Do you think as a player they enjoy the earlier start in the day?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's always better to just get the game out of the way, right? You wake up so excited about it. It flips your routine a little bit, but you got to remember that a lot of these guys play big-time college football, and they're playing at noon, right? So everybody's used to those early afternoon games.
That's totally fair. Riders and Stamps, 2 o'clock kickoff this afternoon, and it is feeling like a gorgeous afternoon here at Mosaic Stadium. So let's get to that weather update, Dave. It's brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Well, everybody in Saskatchewan became a certified air quality index professional yesterday. So now that we're all qualified, I can tell you that the air quality index is about a 3.3 right now, which means that anything lower than 8 and you're playing football, it seems like we're going to be okay as far as air quality goes. We are anticipating the cloud that we have right now to clear off with partly sunny skies moving in, and the temperature actually going to increase to about 27 degrees by the second half. Wind will be the shift that we anticipated. You recall pregame is coming from the northwest. We said it would go from the southwest. It is coming from the southwest now at about 15 kilometers an hour. So gorgeous afternoon for football.
And the Back 40 Country Bash, rooted in the West. We're going to have a bunch of country music blaring in this stadium today. And I believe Justin LaBrache is already doing a sound check, so we should be getting another set from a Saskatchewan country music artist. Now let's talk more specifically football and who's going to be dressing tonight. Let's start with that injury report for the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, providing cost-effective, convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, the one thing I did try to find out is whether or not the rosters would be locked. Say, for example, Samuel Emelis wakes up this morning. Boy, I feel 1,000,000% can I get in the lineup?
Yeah. Well,
My foot's fine.
No. Is the short answer to that question. So the lineup is going to be exactly the same as it was yesterday, but the key injury that we'll have to focus on this week, I think, is Teagan Campbell. Of course, back-to-back weeks with an interception, suffered a groin injury late in the game against BC. He's on the one-game injured list, so will not go today. That's the big one for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. That is new, at least for this contest, which maybe shines the spotlight on his teammate Marcus Sales a little bit, because Marcus is going to have to go ahead and make sure that he's sticking to receivers like glue, especially when Vernon Adams Jr., the quarterback for the Stampeders, starts to go into scramble drill and all that other kind of fun stuff. So I wanted to pick his brain on that and caught up with him down at field level. 4-0. Coming into game number 5, I think things are rolling well. What about you?
No, I think things are going good too. I feel like our defense is playing with some unity. We got a good test coming up this week with some experience. VA's been playing a good game. They've been running the ball well, so they're going to be able to mix things up a lot. But as long as we're able to play through our rules, we feel like we'll be successful.
Was the bye week a good time, or was it a bad time considering the role that you were on?
No, I feel like it's coming at a perfect time. It gave a lot of guys to get healthy. It gave us time to even watch the extra game on them as well. And I feel like we're prepared. I feel like everybody came back locked in. We had a good week of practice this week, and we're ready.
Some call this a first-place showdown. Is it, and does it have any more emphasis than anything else?
No, pretty much they're just our next opponent. We understand the severity of it, and you want to be, going into each week, especially be number 1 in the West. That's a good thing going into later in the season. But, again, they're our next opponent, and we just got to prepare the same way.
Teagan Campbell not in the lineup this week. Does that change anything for you individually?
No. We have guys that can get plugged and play, and, Twan's going to be up here starting this week, and he got a pick last week just off a couple reps. So, we give him a full game. I'm so excited to see what he's going to do, because I think he's going to snap. So
the first few weeks, boundary, field side, it didn't seem to matter. You just stayed where you were. Does that affect you in any way?
No, not really. Like I said, we play our style of defense. We just make sure our rules take care of everything. The boundary, it's a little bit less space to work with. So, but I feel like, with my game, I'm quick on my feet. I'm able to just be decisive with my reads, and I feel like that's helped me out a lot this year. So, at the end of the day, I'm just here to play, help my team.
We hear a lot about scramble rules when it comes to receivers. If you're deep, you come back. If you're short, you go long. What are the scramble rules for a defensive back?
We just got to play sticky. They got a lot of good receivers who are able to make plays, taller receivers as well. You talk about Rhymes and, Tevin and those guys. They're all able to make plays down the field. So, whenever VA does start running, we do got to make sure we play top-down defense, don't give up anything explosive. And if they do catch something short, we'll live to play another down, but at least we're not giving up no touchdowns.
You hear people say it's very important to protect your home turf. How important is it?
No, very important. We don't ever lose at home. We want to have that kind of standard, and for the most part, whenever a team comes here, they're going to hear these fans rolling, and it's going to disrupt their offense. So, if we keep winning here, all the fans are going to keep coming out and supporting us, and that's what we're excited about.
How disruptive are the fans for the defense, though, because you have to go silent count all the time?
Yeah, it's good for both sides. Our fans are going to be loud regardless, but at the same time, when they're coming into our stadium, it's a little bit different feeling when the opponent has to hear it, and they don't know when to do their snap counts and things like that. But at the end of the day, I'm just excited to be out here and play.
Marcus, appreciate it. All the best.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Marcus Sales with our very own Dave Thomas talking about jumping into the lineup here, obviously coming off that injury report we just told you about, brought to you by Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. It's the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Calgary Stampeders were making up that game that we just couldn't get to last night with a 2 o'clock kickoff. We should talk about who is going to be starting for both teams here in the starting lineup for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. At Athol Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today. NotreDame.ca.
Well, we'll run through the offense quickly for you. Daniel Johnson, Zach Fry, Logan Ferlin, Jacob Brammer, Jamarcus Hardrick, the starting five. Zach Fry, of course, taking the place of the injured Travion Campbell. The receiving core, the same that it was 2 weeks ago against BC. Joe Robustelli and Mitch Picton on the outside. Keyshawn Johnson and Dante Myers on the inside. Del Duncan Busby's the fifth receiver in that package, while A.J. Ouellette and Kadeem Carey will be the running backs for Trevor Harris today. Defensively, Malik Carney, Micah Johnson, Mike Rose, and Shane Ray up front. The linebackers are A.J. Allen, Jameer Thurman, and C.J. Rivas, while the secondary is anchored by safety Nelson Lacombo, DeMarcus Fields, and Roland Milligan Jr. are the halfbacks. The corners are Antoine Brooks Jr., who steps in for Tavon Campbell, and from whom we just heard, Marcus Sales.
It feels like it's been forever since we've seen the green and white on the field because obviously coming off of a bye week. Previous to that, Trevor Harris, he had to sit out that previous game, right? They had Jake Mayer. He got the win. Harris needed to get healthy with the bye week. Looks like he's back in. So let's get into the quarterback comparison here, Dave. It's brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders and Avonlea. For all of your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Well, Trevor Harris, again, 72.5% completion percentage on the season. 3-11-2 record, though, lifetime against the Calgary Stampeders. It's the blip, if you will, on his career statistical mark. We'll see if he can go ahead and improve that today against the Stamps. While Vernon Adams Jr. gets the start, of course, for the Calgary Stampeders. This will be his fifth game in red and white, 65th career start overall. He has a 4-2 record lifetime against the Riders and has completed 64% of his passes with 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. But the one quarterback that maybe we should talk about is Tommy Stevens. Now, I know you're a huge fan, Luke, of Tommy Stevens and the way that he executes the short yardage plays for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Yeah, he's been a difference maker. I think we were stopped a couple times last week, once last week, but other than that, short yardage team has been pretty much unstoppable. And when you have so many second and one, third and one situations here in the Canadian Football League, it becomes an important down. Obviously in the NFL, we see the tush push and as much focus centered around the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. That's critical for the NFL on the goal line and in those short down and inches possessions. But the second and one, third and one, especially as he continues to take the snaps and have success throughout the year, eventually we're going to be able to pass off that. Eventually we're going to be able to build things off of that. that are going to keep coaches guessing, and the time obviously to build out those are not just when you see the looks on film in terms of what you would want to run the play against, but also in those big moments when it comes down to playoff positioning and even in the playoffs.
So there you go. Tommy Stevens, I had an opportunity to go literally inside the huddle with him earlier today. Tommy Stevens, 4-0 start as a Saskatchewan Roughrider. What was the bye week like for you?
It was good. Needed rest for not only me but the rest of the team. Good to I guess kind of reset and I guess redial our focus and get back to work.
Momentum, they say, doesn't carry over week to week, or does it?
I think it does. I think that you can build continuity with the team and kind of get more comfortable within the system if you're a new guy. I think there's a lot of things that you could, I guess, say that work with week to week, but each week is its own entity, and you got to bring it every single week as far as your preparation and learning a new opponent and all that stuff. So a little give and take both, I'd say.
Can you tell me how you approach a week? Because you've got a very important job, but also you could be thrown into the mix throwing the football in the next rep as well. How do you approach it?
Well, I think all three quarterbacks, all three quarterbacks that are active, be all four of us are all learning at the exact same. So we're all preparing the same way that Trevor does. And then whenever they install short yardage, all four guys are getting short yardage installed as well. So yeah, just each week trying to learn from not only Trev, but if Jake's in there, if Jack's in there, whatever. Just trying to learn from each other, and at the end of the day, trying to get better.
Have you heard an ovation like you did last game against BC, not only when you're running third down, but again late in the fourth quarter when you got the ball in your hands?
It was pretty cool. It was still loud in there, and I just thought the fans really brought it. And it's been exciting to be here, to be part of the atmosphere that's in here in Mosaic, and I've been on the other side of it as well. So I'm glad that part of the good guys.
Could you tell me what that anticipation was like? Because you could feel something in the air when you went into the ball game, especially late in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was just kind of a quick thing that happened, and asked me if I could do it, and I was like, absolutely. I would love to get in there and run some plays and try to run this out, and I thought we did a pretty good job of it. So hopefully we can build off of it.
Can you take me through, without giving away any trade secrets, what happens on a short yardage play? Like, I'm assuming there's footwork, there's obviously communication between you, the center, the rest of the offense. How do you prepare for that when you can't really rep it that much in practice? Yeah, there's only so much you can do in practice, but ultimate buy-in by the guys, being able to take what we draw in the meeting rooms into a real situation that you really don't get a real rep of, right? So it just kind of trust and know that we're gonna be physical first and foremost, and do what we can to execute the play. Certainly 4 weeks in, Rider Nation's got trust in number 17. Thanks for doing this.
I got trust in them. I love it here, man.
Riders short yardage specialist Tommy Stevens with our very own Dave Thomas in your quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders. Getting closer and closer to that 2 o'clock kickoff with your Riders against the Stamps here at Mosaic Stadium. Now, though, we need to turn things over to Luc for his 3 keys to the game, and I'm curious to see if they've changed at all since yesterday before the postponement. It is brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Sask KFC locations.
No, nothing's changed. Keys are the same as yesterday. The first key is pass rush, lanes, and levels. With a guy like Vernon Adams, who can extend plays and is doing a good job of finding receivers downfield and not just becoming a runner, you got to keep him in the pocket. Force him to beat you in the pocket, because I think that, if he has a weakness in his game, is exactly that. So when I say pass rush, lanes, and levels, there can't be too much separation between one defensive lineman and another. That way, because gaps obviously open up and get wider. And levels, specifically for the defensive ends, once you're rushing the passer and you get as high as the quarterback's shoulders, you need to be cognizant of turning back inside, because the minute you start over pursuing, the quarterback just steps under you, adjusts his launch point, and then releases the football and potentially to a first down receiver. So that's your first key. The second key is win the firsts. First quarter, Riders have to do a better job in the first quarter moving forward. They know that. Everybody knows that. So you got to win the first quarter, and you got to win first down against the Stampeders, specifically against their offense. The reason I say that is they're not a very effective team when it comes to those 2nd and 7+ situations. So if you can get this team in 2nd and long, keep Vernon Adams in the pocket, you might have some success, and the turnovers might be there for you. And the other key to this game is a coaching matchup, and I talked about this yesterday. Mark Mueller, who I thought has done a fantastic job this year, specifically 2 weeks ago with his backup quarterback, Jake Mayer. I think that strategically the things he's rolling out have been perfect for this team and this offense. They're getting into the end zone. They're not as reliant on field goal kicks, but today he comes in against a very tenured coach in Bob Slowick, 15 years in the NFL. Defensive coordinator in Montreal in some 2019-2020 and some successful defenses there. This guy is as studious as they come. So Mark Mueller versus Bob Slowick is going to be an interesting one as far as the matchups and strategic rollout of this game. I think that Bob Slowick has probably spent a lot of time trying to figure out, after stopping the run, how do you get this team? Like, how do you defend this team in a second and short, for instance? Because that's where teams have really been struggling against. Obviously, you guys know second and short, your whole playbook is available to you versus just some of the playbook when it's second and long. So those are the three keys. Pass rush, lanes, and levels win the first, and Mueller versus Slowick. I can't wait to see that matchup.
Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game for KFC. We are going to talk some betting odds here, but I'm liking the odds of this jackpot right now, the 50-50. They must not have drawn it last night, sitting at over $326,000.
Yeah, it's big time.
It's going to be a big one.
That's going to be.
Last night's draw did carry over, so
okay.
You got until the second half to get your tickets.
Yeah, you might want to do that. But let's see what the odds makers are saying. Betting the odds with Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride every season. So I understand Riders are the favorites?
Yeah, I think the Riders are still the favorites by 6.5, right? So I'm taking that whole 50-50 draw. 327,127. I'm taking that and I'm putting it on the Calgary Stampeders to cover. I think the Riders are going to win. I don't think it's going to be by a touchdown, though. I think this game's going to be closer than a lot of people may suspect. I'm hoping for a blowout, though. So
over under 52?
And I'm going over 52. I think I'm going to go over 52.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to parlay them, though. I'm doing them separate bets. So the 327,000 is against the spread. The parlay, the over under 52, I'm going to put Teagan and Dave's paycheck on it. There we go.
Oh.
Wow.
You know you only win half that money, right?
Oh, no, that's why I'm just going to double that half.
$327,000.
We're good. It's all covered, guys. I've thought this through.
Okay. All right. We got a game plan. I like it. Get inching closer and closer to kickoff here, about 10 minutes away. While we have some time, I'm going to mosey on down to field level pretty quickly here, but I know you guys want to still catch up with the coach, Coach Cory Mace, of course, for KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch, $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Sask KFC locations.
Absolutely, and of course, you talked about it, Luke, the importance of first downs and second downs, and the Riders D, if you look at it, has given up a lot of second down yardage, especially through the air, and they're going to need to stop the Stamps offense, and Coach Mace was asked just how they're going to do that.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing a little bit here last game. It's just capitalizing on the opportunities that are given to us. I think we weren't doing that early in the season. And being able to create opportunities for ourselves, which we talked about, the previous game, and attacking the football and things like that. We live and die off of the possession of the football. Is kind of our mantra throughout the team, and specifically defensively. We just know our capabilities with a lot of the guys who are returning from last year. And I thought early this year there was a handful of plays where it was there for us to make it, and we just didn't capitalize on the opportunity. So I think that's the key thing for us, and then just shoring up again for us last week. We need to shore up the run game. We know we can do that. So it's just really just capitalizing on our opportunities.
Catching up with the coach, brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. We're in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com as we go downstairs now, as finally, it's time to bring them out. Let's join public address announcer Darrell Brace as the team gets ready to take to the field here at Mosaic Stadium in front of a pretty good crowd on a postponed game day.
Are you ready? Bring them out. Bring them.
Rider Nation, please welcome your 2025 Saskatchewan Roughriders.
They've brought them out, and we're ready for a football game in Mosaic Stadium. Ha! It's about time, ain't it? Kickoff is coming up. Network stations, our pregame intro will fire momentarily. The Roughriders, the Stampeders, set to collide to kick off week number 5 in the Canadian Football League. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through. Walk it off, Brett. Walk it off. Riders steal one in Steeltown.
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
The whole team is here again. Look at this place erupting for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who are on the turf now at Mosaic Stadium. Yes, some 17 hours beyond when we were actually supposed to get this thing going. We're ready to go for the back 40 bash here at Mosaic Stadium. As we'll get set to go downstairs momentarily and join our national anthem singer. Once again, we'll turn things back over to public address announcer Daryl Brace.
Legion, celebrating 100 years of service to our country and represented by Regina branch number 001. They're joined by Constable Lorenda Power and Constable Leo von Falkenhausen from the Regina Police Service. Helping our volunteers with the Canadian flag today are members of the RCMP. Holding the Treaty Fort flag today from Little Black Bear First Nation, Edmund Bellegarde. And holding the flag of Métis Nation is Dirk Snyder. Now, please stand if you're able and remove your headwear as 620 CKRM presents today's anthem singer. Please welcome Justin Labrache and Carissa Holford. Please join Justin and Carissa in the singing of our national anthem. Justin and Carissa.
19 hours delayed. The back 40 bash is set to go with first place on the line in the Wild Wild West. So grab some whiskey for your men and beer for your horses as we're set to get SETI for a showdown. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, with the best stats man in the biz, John Hoffman, to my left. Our technical producer here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth is Carter Berglund, while Colson Schultz is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio in Regina. In Saskatchewan, it's been a love story as the team is off to a 4-0 start. Happy with a 9-5 work ethic, the offense has been ready to run, leading the league in rushing yards with A.J. Ouellette tops in the CFL. That ground game has allowed the passing game to toss the rock through the blue clear sky. And let's not forget about the happy trails that Mario Alford has blazed in the return game. For Calgary, some may be amazed at their 3-1 start after winning just 5 games in all of 2024. A big part of their success comes from the defense, and teams thus far in the league have fought the law, but the law is won, giving up just 20.3 points per game. Additionally, the Stamps are in a hurry to get things done, outscoring their opponents 27-10 in the first quarter and 58-25 by half. The Stamps offense is led by Vernon Adams Jr., who's a wild one, and will look to extend plays against a Riders team that looks like they have sand in my boots, giving up the most passing yards per game in the league. So even if you're fishing in the dark, grab a couple of friends in low places with some cheap wine and cigarettes and get set for a first-place showdown with the Stamps and the man in black. Obsidian green. So get ready. The heads Carolina, tails California coin toss is on for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca, and the Riders have won again and look like they have deferred to the second half. Am I correct in that assessment?
Yes, I believe you're correct in that assessment.
So
I'm just adjusting my binoculars because the obsidian green jerseys, as nice as they are tougher to read for broadcasters up in the booth. So I was making sure that my binoculars are ready to roll just in case I got to zoom in on a couple numbers.
All right. Well, that's going to be the case today. It is going to be fantastic here this afternoon at Mosaic Stadium. As I look at our game day weather again, we're calling for the smoke to stay in check. Currently sitting at 26 degrees under mainly cloudy skies here in the Queen City.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day for football, and I'm going to be honest, I was concerned about how many people were going to come back to this game, and I'm quite impressed with the crowd that has returned. So plenty of, obviously, energy on the field. It will be matched by the energy that this crowd gives off. Few red jerseys here and there, primarily, though, as you know, green and white in Mosaic Stadium.
Absolutely, and of course, the fan base showed their true Rider pride yesterday, not only in their behavior in the stands and the way that they treated the volunteers, the staff member, everybody that was working hard to try to get a football game on. And believe you me, Rider Nation, it did not go unnoticed, as you heard from President and CEO Craig Reynolds following the game yesterday.
Well, that was the best thing I think about today is that you knew it was going to be a logistical lift to get staff back in here, to get the TSN guys booked, to get the workers booked, to get security. But more importantly, the volunteers. I mean, those are the folks that are doing this for free. And you had a ton of volunteers come back out. There were some services that aren't where they're normally used to being. For instance, there was only one elevator on the way that I usually come in. But guess what? Everybody was making do. Everybody understands that there might be things that aren't the same as a regular game day experience. But it is good to see and feel the fact that we're about to kick off here today.
Well, Brett Lawther is about to put the ball in the tee. Of course, the kickoff brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. We are live in the Steffes Auctions broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Riders in their obsidian jerseys will be defending the end zone to our right, which is the south end zone here at Mosaic Stadium, of course, the home of Hill Country, while the Calgary Stampeders will defend the end zone to the north. They send a pair of returners back in Lugovic, Choquette, and Kalen Horton are standing back at their 10-yard line to receive this opening kickoff from Brett Lawther, who's marched off his approach for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, puts his arm into the air, approaches the ball, and we're underway. It's game time at Mosaic Stadium, and a kickoff that will take Horton back inside his 10-yard line on the far side of the field for Calgary. He hurdles a man up to the 30, 35, finally going to be wrapped up at the 39-yard line, and Vernon Adams Jr. and the Calgary Stampeder offense can trot onto the field for the first offensive possession of this football game.
Really a down that should have been stopped about 15 yards prior. Benoit Marion, though, just missing a tackle. Good job by the ball carrier, avoiding being shoelaced, and the drive for the Stampeders will start here on the 39.
77-yard kickoff, 36 yards on the return. It's 1st and 10 Calgary at their own 39-yard line. Ball left-hand hash for Vernon Adams Jr. He's in the shotgun. He's got the back Dedrick Mills in behind him. High snap, fake the handoff, back to pass as Adams has time, flings it, and it's intercepted! First play of the game, and the Riders pick it off at midfield to the Calgary 49-yard line, and Vernon Adams Jr. throws up a beach ball, and it's picked off by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and coming down with it, A.J. Allen.
One of our first keys to the game was defensive linemen pass rushing levels. Nobody is too far from each other, and there isn't guys too high above Vernon Adams. What this does is it forces Vernon to stay in the pocket exactly where we want him if we are a Rider Nation defense, and what he does is he throws his first pick of the game on the first play, and the Riders now in scoring position at the Calgary 47.
So Trevor Harris, 3-11-2 lifetime against the Stamps, has got the Rider offense on the field at the Calgary 47. Fake the handoff, pitch it far side. That's complete. This near side to the 45. Not a lot of running room, though, after the target and pass was complete. That was Dante Myers, going to be a gain of a couple.
It's a really good job by Calgary running to the football here. You've seen offensive coordinators in this league trail off of these wide receiver screens that was thrown right here, partially because they haven't been blocked well this year throughout the league. Here, it's decent. I'm talking the blocking job, but Calgary just does a good job of adding one of the safeties into the fray immediately to hold that to a 2-yard gain.
2nd and 8 for the Riders on the Stampeder 45-yard line, just underway at Mosaic Stadium. Harris to pass, flings it near side. That's Mitch Picton up near the 40. He had, though, to get to the 37 for the first down. Going to be about 3 yards shy.
That's our boy Derek Moncrief at his linebacker position, and this is really indicative of the Calgary defense, right? They are a stingy defense. It's hard to score touchdowns on them, and they come out prepared. The Saskatchewan Roughriders gained 8 yards total on that. And more importantly, Calgary anticipated both of those plays really well.
Olympic RTM's turnover is going to result in a field goal attempt of 47 yards for Brent Lothar. And Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. High snap. Joe Couch gets it down, though, on the tee. And Lothar's kick sails through the uprights, and the Riders are in front. 3-0, 12:57 to go here in the opening quarter. It's Saskatchewan 3, Calgary no score. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you Rider field goals attempt this season. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today, and that 47-yard attempt sailed through the uprights, and the Riders lead 3-0 as, look at this. On the Maxtron, they're showing my old elementary school music teacher. How's that one for you?
Well, I've heard you sing, so he definitely didn't do a great job.
Fair enough. Find out who your friends are. It's Country Day. Come on, Luke. Come on. All right, 1st and 10 for the Calgary Stampeders. Their second possession of the ball game starts at their own 40-yard line following the field goal.
Hey, you know, this game cancellation yesterday has done a doozy on fans listening, but shout out to Gordon Scotty, one of my first mentors getting out of the football world. They're listening to us from Budapest, Hungary, Danube.
Wow, well played. So the crowd comes to life as play is whistled in for the Stamps. Their second offensive play, of course, the first, an interception thrown by Vernon Adams. He'll fake the handoff to Dietrich Mills. Now going to fling it near side. That is complete. Nice catch there by Eric Brooks. That'll be close to a first down. Indeed, it will be. Signaled by referee Justin McInnes.
Well, this is an RPO look with a flat and a receiver out around the first down stick. Both are open. Vernon Adams obviously making a smart decision. He throws to the receiver sitting down at about 7 yards to convert Calgary's first down. That is a play that they're going to want VA in on. The ones where he can move around, get some space, and throw to some guys that are short.
Ball just on the Calgary side of center. It's 1st and 10. Vernon Adams has 3 receivers to this near side. High snap, hits it down and hands it off to Mills, who gets to the Saskatchewan 50-45 before finally being tackled there. However, there are flags down in the backfield.
Yeah, we're going to get a hold here, and I believe it's going to be on Josh Coker. I mean, Micah Johnson, you know how hard he is to block, and he just gets his hands up on the shoulder pad and nullifies a good game.
Jameer Thurman eventually in on that tackle, but again, it all goes for naught as it will be 1st and 20, for the Stampeders. They'll back the ball up to the 45-yard line, and again, no matter where you are listening today, we appreciate it. And hey, Rider Nation, we know you couldn't come out as full forced as you wanted like last night, but we're here for you.
Well, that's the thing, and here at Calgary's in a 1st and 20, this is the worst place for them. They're a disciplined team. They don't get penalized much, but it sets them back just because of the shortcomings that they have offensively without a pocket quarterback.
Adams in the gun, receives the snap, back to pass. Looking over the middle, has a man complete into the Riders' territory up near the 49-yard line. Nice reception there by Jalen Philpott, and has got the stamps into 2nd and manageable.
And that's exactly what you do. You know, if you're getting criticized in terms of your ability to play a position. You say that, you know, the criticism on Vernon Adams is that his struggles as a pocket quarterback. Here he comes out, slings a beautiful, he takes his time, he's not under pressure, and that's how they beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, by the way, is their offensive line did such a great job against the Winnipeg defensive front that he had all day to sit back there and complete throws. That one looked good. It is 2nd and 2.
Yeah, 18 yards on the reception for Philpott. Tevin Jones in motion, pre-snap for Calgary. Fake the handoff. Vernon Adams Jr. scrambles to the near side. Now throws it up. That ball is complete. Nice catch coming back for it, I believe, was Dominique Grimes. Yeah. No, pardon me, that was 19, not 15, and Quincy Vaughn that made the catch. But lots for a first down.
And they go with the play-action rollout to the right again for Vernon Adams. And they do a great job giving him weapons. They've got 4 guys rolling with Vernon Adams down to the sideline. So he's got 4 guys within his view, 4 options, and every one of them were in front of the defender.
1st and 10 for Calgary now on the 34 of Saskatchewan. 10:35 to go in the opening quarter. The Riders in front 3-0. 5 receiver look for the Stamps. Vernon Adams back to pass, fakes the screen, throws it underneath to Mills, gets to the 30, stiff arm, balls out, Riders jump on it and have it again. Olympic RTM's turnover number 2 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as Dietrich Mills caught the screen pass but then coughed it up, and the Riders have it, and they'll have it when we come back. 10:21 to go, Riders leading 3-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com.
Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming Rogator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt Rogator 900 series. Liquid Logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Calgary Stampeders came into this game 0 when it came to the turnover ratio. They're a -2 already this afternoon with an interception by Vernon Adams Jr. and then a Dietrich Mills fumble that the Riders just scooped up.
Well, it was a great job on pursuit by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I didn't get the number, But I believe it was Jameer Thurman who's running behind the play, gets his shoulder in on the ball area, and that is what separated the ball from Dedrick Mills. And more importantly for Calgary, that erases a drive that was working really well. The screen was set up great. He avoids a couple tackles. It was Jameer Thurman who caused the fumble, and now our offense is rolling on our 20. What is it, 7?
27. 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball left-hand hash for Trevor Harris. His play gets whistled in. The Riders' second series of the game. Calgary shows blitz and bring it. Handoff, stutter step by A.J. Allen. Not going to get much there as he'll jump ahead up maybe a yard to the 28. It'll be 2nd and long, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, so right away you see Calgary coming out here anticipating run. They didn't see it in the first drive. But what they do is they just essentially load up the box. They go into man. They don't have a safety, so they're committing everything they have, all of their resources to the run. So if they're going to continue to do that, especially using the safeties low, their defenders on the receivers are going to have to play great man-to-man defense.
9:40 to go in the opening quarter. It's 2nd down and 9 after a 1-yard run by the Riders on 1st down. Harris back to pass. Feels the pressure. Tries to step up. Can't get it away. Shuffles it ahead. And that's going to be ruled an incomplete pass. The Stampeders campaigning for a fumble recovery. Not to be the case. And perhaps a intentional grounding penalty coming up, as I didn't see an eligible receiver in the neighborhood either. But
yeah, they threw it to an offensive lineman. Obviously, you're not allowed to do that. So
officials are
surprised that Dickinson's standing out there at the 30-yard line asking why they're not penalizing this further.
It was intended for Logan Ferland for all intents and purposes.
Well, the other thing too, Dave, is the Calgary didn't come out here manufacturing much pressure on quarterbacks. And
now the flag has come out.
Sorry, here now. Great job by the defensive front just getting to Trevor Harris. And you're right, Dave, now they throw the flag.
So it likely will go down to Justin McInnes. So just a loss of down, and you spot the ball where he would have been brought down on the intentional grounding. So now Joe Couch, who had some booming punts the last time out, will try to continue on that trend after a 9th overall punting average.
Yeah, Joe Couch did a lot better last game, and he needed to. He hadn't had a very good start to the year, and hopefully 2 weeks ago was a good indicator of what we'll see today.
Kalon Horton back to return for the Stamps. A clean snap to Couch, who kind of sends a sidewinder that's kicked by Horton backwards to the 21, still bobbling it. Now at the sideline, gets knocked out of bounds at the 22.
Wow, Calgary is really struggling. They don't look locked into this game at all. We talked about this, Dave, at the beginning of the show with Teagan. Do you think they're going to be affected? Clearly, one team has been affected by this change in schedule a lot more than the other, because Calgary, I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what hotel they stayed at. They might have bed bugs, but they need to get it together because this is sloppy.
Well, Horton looked like he heard a who, because there were footsteps coming down the field, and he tried to.
Did you have that prepared?
No.
You didn't have Horton heard a you. That was incredible.
1st and 10 Calgary after all of that at their own 22-yard line, right-hand hash. 9 minutes to go in an opening quarter where the Riders lead 3-0. Rider Nation comes to life. 4 down linemen for the Rider D. Adams fakes the handoff, slings it over the middle. It's low and almost intercepted. It was way down, intended right at the carpet level for Dominique Grimes. He couldn't haul it in. It's incomplete, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and you know what? This is an errant throw, but I think that Dominique Grimes needs to make a better effort. He's a larger receiver. He's got to get a little bit lower. Vernon Adams is throwing this away from the defender to give Grimes a chance to go down and get it, and he kind of just stands up. He's on the left side. He's running a deep inside route. Just poor execution.
2nd down and 10 for the Stamps, right-hand hash. Pre-snap motion draws themselves offside as Rider Nation in full voice calls them offside and going to create a procedure penalty, as it was the left tackle that jumped on that far side, Dante Demery.
Procedure, Calgary, number 60. 5-yard penalty. It remains
one of the keys to the game was win the first quarter. If it continues like this game might be over by the first quarter.
8:36 remains in it. Saskatchewan in front by 3. It's now 2nd and 15, Calgary. Volume gets turned up. Riders show 3 down linemen on this obvious passing down.
I think you play zone behind this right here and just leave it to your pass rushers.
3 receivers far side for Adams, who gets a clean snap. Back to pass. Feels the pressure, slings it. That's up near the first down marker and should be good. As the Riders backed off in their zone, and Philpott was able to haul it in front of Fields.
They do play zone, and here's the thing. Against Winnipeg last week, I felt that Calgary protected Vernon Adams well. This is another great example. We get 1 pass rusher too high, and Vernon Adams just stays comfy in the pocket. I mean, for all the criticism that I've levied and that everybody else levies against Vernon Adams periodically as a pocket passer, he's doing a great job today.
1st and 10 for Calgary at their own 34. 4 receivers in motion far side. Handoff goes to Mills through the middle with a hole up to the 50-yard line before finally he gets knocked off his feet. But again, a big run of 16 yards for the Calgary running back.
Yeah, Calgary's able to cut down Micah Johnson using their left guard, Zach Williams. And Chris Fortin, who's a rookie out of UConn, he goes up and picks 1 guy on the 2nd level. So that's where Dedrick Mills gets the space.
Tackle made by C.J. Rivas eventually, but it's another first down Calgary.
So minus the opening interception, VA's played well. They've got a fumble, but they're driving the ball, huh, Dave?
Absolutely, and they continue to do it now with 7:21 to go in an opening quarter. Adams back to pass. Riders bring pressure. He still finds a man far side up to the midfield stripe and into Rider territory. Up to the 51 is Philpott once again.
Yeah, it's a little out between the hash and the numbers to the left of VA. The Riders send the strong side blitz from C.J. Rivas that we're used to seeing. It's blocked up well by Dedrick Mills, who comes across the formation, and now they're in 2nd and 1.
So short yardage situation here for the Calgary Stampeders as everybody loads up on the line. Into the game is Quincy Vaughn, the quarterback, who's already caught a pass in this one. He'll step ahead, doesn't get a great surge, but should be close. He didn't need much. And indeed it is a first down according to Justin McKinnis. Vernon Adams Jr., 4 of 5 for 53 yards passing already in this ball game.
Yeah, 53 yards passing. He seems comfortable. And the more he passes here, the farther away he gets from that opening interception. But again, you got to give Calgary credit up front. Their offensive line so far is doing their job. In the run game, too, they've looked good. They've looked fast in the run game. They're going to stretch those zones to the right or the left. They've got to be moving fast to cut down guys like Micah, and they've been doing that so far. Sorry, Dave.
1st and 10 Calgary at the Saskatchewan 50-yard line. 2 backs in the backfield for VA. Hands it off to Philpott. Goes around the edge far side up to about the 46 for a gain of 4.
Yeah, they took a book out of the Saskatchewan Roughrider playbook with Kean Schaefer-Baker. They line up Philpott to the right of VA, and they use Dedrick Mills as the lead blocker. He goes and gets a linebacker. And if it wasn't for initial tackle from behind, Philpott might have gotten that first down.
Carney with that tackle. It's a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 Calgary at the Rider 46, left-hand hash. 4 receivers come near side pre-snap for VA. Hands it off to Mills. Big lane to run, far side 40, and spins away from a tackle up near the Saskatchewan 37 for another first down.
And football enthusiasts will love the job that Dante Demery, their left tackle, does here. He invites the defensive end upfield, clubs him, and then goes and picks off the first linebacker he sees coming. And that is why Dedrick Mills finds himself at the first down yard marker. And we had a player down. Initially, it is Agent Zero that nobody wants to see on the ground, but he looks okay as he comes to sideline.
Yeah, already walking off. Injuries this year are brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. And Roland Milligan Jr. is up and walking off the field and looking very impressed at the fact that he needs to do so. After all is said and done, though, it'll be a 1st and 10 for the Calgary Stampeders with 5:13 to go and on the Saskatchewan 37.
And if you're Coach Dickinson right now, it's just about ball security. You got to end this drive with a kick.
Ball,
at least.
Left-hand hash. Riders load up the line. Handoff is faked. Vernon Adams looking for someone. Now his room to run far side to the 30 of Saskatchewan. Takes a knee and slides down near the 26, which will be close to a first down.
You remember we talked about pass rush lanes and levels, Dave, and this is an example. We're sending a blitz. There shouldn't be as much space to the left of Vernon Adams as there is at the end of this play. We're blitzing him from the left. But again, we're off balance in terms of where our players are We're not rushing as a unit, and that's what gives Vernon Adams an opportunity to sprint out to his left and get almost a first down.
2nd and 1 as Quincy Vaughn comes up to the line. Big push. Flags fly, though, as he'll get inside the 25, near the 21, which would be a gain of almost 7 on that short yardage situation.
I think we're offside here, Dave.
Wait to see Justin McInnes down at field level.
Every time you say Justin McInnes, I think there's the receiver down there.
Offside, Saskatchewan, defensive line. Penalty is declined, first down.
So Calgary continues to move the football as they are racking up first downs. The Riders, by the way, have yet to record a first down in this football game. So 1st and 10 Calgary following the quarterback sneak. As you heard, the penalty was declined. It's set up at the 21 of Saskatchewan, just outside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. Adams in the gun. Mills stands to his left. 4 receivers go far side of the formation. Riders show blitz. Adams pulls it down, throws it far corner wide open into the end zone and touchdown. What a catch is going up and making the play and hauling it in was Damian Alford. The big rookie receiver hauls it in, and the Calgary Stampeders take their first lead of the ball game.
Well, unfortunately for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, what we have here is a little bit of a miscommunication. You got 3 receivers to the left, and we put Antoine Brooks, it's DeMarcus Fields, in a little bit of a bind. Fields has 2 receivers that are running direct, and he's in the middle of them. He goes to the inside receiver that he expects the safety to go to. I'm not sure why he would go to the inside receiver if he's expecting help, but he does, and that's what leaves the outside receiver as open as he was. He tries to pivot and make a tackle late. Doesn't work. With the converted field goal here, Calgary now has 7 points.
Absolutely, as Rene Paredes knocked it through, and the Riders will get a chance to respond when we come back. It's Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 3. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
At Redhead Equipment, come check out our lineup of Platinum Super B grain trailers and tri-axle hopper trailers. These Platinum grain trailers are the most durable, most configurable, and the highest revenue trailers on the market, with excellent standard features and fully customizable options. Got some grain to haul? We're here to do whatever it takes. Check out our lineup of Platinum grain trailers today at your local Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the injury tent is up on the Saskatchewan Roughriders sideline just down the way from Teagan Witko and where she's set up. Her report's brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan?
As you heard, of course, Agent Zero escorted off the field, and we weren't really sure what was going on. It didn't seem that he was visibly limping or anything like that, but it does appear it could be maybe something related to his hand. He was in the tent, they brought it down, he walked out briefly, and then after speaking with some trainers, they popped it back up. So I know he's being reevaluated at this point, and we'll keep an eye on that.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Sideline Reports brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers as the Riders get set to go with the kickoff return.
Want to know how to guarantee yourself a shout-out from the Rider Broadcasting team?
Yeah.
Have the same name as one of the broadcasters. So shout out to Jaden and Lucas Bonkowski listening to the broadcast, and hello to their father Aaron working away in Estevan.
All right, like it. That drive for the Calgary Stampeders started at their own 23-yard line, 5 minutes, 18 seconds to go, 87 yards through 11 plays. As Rene Paredes will kick it off, and the Riders will get set for a return. It's Mario Alford taking it back at his 10-yard line. Has some room to run to the 30, 35, runs into his own man, and then has to step out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Good return there for Mario Alford, and now Trevor Harris has an opportunity to try to respond with 3:55 to go in the quarter. We'll find out how he does when we return. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca.
If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit ClossSavings.ca. That's CLAAS Savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'll blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots and didn't give the text line number to air. The B&A Petroleum text line number is 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. So, yes, if you want a shout-out, we'd love to hear from you, Rider Nation. 306-936-6262. As Kyle Wilson for the Stampeders was injured on that kickoff cover team for the Calgary Stampeders and is gingerly making his way across the turf to the Stampeders sideline.
Shout out to Rebecca Benko and Trent Benko at Good Spirit Lake. This is a beautiful day to take in some football, whether you're at the stadium or at one of our many lakes here in the province of Saskatchewan.
Well, third offensive possession for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They have not had the ball much in the opening quarter and now trail 7-3 with 3:32 to go. Fake a handoff and first down. Now a batted ball. It's up in the air and it hits the carpet incomplete. A couple of Stampeders had opportunities to go up and getting it, including Flo Arimolade, who is right there, but knocks to the turf, incomplete, second down.
Fowler and Arimolade, does a good job here. He gets stonewalled in the pass rush by Jamarcus Hardrick. But because he's stonewalled, it kind of keeps him in front of Trevor Harris, and he's able to get a paw on it when he jumps for the football. That's not recommended by a D lineman, by the way. He is jumping when the quarterback, that's what the offensive linemen look for to pancake you.
So second down and 10 now for Trevor Harris, who's back to pass. Throws it far side, complete to A.J. Allen in the flat to the 45, spins his way up near the 48. That's going to be a gain of about 7. Yeah. So, again, shy of the first down, and it'll be another 2-and-out, second consecutive one for the Riders.
And we talked about the matchup of Mark Mueller versus Bob Slowick. One of the things Bob Slowick has done is he's extracted the first down option away from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've been passing a little bit more, I think, than we would have liked. That play there, they were fine with the ball going to A.J. Ouellette in the flat. They had a long way to go, so you can pass it to the running back if they want. And they do a good job of rallying down, and now it's third down on the punt.
Joe Couch back to kick, stands at his 35-yard line. A high kick that this time twirls end over end. Horton will take it his 16 and drops it. He has to go backwards to his 10, to his 5. Now trying to get outside. He's stops up again at his 10-yard line. So it's been a entertaining return game thus far for the Calgary Stampeders, and Horton is going to lose about 7 on that one.
Someone should have told Horton that just because the game was postponed last night didn't give him free reign to go out and hang out at the hookah lounge all night. He is having a terrible game at the moment.
Well, great tackle there by Jackson Ford. Now, Jackson's wearing a cast today. Of course, had the injured hand.
Yeah.
He had the cast off earlier this week, but they put it back on for the game.
Yeah, so he's having a good year. Had a great training camp.
49-yard punt, by the way. -6 on the return. As Calgary's first and 10 at their own 10 with under 2 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Adams slings it far side, a little screen to Mills. He'll make the first man miss, but won't get away from the pack as they swarm to tackle him on that far side. No gain, second and long coming up.
Yeah, Calgary tries to get to the sidelines here immediately with another screen. And I'm pretty sure that's Marcus Sales, who's one of the most physical DBs that we have here. No, it's not. Excuse me.
Antoine Brooks Jr.
Antoine Brooks Jr., the young stud, but he does a great job of fighting through the initial block, and it stops everything that Calgary's trying to do because the runner is not able to turn north-south after the quick pass. Great job by the youngster.
Calgary number 5 in the CFL in second down conversions, have a 2nd and 10 here. Throwing it up near side, wide open. What a catch up at the 29-yard line as coming out was Dominique Grimes, and he's going to move the sticks for a gain of about 18.
Saskatchewan gets their eyes caught in the backfield at the halfback level. This is on DeMarcus Fields. So we have Sales down low. No, we have Antoine Brooks down low. Fields is on the slot receiver who ran the corner. Fields, for some reason, keeps his eyes in the backfield, and that's what allowed the slot to run that corner and VA to connect with him.
1st and 10, Calgary at their own 29. Adams hands it off to Mills, and he'll stumble up near the 30-yard line, gain of perhaps 1 as he tried that left side of the offensive line. Doesn't get a lot. It'll be 2nd long again for Calgary.
Yeah, and it's a good job by C.J. Revis. Solid as they come here.
So spot the ball at the 30, left-hand hash. As I mentioned, Calgary number 5 in second down conversions coming into the ball game, converting on 47% of their opportunities. They've been pretty darn good, though, thus far this afternoon. Now a 5-receiver set on 2nd and 9. 3 to the near side for Vernon Adams, who's in the gun. Back to pass, has time, slings it underneath, and that's going to fall incomplete. Intended for Jalen Philpott. Tight coverage provided by the Riders and DeMarcus Fields, and it'll be a 3rd down situation for the Stamps.
This is what I like to see out of Saskatchewan. Man defense, and DeMarcus Fields doing a great job. Got a receiver that's running a comeback route right in front of you. The receiver doesn't do himself any favors as he kind of just sits on the line waiting for the ball instead of attacking it. Makes it easy for DeMarcus Fields, who does a good job of getting a hand on the ball, but not the opposite hand around that you see a lot of players getting called for pass interference on. So
Mark Vassett back to punt for the Stamps, standing at his 15-yard line. Mario Alford waits to return. He's set up shop right at his 30. He'll have to approach a high kick and field it at his 39. Takes a step to his right, back to the left, has a little lane along the sideline, gets into Calgary territory and is hit out of bounds. No flags fly, but zeros are on the clock. On the Quality Tire scoreboard through the opening quarter, it's Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 3. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. This is Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Rough Rider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back at the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land in the equipment department. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Saskatchewan Roughriders going to have terrific field position, thanks to a 16-yard punt return for Eberassa & Sons. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa & Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at eberassa.com.
Let's review the 3 keys. The second key here was win the first. It's got to win the first quarter for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They did not, despite getting 2 turnovers. So let's hope they can turn this around. And the Calgary Stampeders defense has been stingy so far, only allowing a field goal and not much else.
Well, so far the Riders have yet to put a first down on the board. Calgary has got 9 of them through the opening quarter of play. Net offense, 166 yards for Calgary to just 14 for Saskatchewan.
Yeah. To play so poorly in terms of turnovers and still be up, that's a blessing for the Stamps.
Harris hands the ball off on first down to A.J. Ouellette. He's going to be met right in the middle of that Calgary defense as Miles Brown and Jalen Hutchings were there awaiting him.
Yeah.
It'll be a gain of 1, 2nd and 9.
I'm glad you pointed out Miles Brown and Jalen Hutchings, because that was exactly why A.J. Ouellette didn't have anywhere to roll. Both Hutchins and Miles Brown, the former Saskatchewan Riders, do a great job up front, just not getting knocked off the line of scrimmage.
So 2nd down and 9 for Saskatchewan right at the 55-yard line. We're just underway in the second quarter. Thanks for wherever you're tuning in across North America, as it's a big down here for the Riders. They try to move the sticks. Harris pumps once, twice, now fires near side. That's going to be complete. And the first Cooperators Insurance and Bazendowski Agency's first down of the day as Mitch Picton hauls it in right at the first down stick at the 46.
Decent protection, but again, the dependable Mitch Picton just going out, doesn't say much, just prepares and stays ready. Here, quick little 10-yard throw as Picton sits down at the first down sticks, keeps the drive rolling.
Harris 3 of 4 passing for 13 yards. Has a fresh set of downs now, though, as Calgary show blitz. Handoff still goes to Ouellette, who's going to be met as he tried to go to the right side and just absolutely nothing doing as Calgary able to get home. First man on the scene was Jacob Roberts coming up from his linebacking spot to make the tackle.
They got a good linebacking core here. Micah Tights, Jacob Roberts, and Bailey Devine Scott. Everybody's in on this play, though. Great job by the defensive front and great job by the linebackers. I mean, they are coming at the Riders on the line of scrimmage aggressively. Here they book all 7 of their front 7 onto the line of scrimmage and let the defensive backs do what they do on the back end.
Loss of 3, so it's 2nd and 13 now for the Riders. Harris back to pass, pumps once, doesn't see anything, slings it underneath, and that's going to be incomplete as he had a receiver coming across the formation in Dante Myers, but they can't connect, and Harris might even have an opportunity to take off and run beyond that.
Well, I'll tell you what, the people here watching the game probably say, hey, he shouldn't have thrown that football. But realistically, there was nobody open downfield here. And you're right, Dave. He did have a little bit of space to get to his left. But I don't know how many people are in the stadium today, but every single one of those people wants him to throw the football and not become a runner.
True. Coach takes the snap from Hughes and now is going to look to pin the Stampeders deep. Horton once again is back. It's been an adventure in his return, but he fields it cleanly and is pushed out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. So another long field ahead for Calgary with 12:58 to go here in the second quarter. It's Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 3. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
7-3, the Calgary Stampeders leading the Saskatchewan Roughriders with 12:58 to go in the second quarter. A 60-yard punt by Joe Couch has got the Calgary Stampeders backed up to their 13-yard line, and that's where they'll scrimmage 1st and 10 on the left side hash for Vernon Adams, who's been dynamite along with the rest of the Calgary offense thus far. You talked about the matchups between coordinators, and Coach Mace has had Vernon Adams' number for the most part in his career, but so far I would say that it's not victory, but it's definitely advantage VA.
Yeah, it's definitely advantage VA, and again, you're seeing a quarterback that's seems comfortable staying in the pocket that he's given. We are getting a little bit high when we rush him on the edge, and he took advantage of us last time, utilizing that space to become a runner, or at least adjusting his launch point.
1st and 10 for Calgary. Empty set for the Stamps on 1st down. VA back to pass. Launches it far side. It's up, and it's a contested catch. Stamps say they have it, and so do the officials. Bringing it in, the big 6'6", 226, Damian Alford wins a 50-50 ball from VA.
6'6", 2 what?
6'6", 226.
That is a big boy out there running this deep fade route. Saskatchewan blitzes, and VA does the right thing. He just pops it up there in terms of a jump ball and gives his receiver, who's a monster, an opportunity to go and pick a 50-50 ball off, and that's exactly what he does.
36-yard reception for Alford. 1st and 10 Calgary at their own 49. Mills in the backfield on 1st down. Adams drops back to pass again. Pumps once, throws it out far side to Phil Pott, complete to Saskatchewan's 45-yard line. He was wide open. Finally, Roland Milligan Jr. hauls him down. But another 1st down for Calgary, who are in the shadows of their own goalpost, literally, and now into Rider territory.
Yeah, I'm not loving this coverage here. I'm not sure, but what we're trying to do is get our linebackers and halfbacks kind of all aligned low around 8 yards, and for some reason Milligan is traveling a little bit higher and edging himself towards a receiver that's covered completely, and that's what opens up the space below him for VA to connect to. That's just a bust in terms of where you're supposed to be lined up.
1st and 10. Handoff to Mills on 1st down. He'll get to the 40 of Saskatchewan after a gain of about 3. Tried to force his way further, couldn't. Riders wrap him up, and it'll be a 2nd down and about 7 here for the Stampeders.
Yeah, 2nd down and 7, or a really long 6, depending on which angle you want to look at this. VA, they're probably going to go to the throw. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they've done it twice. I think Saskatchewan might consider throwing some pressure at this. But again, do you see a rollout, right? Like, do you see that little handoff fake and then roll out to the right here from VA?
2nd and 6, ball on the Saskatchewan 39, right-hand hash. There's 10:42 to go before half. As Adams is back to pass, looking as Timon finds a man across the middle to the 20, finally down near the 23-yard line. Another big 1st down for the Calgary Stampeder offense as Dominique Grimes came through the middle and was finally tackled down at the 17.
Well, this is a fantastic, first of all, Saskatchewan does blitz, and that's what we were hoping would happen, but Calgary picks it up. And VA with an absolute dime to a receiver coming across the middle, and it just felt like Marcus Sales, who was supposed to be there, kind of lost just focus and let it happen right in front of him.
1st and 10 for the Stamps, following the 22-yard reception for Dominique Grimes. They're inside the red zone for Ashdown Furniture and Interiors as the pass slung near side by Vernon Adams Jr. It's complete. Dominique Grimes hauls it in again around the 13-yard line for a gain of about 4.
This is a good job here by Saskatchewan on the tackle, but still far too much time for VA to go through his progressions here. And one of the things that VA did when he was a younger player, he just stared down his targets far too long, right? He would get stuck on his reads. But here, especially in the Winnipeg in this game here, he's doing a good job of progressing through his reads, right? Passing guys off and getting to the next guy. 2nd and 6, they're in field goal range.
Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw bring you the red zone. It's 2nd and 6 as VA's to pass near side. Complete for Alford. He tries to find room. The Riders do a great job, though, of getting to him and wrapping him up at the 10.
Yeah.
So he's going to be a couple of yards short of the 1st down. A.J. Allen on the tackle for the Riders.
Yeah, and the Calgary says keep the field goal guys on. We want to go for it. It's 3rd and 2. Dickinson confers with his brother about what to do. And they send Rene Paradis out here to extend the lead by 7 should Paradis hits him, who's normally automatic. And by the way, Paradis probably hit this range of field goal when he was 5 years old.
Well, he's going to set it up at about the 16-yard line. On the season, he's 9 of 12, which is uncharacteristic.
From the 16-yard line?
No. Oh. On the season, 9 of 12. Uncharacteristic for him. This is going to be a 16-yard attempt from the left-hand hash. Ball is down. Kick goes up, and it splits the uprights. And it's a full major score lead now for the Calgary Stampeders, 10-3, with 8:15 to go in the second quarter. Back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the official opposition and MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province. I'm proud of what we produce, and I know you are too. But to get our world-class products to market, we need to build more infrastructure. That means rail lines, power lines, and pipelines. We need action from the government to remove tariffs from our canola and our steel. Let's build that bright future together. Contact me at 306-522-1333 and enjoy the game.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the 50-50 is a carryover from last night's postponed game, and already the jackpot over $371,000. Get your tickets online at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. But if you did get a ticket yesterday, yes, you're in, but hey, the jackpot's already over $371 now and climbing. Get it again, riders5050.ca. If you look at 50-50s right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, that's where their offense is sitting at right now. 50-50 as to whether they're going to be effective or not, as they've only got one first down for Cooperators. Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. And we're not talking in the quarter, we're talking in the ball game right now. But they'll go to work now, 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line, left-hand hash. A.J. Allen, the lone back in the backfield. Riders bring an extra body in along the offensive line, and Noah Zaire to try to set something up. Calgary with 4 down linemen, a fake handoff, and Harris to throw near side. Has a man, and it's caught right at the Riders' sideline. Nice job of going out and bringing it in for Dante Myers, who will add to that Bazandowski Agency's first down total.
Yeah, Myers just running a little sort of a very rounded, deep corner. Trevor Harris gets the run fake off and then has all day to sort of sit there and wait for Dante Myers to start his route.
So 1st and 10 for Saskatchewan, already inside Calgary territory after one first down at the Stampeder 53-yard line. 3 receivers come near side for Harris. Moves A.J. Ouellette in behind him as here comes Calgary in the blitz far side. Riders pick it up. Harris, though, can't get away as he'll try to fling it near side. It'll go past the first down stick and out of bounds, incomplete. So it'll be 2nd down. The Riders did a good job of picking up the initial blitz from the far side, but couldn't contain the near side.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jalen Hutchins just gets off Jacob Brammer's block here and adds the pressure to Harris as he's trying to roll and give him receivers a little bit more time to get to where they're going so he can throw them the football.
Derek Moncrief in the blitz far side, picked up neatly in the backfield by A.J. Ouellette, but the pass is still incomplete, and Trevor Harris has to pick himself up the carpet, which has been a bit of a norm here in this opening half. 7:28 to go in the second quarter. It's now 2nd and 10 for the Riders at the Calgary 53. Stamps bring the blitz again, throwing over the middle, and that's going to land incomplete again. Keyshawn Johnson looked to be the intended receiver as he just couldn't clear the linebackers. Otherwise, he would have been open, but just not enough time for Trevor Harris to get it there.
Yeah.
He's now in a conversation coming off the field with Clarence Hicks, the defensive lineman.
Well, Calgary, they end up sending 5, but what they do is they put A.J. Ouellette in a bind by throwing 2 linebackers at him. A.J. Ouellette's got to block one of them, so he takes the inside one, but it's the outside guy, obviously, who goes unblocked and pressures Harris to make the throw.
Joe Couch on to kick again. This one a wobbler off the side of his foot, and it's going to go out of bounds, and this is not going to be good for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, as the ball is going to be spotted as going out of bounds at the 28, which obviously will bring a flag as well. So good starting field position for the Stampeders when we come back. 7:10 to go in the second quarter. Calgary 10, Saskatchewan 3. This is Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, just a net of 19 yards on that punt for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, 29 for the ball's flight, and then you tack away another 10 for the penalty following, and it's 1st and 10 for Calgary at the Saskatchewan 38-yard line. Vernon Adams Jr. already 14 of 17 for 203 yards passing in this football game, as the Stampeders offense is rolling against the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You look at the numbers for the Stamps coming in offensively. Number 3 in points, number 4 in yardage, number 2 in the run, and number 7 in the passing game. But right now, it's the Calgary Stampeders that have found a way to roll here on the road in a postponed football game. Play is whistled in, 1st and 10 for Vernon Adams. Ball on his own 38-yard line. 3 receivers far side. Fakes the handoff back to pass. Is going to have to scramble and gets taken down. What a sack for the Roughriders for Quilt Plains Chevrolet. As a little tip of the ankle of VA, he goes down, and it's a big loss for Calgary.
Yeah, Shane Ray's at the left side of this defensive front. And just when I'm thinking to myself, man, we need some pressure here, Shane Ray bull rushes the man right over top of him, number 54.
Joshua Coker.
Right through his face mask. Gets his hand out as VA's trying to run away, and VA ends up tripping. So Shane Ray gets credit for the sack, 2nd and 24.
For Shane Ray, that's his first sack of the season. Of course, brought to you by Quilt Plains Chevrolet. It's now 2nd and 24 Calgary. Vernon Adams back to pass, feels the pressure, has to step up, and now has to pull it down. Trying to run, and is going to be forced out of bounds at the 31-yard line. Careful. He looks for a penalty, as it was pretty close to getting hit as he stepped out of bounds, but none forthcoming from Aubrey Miller Jr., who was in pursuit for the Riders in a kicking situation for the Stamps.
Yeah, Shane Ray gets a little bit too high on his pass rush, but it's okay in this instance because you flush Vernon Adams and you're at 2nd and Craven. So if you have a running quarterback across the line of scrimmage, no problem, right? Oh. That's what you want. You got all your defenders right in front of him, and he's going to have to pull a Mike Vick miracle to get out of that. He does not, obviously, in their punt.
Mark Bassett to kick it away for Calgary. The Riders brought the heat. Bassett gets knocked down. Officials reaching for their flag, none forthcoming, as Mario Alford will take it on the Ibarassa and Sons punt return. Gets up near the Saskatchewan 41-yard line. There are no flags down. It will be Roughrider football with 5:52, but back to Shane Ray, his first sack of the season for Quilt Plains Chevrolet and Buick GMC in Wadena, tackling high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quilt Plains.
Yeah, I haven't seen Haba Baldonado a lot this game as yet. They've been used to getting these like deep, consistent rotations on their defensive front, but haven't seen that rotation just yet. Not saying we're not going to, but good job for Shane Ray. We brought him in here to put some pressure on the quarterback, so it's nice to see it pay off there.
5 receivers set for the Riders. 1st and 10 from their 41, right-hand hash. Harris to pass, near side. That ball going to be complete right near the Rider bench to Joe Robustelli, who's got it. And this time, no doubt about whether or not he was in bounds. He had to battle his teammates and the court of public opinion against BC as to whether or not his reception was indeed a catch in bounds, but no doubt this time.
Yeah, really easy for Robustelli as Tyler Richardson's over the top of him, but Richardson gets caught between a deeper route and looks conflicted as he travels a little bit with that, and by the time he realizes he should stay with Robustelli, it's too late.
Bazandowski Agency's insurance, 1st down for the Riders, up to their own 52. Harris to pass again. Better protection, man wide open far side, has him, and gonna step around the 50-yard line. Ball comes out.
Oh, no.
Riders were battling for more. It looked like it was Mitch Picton on that far side. No, pardon me, maybe it was Joe Robustelli, but whomever it was, they stayed up and tried to battle for more yardage and had the ball ripped out of their arms, and it's going to be Calgary football by the looks of it as it came out at the end, and Derek Moncrief jumped on it.
Moncrief's been a turnover machine over the last couple of days. Pick 6 last week. Here it is Adrian Green in on the tackle first. Crowd oohing and ahhing and humming and hawing, but yeah, this ball was out, unfortunately.
Previous play is under review by the replay center.
Well, Olympic RTMs present the turnover, and I don't think that there's very little to doubt that this one will stay. Of course, replays this season brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. And the question might be, was forward progress stopped and or was Picton's elbow on the turf? We're going to wait and see. Is the majority of the Riders' offense still on the ground? And maybe Picton's knee might have been down as well. Again, a great look at it from the angles inside Mosaic.
We got an angle going now. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think it's out.
I don't know.
I wouldn't want to have to call this one, and judging by Mitch Picton's reaction, pardon me.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay now that TSN's going. The problem is the angle they're showing, no, he's out. It's out. I think it's out. I don't know, man. I'm not the smartest guy in the world.
We're about to find out for sure. And again, the court of public opinion at Mosaic Stadium would indicate that it was not out before
as long
Picton's
as we don't
knee was
postpone
down.
this decision, I'm good.
Don't say that word. We're banning that word, okay?
My bad.
Here comes
After
Justin
review,
McInnes.
The ruling on the field stands. It'll be 1st down, Calgary.
So fumble for the Riders, their first Olympic RTM's turnover of the day.
Listen, this is the Calgary defense in a nutshell this year.
Yeah.
Really stingy, opportunistic, and solid. They've been around the football every time we look up, right? That was better from the Riders in terms of protection. We got Trevor Harris a little bit more time to throw, and it was the first time all game we've seen that, but still, they're just such an opportunistic squad, and they get to the football.
So 1st and 10, Calgary on their own 51, ball right-hand hash with 4:56 to go before halftime. Calgary's leading the Riders 10-3. Screen pass near side, that's complete. Coming out of the backfield is the receiver like he was shot out of a cannon. Going to get down to Rider territory is Jalen Philpott near the 52, which is going to be close to a 1st down, maybe a couple of yards away.
So you've got a little bit of a play-action fake and then a quick throw to Philpott, who's a little bubble route towards the sideline. And the Riders do a good job of fighting through the initial block to get on it, but Philpott just gets a few extra yards by working his legs. 2nd and 3.
Ball just inside the Rough Rider 52-yard line. Adams, as the Riders, going to bring the heat. Hands it off to Mills, who makes the initial surge miss, and then is up into the secondary before getting tackled down at the Saskatchewan 41. Gain of 9, 1st down, Calgary.
Yeah, you need a little bit more from Shane Ray here on the defensive front. Not sure, maybe this surprised him, but Ray is on the right side of the defensive line here. And he just gets blocked inside and squeezed out. Therefore, Mills has no edge on the defense and attacks it.
1st and 10, Calgary at the 42 of Saskatchewan. Left-hand hash.
Sorry, I think it was Carney, my bad.
Mills in motion pre-snap. Riders 4-down lineman. Mills gets the carry, but he's going to be met right away. Gets to the line of scrimmage, but is wrapped up immediately as making a statement. And coming off that was the aforementioned Haba Baldonado. Oh, pardon me, that was Ali Saad that made the tackle for the Riders. No gain, 2nd and long.
You got 4 guys up on the line of scrimmage initially. And you're right, Assad just does a good job of fighting his way across the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10.
Ball on the Riders' 42. Vernon Adams in the gun. Dedrick Mills stands to his right in the backfield. There's 3 receivers far side. 4 down linemen for the Rider. Blitz through the middle. Vernon Adams up near side. Complete. Wow. Dominic Rhymes right on the sideline. Gets a foot in for the catch and the first down at the Saskatchewan 24.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been so impressed with Vernon Adams today. The Riders blitz here. Calgary picks it up. VA with an absolutely perfect throw to Dominic Rhymes. Gets it up, allows Rhymes to get it at the top of his catch, gives him enough room to make a step inside the sideline on his corner route from the slot to the left. Excellent execution.
18-yard reception for a first down. Calgary has it at the Saskatchewan 24. When we come back, 3-minute warning is up. We'll return to Mosaic in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's go down to the sidelines. Teagan Witko standing by for Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan.
You know, we never like to, make people freak out too early. We don't want to be too premature here, but Mario Alford has been spending a little bit of time in the medical tent. It looks like something lower body may have been tweaked. That's bugging him a little bit. He hasn't gone to the dressing room by any means, but it's something to keep an eye on, boys.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Of course, Mario Alford leading the league and setting up the Riders with great field position thus far this season. Right now, it's the Stamps who have it, and a handoff out of the backfield down inside the 15 near the 14-yard line. And now we're going to get pushing and shoving after Choquette is tackled up, the rookie out of Long Island College, but he's going to get down inside the 15 and well into the red zone for Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw.
That's the type of running you want out of your backup running back, and more importantly, they block it up really well. You've got the right guard picking up off the end man on line of scrimmage, and that's what gives the edge to Choquette.
First down is given to Choquette on that play. It's 1st and 10 Calgary at the 13 of the Riders. Left-hand hash for VA. Hands off. Little delayed play there, and now inside the 10 down near the 8-yard line is the ball carrier for Calgary. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Stamps, who can get a first down. That was Dedrick Mills on the carry, who can get a first down without scoring.
Yeah, you know what? We're missing too many tackles out here. I think that the last couple of downs, we've seen guys like Aubrey Miller, and we've been overrunning tackles. Maybe they're surprised at how quickly the Stamps are getting to the run point, but that's got to change. Got to wrap up.
Riders defense number 8 in stopping their opposition on the red zone as Calgary's going to be forced to take a timeout.
Calgary.
Stampeders number 4 in red zone conversion percentage into touchdowns thus far this season. The red zone, of course, for Ashdown's Furniture Interiors in Moose Jaw. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. So a big play upcoming for the Stamps. VA didn't like what he saw from the Calgary defense. Calls the timeout with 2nd and 5. Timeouts this season brought to you by Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So VA will get the offense reset. It'll be a 2nd and 5 from the Saskatchewan 8-yard line. for the Stampeders, who lead 10-3 in this football game and really have come out, despite some early fobbles in their return game, have come out firing on all cylinders.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way they started this game, the Stampeders, I mean, you thought it might be blowout time for the Riders, but since then, they've really righted this ship, and they're taking it to the green and white.
2nd and 5, Calgary. Vernon Adams throws it, and it's intercepted.
There you go.
The Riders do it again in their end zone, and now the ball's fumbled. It's on the turf. Who can get it? Calgary knocks it out of bounds, out of the back of the end zone. But boy, oh boy, what a turn of events. The Riders made the interception, stayed on the turf. Nobody touched the ball carrier, and now we got to find out what happens. What an incredible turn.
Well, the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, I believe by Baron Wanwarian or Shane Ray.
CJ
Rivas grabs the ball in the air.
First interception.
Runs, so he makes a couple football moves with it and then fumbles it.
So this is going to be interesting. CJ Rivas had the football, his first interception. He was looking up to see where he should go, bobbled it. Tevin Jones knocked it towards the back of the end zone.
Yeah, and a heads-up play by Dedrick Mills to knock it out the back.
All-out dive, and you can bet that the replay center is looking at this one right now for Mazank Fuels, because there's no official that's going to be anywhere near close to that call to find out who pushes it out of the end line.
We have an interception in goal, followed by a fumble out of bounds. By rule, it's going to be the defense's ball, first down at the 30-yard line.
So the Riders will get it back. Huge play for the Riders. Their third turnover of the afternoon created defensively for Olympic RTMs.
And it couldn't have come at a better time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was late Corte Moore. Sorry, these numbers are just wreaking havoc with me in terms of being up in the broadcast booth and trying to read out who these guys are.
And you know what?
But Benoit, it was late Corte Moore who gets his hand up and it tips it, and that's what gets it into CJ Rivas' hands.
A reprieve for the Riders, if you will. They get the ball at their own 30.
They couldn't have come at a better time.
1st and 10, 1:52 to go before halftime. Calgary in front 10-3. Harris in the gun will let the lone back in the backfield. 5-receiver package for Harris. Slings it near side, complete. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. Going to be tackled by the first man there, but he'll get up near the 38 for a gain of 8. It'll be 2nd and 2, Saskatchewan.
I like this out of Trevor Harris. Get the ball out quickly. All right, let your receivers get it. It's a good pass rush move here from Clarence Hicks on the left side of the front. Gets a hand right in the face of Trevor Harris late.
2nd and 2 for the Riders. Handed off to Ouellette. Tries to get up near the 40. He's going to be pushed back. He runs into a wall of white and red. Jalen Hutchings, probably the most apropos, that's going to stop him about a half a yard short of the first down. It's going to be a 3rd down gamble situation here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as Moose Creek Red Angus. 3rd down gamble upcoming with Tommy Stevens.
Well, and Calgary's doing a fantastic job at the line of scrimmage when it comes to Saskatchewan's run game. There's been nothing for A.J. Ouellette to really get any momentum into the line of scrimmage.
Stevens
steam going, and now Stevens comes in at the short yardage.
Needs 2 chain links. Down, goes to his right, gets the yard and more. 1st down, Saskatchewan with 1:33 to go. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Riders. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services. First downs, your first choice for insurance. The Riders going to sprint off the field for their 5-receiver package. Harris in the gun. Play hasn't been whistled in yet. Now it is. Harris calls for the ball. 3 receivers far side. Has time. Looks near side. Now goes to the far side, but gets hammered as he throws it. Ball falls incomplete as Flo Arimolade was there, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
Great job against the youngster. Left tackle Daniel Johnson by Folarin Arimolade. Nice spin move to the inside. Keeps Johnston's hands off him. Gets the pressure on Harris right in his face as he throws the football, and cannot complete, obviously, the throwing motion to Ouellette. Ouellette might not have made it anywhere anyways because he was covered down, but still, 2nd and 10.
Ball on the Riders' 42-yard line, 1 minute, 25 seconds before halftime. 4 receivers far side for the Riders. That sets a one-on-one matchup near side with Joe Robustelli. Stamps bring 4. Harris looks near side for Robustelli. It's up. He's got it. Down to the Calgary 37-yard line. Joe Robustelli takes advantage of the one-on-one coverage and hauls in a big first down reception.
It's a really well-thrown ball by Trevor Harris, who's got some time. It's Robustelli versus Tyler Richardson to the right of Harris. And Tyler Richardson just kind of floats a little too far inside, and it creates space for Robustelli to really go up for the football unabated. And the Riders have a first down on the Calgary 36.
32-yard reception for Joe Robustelli. First and 10, as you mentioned, for the Riders, with now 1:19 to go before halftime. Harris in the gun, will let the lone back in the backfield. 4 receivers far side. Calgary brings the blitz. Harris doesn't hear it, and he fumbles the football as he's hammered in the backfield. Harris didn't feel the pressure coming from that near side, and he drops the football. Another turnover for the Stampeders.
It's a great call from Bob Slowick, the defensive coordinator, just understanding the situation. Hey, like, Riders are probably going to try to take a shot. So they send the weak side pressure. We pick it up on the inside, but it leaves one guy unaccounted for, Clarence Hicks, on the outside to the right of Trevor Harris, and Hicks just runs through Harris, who pops the ball out. And here's the troubling thing. You got 1:14 left on the clock. That is plenty of time for the Stampeders to put a drive together all the way back down the field.
Absolutely. Ball spotted at the 41 of Calgary, right in the middle of the hash marks. Vernon Adams threw an interception in his last pass, threw his interception in his first pass. He's been sensational in between. 2 receivers far side. Hands the ball off for Mills. Not going to be much running room. Gets to the line of scrimmage, but no more. Stepping up was A.J. Allen. Second and long coming Calgary.
Yeah, you got Michael Johnson in here. You've got, I believe, getting in on it too is Malik Carney. Just one of the first times you don't see anybody blocked off the line of scrimmage here for Saskatchewan. It's a great job. 2nd and 10, and what becomes a favorable situation now kind of puts Calgary in a situation of 2nd and 10, but let's take as much clock off as possible.
5 receivers set for the Stamps. Riders show 4 down linemen. Drop the secondary back. Vernon Adams hit as he throws, complete near side to the former Rider, Tevin Jones. He's going to be spun out of bounds. The spot will be interesting. Where are they going to mark it? It'll be close to a first down, but about a yard short at the Calgary 50.
Yeah, it's not a very good job by Tevin Jones when VA does a good job just getting the ball out under pressure, gets hit for it. But Tevin Jones doesn't make a very good effort or physical effort to try to get a little bit more yards and salvage a first down here initially. So Calgary's short yardage team, led by Quincy Vaughn at quarterback, will come in and try to push this forward.
Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble for Calgary. Vaughn moves to the line. He needs about a half a yard. Rider Nation on their feet for Vaughn, who's on his. Takes a step to his right and will crash across the line to near the 52 for a first down with 43 seconds to go in the second quarter.
That's a really good job by Christy Nakanu, Chris Fortin, and Joshua Coker on the right side. There's a lot of running room here, or at least diving room, should we say, for Quincy Vaughn as the 3rd down quarterback here. And now VA is back in the game. Will start at the whistle, so that's the clock. Got 43 seconds.
Ball on the 53 of Calgary. Adams back to pass. Looks far side, pumps once, now has a man. It's Alford, but he overthrows the wide open receiver. Adams slaps his helmet. He had a man wide open in front of DeMarcus Fields, and it's incomplete 2nd down, though.
Yeah, you know what? That's the big play that Calgary was looking for right there, and VA knows it. You've got just sort of a skinny corner to the right between the hash and the post, and just VA with plenty of time just overthrows it, unfortunately, for Calgary.
2nd and 10. Ball on the 53 of Calgary. 33 seconds in the second quarter. Vernon Adams in the gun. Moves Dominique Grimes in motion to far side, now back to near. Adams back to pass, has time, feels the pressure, throws it. Grimes has got it into the Saskatchewan 31-yard line. He slides down with 26 seconds left to go, and it's another big first down for the Stampeders.
Yeah, and you're just seeing VA right now pick spots in small windows and finding, especially when it comes to Grimes, he's been looking for him, and they've got some great chemistry going. This is a money throw here, right over the top of the linebackers.
1st and 10, Calgary at the Rider 30. Adams to pass, pumps, throws, complete, down to the 15 of Saskatchewan. It's Jalen Philpott for another Calgary first down.
And again, you've got a receiver sneaking into just a little bit of open space out over top of the linebackers. Seeing Jameer Thurman and company really struggling to protect our middle part of the field.
First and 10 again, Calgary now inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. They're at the 14 at Saskatchewan. Adams to pass, dumps it to the goal line, touchdown.
Too easy.
Eric Brooks hauls it in. For Brooks, his first touchdown reception of the season as he was wide open just inside the Rider goal line.
This is far too easy. This whole, what did they got this ball with 1:11 left, I think it was, Dave, and after a third down conversion, they just mark, and this is far too easy. You got too much space here between your defensive backs and a couple of your receivers low. And it's a great job by Eric Brooks just kind of finding a space, but more importantly, making sure that his body's over the goal line when VA delivers them the ball. And the other piece of this is VA has all day to deliver the ball. No pressure. This is execution at its purest form here for Calgary.
Flags come down during the extra point, which did sail through the uprights. We'll wait to see what the penalty is perhaps going to be with 8 seconds left on the clock, but the Calgary Stampeders have scored now 10 points off of turnovers, a fumble.
Well,
have scored 7 points off of.
You know what's crazy is they've only got one. We got 3, and we don't have any points off the turnovers.
Saskatchewan.
Sorry, we have 1. We have a touchdown.
A 10-yard penalty will be applied on the kickoff.
2 touchdowns off turnovers?
Sorry. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders have 3 points off of a turnover.
Yeah.
Calgary has got 7 points, a touchdown off a fumble. The Riders have turned the ball over twice for Olympic RTMs. So,
well, I mean, we're 8 seconds away from the second half, or at least guys going into talking and getting things together. The first thing that's going to come up offensively is, like, how do we start running the football? Because we haven't managed to do that at all. Calgary's done a great job defensively, but again, you expected that. You knew they were going to come here and be stingy. And if you're Saskatchewan, geez, how do we get some pressure on VA? We got to start speeding up his clock a little bit because he is having far too much time in the pocket to sit there and make throws.
Should mention that the 3-minute warning was brought to you by Brett Young. It's crunch time on the field and in the field. Brett Young's canola hybrids are built for performance when it counts. Explore your winning lineup at brettyoung.ca. So another kickoff upcoming. We'll wait to see who the Roughriders send out in return. As again, the Riders look like they're anticipating a squib or something the likes of, as Rene Paradis going to send a high end-over-end kick that will be taken by the Riders at their 3-yard line. Up through the middle to the 15. Met right there was the returner for the Obsidian Green Riders, as fielding the football was Dante Myers, as Mario Alford, you'll recall, was shaken up back in that first half. We do have a flag down on the field and a conversation between the teams as they come off the field. There still are 4 seconds left on the clock. So wait to see what's called here. 77-yard kickoff, 16 on the return. Of course, not a lot of yardage after catch at all today for the Riders. Brought to you by Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game, the place where friends meet.
10-yard misconduct penalty against Saskatchewan, number 47.
No, that's a
first down.
That's what we needed, just 10 additional yards to walk backwards for.
So Aubrey Miller Jr. takes the penalty. He was the player that was perhaps guilty of an out-of-bounds tackle but got away with it earlier in the football game for the Riders. So now, with 4 seconds to go.
The ball, right?
Exactly.
Let's get in and talk about this, guys.
17-3 Calgary leading. Coming up, we've got our YC Auctions halftime report. Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and the crew will try to break it down as the Riders will succeed in taking all 4 seconds off the clock, and then we'll sprint towards their sideline to get in.
Rider Nation is booing a 4-0 team for being down in the first half. That's ridiculous. Go on, guys. We don't need to boo this team. Calgary's just come in here and played really well.
On the Quality Tire scoreboard, Calgary 17, Saskatchewan 3. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback, you call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration, and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. In an ideal world, you're already driving one. When you're behind the commands of the Fendt Ideal Combine, you experience a workhorse that takes harvest to task. Real-time monitoring, 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second, all backed by a 3-year full machine warranty, plus all scheduled maintenance ensures your harvest doesn't stop. Now that's how you grow bold. See the Ideal Fendt Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
And of course, we are here at Mosaic Stadium making up for that postponed game last night. Calgary Stampeders and your Saskatchewan Roughriders. The score right now, 17-3 in favor of the Stamps. But let's go to that halftime rewind for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Stadium. There we go. 17-3 in favor of the Calgary Stampeders over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. That was your halftime rewind, of course, for Quality Tire. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with more on the YAC Auctions halftime show. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. It's the final week to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR 250008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Get the latest news and information on your team from our team anytime at sportscades.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Can you?
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Code Green 25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Whether you're powering your gear, keeping warm, or cleaning your equipment, Redhead Equipment has the Case IH and Case Power equipment you need to get the job done. From genuine Case IH generators and portable heaters to pressure washers, air compressors, and much more. This power equipment is every bit as tough as Case IH and Case machinery. Find out more about genuine Case IH and Case Power equipment at redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com. What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power on board, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, great job overcoming difficulties and challenges by the crew during the YAC Auctions halftime show. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions as we get ourselves set to go with third quarter play-by-play action, and we're trying to assess who's coming out for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as they make their way out onto the turf here at Mosaic Stadium. Antoine Brooks Jr., who started at the corner spot, is back with gear, but I don't see him with a helmet in his vicinity, so we'll have to see if he's okay, as Kerfala Exume had come on a couple of those series defensively for the Riders. So basically, you look at the numbers, and the score indicates what the statistics do as well. It's Calgary 17, Saskatchewan to 3. First downs 19 for Calgary to 5 for Saskatchewan. Net offense 367 yards for the Stamps to just 95 for the Riders. Rushing the ball, the Calgary Stampeders 86 yards running to just 3 yards for the Roughriders, while yards passing 295 for the Calgary Stampeders to 98 for Saskatchewan. Vernon Adams Jr. is 20 of 25 for 295 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Trevor Harris 9 of 14 for 98 yards. The Riders, though, did win the coin toss deferred and will get an opportunity to return the football and try to set something up and get back into this game 2 scores down to start the second half here at Mosaic Stadium with a pretty good crowd, all things considered, here at Mosaic on a beautiful afternoon for football. The air quality index for those that are keeping score is now below 2. So this was what they anticipated last night, except Mother Nature and the winds did not cooperate. So we get ourselves set to go for second half action. Mario Alford is not taking the field for the Riders on this return. Instead, going back is Kadeem Carey, the former Calgary Stampeder, along with Dante Myers, as the Riders, adorned in their obsidian jerseys, will move from right to left here in this second quarter. The Stamps wearing their whites with a red trim have Rene Paredes counting off his approach as we get set to go with the Quality Tire Kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. A high-end over-ender going to be fielded by Dante Myers at his 11-yard line. He'll start up towards the near side, makes a man miss, then just protects the football and goes up to the 33, and that's where Trevor Harris and the Rider offense will begin here in the second half.
Yeah, and the question is, how do they begin? Not a lot of room to run in the first half. Couldn't take advantage of some of the Calgary mistakes. Ended up protecting Trevor Harris a little bit better, but still costly turnovers and missed opportunities. I feel like they're going to make a concentrated effort to start running the football here a little bit. If I'm Calgary, same strategy. Load up the box, attack the line of scrimmage.
69-yard kickoff, 22 on the return. A little run-pass option as Harris is complete into the near side flat. Coming up with it was Keyshawn Johnson, and he'll get up to the 38-yard line, maybe the 39 for a gain of 6.
Good job by Hicks. Played this run-pass option look well. The defensive end to Trevor Harris's right. Pause on the line of scrimmage as soon as he recognizes that Harris still has the ball on the handoff. Attacks uphill, upfield shoulder. Gets Harris to throw the ball quickly. Receiver can't make any ground after catching the ball second and 4.
Riders sent 5 receivers out in the formation. A.J. Ouellette stands to the left of Trevor Harris. Calgary rushes 5. Harris near side, complete to Mitch Picton, and that's good for a Cooperators Bazandowski Agency's Insurance and Financial Services first down, your first choice for insurance.
Just Tyler Richardson's playing far too far from Mitch Picton here initially, and even when the ball snaps, he takes an additional couple steps back, and Picton doesn't have to work very hard to just sort of sit at the first down mark.
Riders have the ball at their own 45-yard line, 1st and 10. Left-hand hash. Calgary 4 down linemen. They drop back into pass coverage. Sling it out near side. That's complete to Robustelli. Makes a man miss and is going to get up near the first down marker. Then will be driven back. Going to be a gain of about 9 for Joe Robustelli.
Again, this is on Tyler Richardson covering Robustelli. He recognizes that it's a quick pass, and then he kind of hesitates to get upfield and attack either the blocker or the ball carrier. Because he hesitates, Robustelli's got a couple options to run in, and he makes good use of that option and gets a couple more yards than he probably should have got had Richardson attacked downhill.
2nd and 1 for the Riders as Tommy Stevens now into the game against his former team. His second carry of the ball game is going to net another first down for the Riders, who are moving with 13 minutes to go in the third quarter, trailing 17-3. And you talk about football being a game of halftime adjustments. It's going to be interesting to see what Mark Mueller's adjustments are against Bob Slowick's adjustments, as he pointed out in the opening and the keys to the game today.
Well, so far, so good for the Calgary Stampeders. There hasn't been much. This is good that the Riders are getting the ball upfield and advancing the sticks, but there have been no big plays available to this point.
1st and 10 for the Riders as Kadeem Carey checks into the backfield for Saskatchewan. Standing to the right of Trevor Harris. Signals his receivers to the line. Now he'll throw it up far side. That's complete in the flat in Calgary territory down to the 49-yard line. Nice pass reception there for the Riders. And Dante Myers going to be a gain of about 6.
Yeah, quick little out route to Dante Myers, and good job by Adrian Green from the Calgary Stampeders, dropping his back foot, dropping his hips, and attacking downhill to get Myers on the ground, but not before the Riders were able to gain 5.
Ball at the Calgary 49-yard line. This is the first drive of the second half. As we're just underway here at Mosaic Stadium, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder up in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Harris calls out the signals. 5 receivers approach the line. He's back to pass. Time to throw. Complete to Myers over the middle. 35, 25, 20. Finally wrestled down by Damon Webb, the safety, but not before getting up near the 20, call it the 17-yard line of Calgary.
There's the big play that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are looking for. This is one-on-one in the slot. It is Myers versus number 38, Sheldon Arnold. And he beats him clean to the outside, and it forces Sheldon to have to play catch-up, and he can't do it. By the time he realizes Myers has beat him clean, he's about 2 yards behind him, and Myers does the rest. Great rep.
Keyshawn Johnson on that reception. Pardon me, Luke. That's got the Riders operating 1st and 10 in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone. Now thrown up near side. Touchdown, Riders! Harris finds Joe Robustelli streaking down the near sideline, and Robustelli cuts inside, finds the ball, and scores the major.
Yeah, this is a really tough start to this second half for Tyler Richardson. There's a couple plays in the beginning of this drive that allow the Riders to advance the sticks, and now he just lets Joe Robustelli for some reason run right by him. He keeps his eyes in the backfield far too long, and by the time he realizes Harris has thrown the ball to the receiver he should be covering, it's too late. Robustelli is a big target, but more importantly, Harris with the time and just an absolute dime. This is a bullseye shot to the back of the end zone, and the Riders doing exactly what they designed to come out with, and that's score at the beginning of this third quarter.
Brett Lother on to attempt the point after. Ball sails through the uprights, and it's 17-10 Calgary leading with 10:41 to go in the third quarter. Back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
How has Ag Direct Hail become one of the largest and fastest growing crop hail insurance providers on the prairies? Is it our competitive rates, our superior customer service and professional claims handling? Or maybe it's our easy-to-use online application? I'm Bruce Lowe with Ag Direct Hail Insurance, and I want to thank hard-working farm families for your support. Whatever your reason is for choosing Ag Direct Hail, we appreciate your business. Please visit agdirecthail.com or call us toll-free.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton today, or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Joe Robustelli's first CFL touchdown reception from 18 yards, and Trevor Harris has got the Riders back on the scoreboard and into the end zone for the first time today. Your Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 7 plays, 77 yards, 6 passes, 1 run, and 1 touchdown for the Riders, who now trail the Calgary Stampeders 17-10. However, there's 2 points up on the side of the Riders. Did I miss something? No. Maybe? Well, we'll find out as we get set.
I assumed we were up by 7 here. I'm not sure what's happening.
Regardless, the Riders are going to be prompted to come back out onto the field to get set to kick this one away. Well, Brett Lother to our broadcast left. That's where the Stamps are going to set up their return. A pair of returners back in Horton and Choquette once again. And now the scoreboard has been adjusted, so I feel much better about myself.
Yeah, so do I.
17-10. I'm like, did I miss something? Caught a cat nap. It was a long night last night. Lother's end-over-end kick will be taken by Horton at his 7-yard line, but right in the middle of the field. He'll cut towards his right, which is the far side, and boy, does he take a hit. Gets across the 25 to the 28, gets hammered there, and here comes the Calgary Stampeder offense for the first time in the second half.
He ran right into the backside of one of his fullbacks. It wasn't even a Rider hit that looked big. It was actually his own guy.
73 yards on the Brett Lothar kickoff, 22 on the return for Kalen Horton.
Looked like the butt fumble when Mark Sanchez played for the Jets and ran directly into the rear end of one of his guards.
So 1st and 10 Calgary, left-hand hash on their own 29-yard line for Vernon Adams Jr. 3 receivers set with Mills being the lone back in the backfield on 1st down. Adams calls them to the line, fakes the handoff, now sprints near side, has Alford wide open, and he's down to the Rider 35, 25, 20. No one's going to catch him, and it's a touchdown, Calgary, as they answer a score with a score as the Riders, Antoine Brooks Jr.
Yeah, Brooks just
looks
falls
confused.
Asleep. This is essentially looked like the same play that Tyler Richardson just had thrown on him. VA rolls out to his right, and for some reason, Antoine Brooks stares into the backfield or stares low at the crossing routes. I'm not sure what he's looking at. He knows that he needs to be one-on-one against Alford in this set. This is just a bust, and the momentum that you get excited about Saskatchewan creating on the first drive is automatically killed in one play by Calgary. VA, as my boy Riley Kuski says, looks surgical.
Paredes is on to attempt the point after as the profanities fly on the Calgary sideline.
Yeah, I'd be excited too.
Point after is through, and Calgary restores their 2-score lead. It's 24-10 with 9:56 to go here in this third quarter. 81-yard touchdown reception, Damian Alford from Vernon Adams Jr. And boy, some early momentum. Lasted one play for the Saskatchewan Roughriders here to start the second half. As we'll go right into the kickoff here in just a moment for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. As both teams huddle up on their sideline. Again, a sensational start to this second half for the Riders, but Antoine Brooks Jr. got beat by rookie receiver Damian Alford, number 1 overall draft pick in the Canadian Football League draft. Of course, played his college ball at Syracuse, and you can see why the Stamps were salivating when the 6'6 receiver was available, and he was a wide open available target for Vernon Adams Jr. there as Calgary puts up another major and a reply to a score just one play after. As Paredes will once again get set to kick off. Riders are without Mario Alford to start this second half. As the kick will be taken by Myers. He fumbles it initially, but picks it up and gets up to the 25, goes airborne up to the 28 after a low tackle was levied there by Jacob Roberts. And here comes the Rider offense, who finally found some rhythm to start this third quarter.
Yeah, just as things are looking up for Rider Nation, and you got all the fans happy that were booing at the beginning of or the end of the second quarter, we just fall asleep coverage-wise, and next thing you know, Calgary's in the end zone. And by the way, they had to work a lot less harder to get theirs than we had to get ours.
72-yard kick, 20 on the return for the Riders. 1st and 10, they set up at their 29. There's 9:39 to go in the third quarter. Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10. Harris to pass near side. Looks, has picked and open again, and he'll step out of bounds up near the 40-yard line. A pass, or pardon me, that's Robustelli, not picked in. So Robustelli, had
another case of Tyler Richardson giving Robustelli a little bit too much time off the line of scrimmage, or sorry, too much space. It's easy pitch and catch, especially if the Riders are going to keep going to the sideline as long as Richardson continues to give Robustelli space. I mean, he's already off about 6-7 yards here to bail three steps after against a receiver who's not even really utilizing a waggle. I mean, that's a youngster mistake in my mind.
Sheldon Arnold, a fellow youngster, now making his way to the sidelines for the Stamps as he was shaken up on that last play. Injuries for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. So Sheldon Arnold will go out. I'm looking to see if Jackson Sombach perhaps gets an opportunity to check in. I don't see him thus far. So we'll wait and see how the Stampeders line up. But after the first down reception by Robustelli, of course his second consecutive catch for the Riders, the first one being a touchdown reception, he does move the sticks for Bazendowski Insurance.
Yeah, now Richardson's a lot closer to him.
Harris to pass near side, has Ouellette wide open. Room to run into Calgary territory, down to the 47-yard line as A.J. Ouellette gets ahead of steam and has some room to run and gets another first down for the Riders.
So this time Richardson is down low, almost pressing into Joe Robustelli, but it doesn't matter because they throw a little bubble route to A.J. Ouellette, who hasn't seen the ball much at all. He just goes down into the flats and he goes uncovered because the linebackers are dropping back in the zone.
27-yard reception for A.J. Ouellette, 1st and 10 Riders at the Calgary 48. Here comes an extra man to the line of scrimmage for Calgary. Riders pick it up. Harris, far side. That ball going to be complete right at the Calgary sideline, down to the 43-yard line, maybe the 44, hauled in by Mitch Picton.
This is a really tough throw here. Boundary all the way to the field sideline. It's a good job breaking down on it by the Calgary defensive back to not allow Picton to get any more yards than he should have. You only got 4 out of it, so it's a 2nd and 6. From here, it looks like a 2nd and 5. Though.
Godfrey Onyeka on the tackle for the Stampeders, the former Rider. 2nd and 6 for Saskatchewan at the Calgary 44. Harris in the gun, 3 receivers near side. Calgary going to bring the blitz. Harris over the middle, and it's just behind the intended target. He did have a man, but Harris couldn't step into the throw due to the pressure. It falls incomplete, intended for Del Duncan Busby.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure, but Micah Tights is just dropping back as the middle linebacker here, and I'm wondering if Micah Tights, the presence of him in front of Trevor Harris's vision maybe makes Harris throw it a little bit farther out front of the receiver than he would have liked. We're going to get Lowther out here to kick a 52-yarder, down 14.
Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today. Ball's on the right-hand hash for Lowther. Couch on the hold. Clean snap. Lowther gets his boot into it, and it's up but wide to the right. Going to be brought out of the end zone, and here comes Calgary up to the 15, 20, 25, 30, and going to be brought down with a high tackle. No flags fly as Horton had a head of steam and brings it all the way back to the 35 on the missed field goal attempt. So it's 7:28 to go. The Stampeders will have the ball. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
In an ideal world, you're already driving one. When you're behind the commands of the Fendt Ideal Combine, you experience a workhorse that takes harvest to task. Real-time monitoring, 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second, all backed by a 3-year full machine warranty, plus all scheduled maintenance ensures your harvest doesn't stop. Now that's how you grow bold. See the Ideal Fendt Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
52-yard field goal attempt from Brett Lowther sails wide right. Lowther now 21 of 40 from 50 or longer in his career, according to top-notch man Justin Dunk, who's tuning in. And also tuning in and joining us from the sidelines is Teagan Witko. Her sideline reports, of course, are brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan?
as you mentioned, right off the hop here in the second half, we did not see Mario Alford return to the field. It looks like he did tweak something. He was in the medical tent in the first half, and it appears to be lower body. I'm not sure if it's leg, knee, groin, what it might be. We'll have to wait and see what that looks like, but it doesn't appear he's going to be returning tonight.
Thanks so much, Teagan, down at sideline level, right at the 35-yard line where Calgary scrimmages on their own side of the field. Take a handoff on first down, now throw it underneath. The ball's incomplete. The receiver, Jalen Philpott, intended on the target, but he kind of stumbled coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, we got that strong side blitz from C.J. Rivas, one of their go-to calls, especially when they want to dial up some pressure. It rushes VA's clock, and they just throws it before the Calgary Stampeders have time to set up Philpott on the screen.
2nd and 10 for the Stamps, 7:10 and counting to go in the third quarter. Calgary leading your Riders 24-10. Ball right in the middle of the field to the Calgary 35-yard line. Riders load up the line, going to drop back into coverage though as Vernon Adams Jr. is running for his life, heaves it into the Calgary bench, incomplete, as the Riders will force the Stampeders into a 2-and-out.
And it doesn't surprise me that the Riders throw pressure here at Vernon Adams. They had to do something to get guys in VA's face. He had far too much time to sit in the pocket, and quite frankly, when he did have time to sit in that pocket, he was picking them apart. So I like the approach that down. Mace is also probably very wary of the fact that they're down 14. So Calgary's defense now comes out, and I'm wondering if they throw a little bit of pressure here on this first down, second down.
Bassett on to punt the ball away. Dante Myers back to return for Ibarasa and Sons. Ball bounces off the face mask at his 20 as he comes to the near side looking for a lane. Finds one up to the 30 and not much more. Finally going to be hauled down by Keelan Thomas for the Calgary Stampeders, and with 6:33 to go, Trevor Harris in the offense will trot back out onto the field. That punt return for Ibarasa and Sons. Everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarasa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at ibarasa.com. The offense gets the ball when we return. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com.
Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
That 50-50 jackpot starting to hit closer to $500,000.
Jeez.
$448,000 right now in the prize pot. You can get your ticket at the Riders 50-50. Of course, the website is up. That's how you can get in for all home and road games this season. Riders5050.ca. That's Riders5050.ca. Your support, of course, helps support minor football across the province. As the Saskatchewan Roughriders break huddle with 6:33 to go in the third quarter, they're trailing by 14. It's 1st and 10 at their own 33 for Trevor Harris, who drops back to pass, slings it over the middle, looking for A.J. Ouellette on a screen, but he throws it behind him, incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, both teams trying to set up screens. Calgary came out, tried to set up a screen wide to Philpott. Here, we tried to set up the screen to A.J. Ouellette, but both quarterbacks in the same instances were just a little rushed when it came to the delivery and execution of the play, so puts the Riders at 2nd and 10 right away here. And if I'm Calgary, this is when I don't play a blitz. I just sit back there, maybe go into a man or zone, but I mean, I've gotten pressure with 4, so I don't see why you would abandon it.
Harris barks out the cadence, drops back to pass, 4-man pressure for Calgary. Thrown near side, almost intercepted. As stepping in front of the man was Tyler Richardson, who's been picked on by the Riders in this second half, but he makes a play to bat it down.
Well, Richardson does a better job here. He still has separation between him and the receiver initially at the snap of the ball. But when the snap of the ball comes, he does not bail. He doesn't go back 3 steps like he'd been. He just stays there, and that's what allows him to drive on the Trevor Harris throw and almost pick it off. So definitely coached up when he was on the sidelines after that first series in the third quarter, and it shows there.
Joe Couch on to punt after a pair of incomplete passes by Trevor Harris. His punt will chase Kalen Horton back to the Calgary 32-yard line. He'll step out of bounds up near the 39, and here comes Vernon Adams Jr. But now we've got a flag that comes down late as there were a pair of players tangled up, and it looks like the late shot was delivered by
Charles Wiley.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and see where this football goes. But it will be Calgary's when we come back. 5:48 remains here in the third quarter. It's Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. And hey, thanks, crew, for reaching out on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. And while we send shout-outs on that text line at 306-936-6262, I do want to take a moment and send very happy birthday greetings to Ann Matejchuk out in Melville. Ann celebrating her 91st birthday with the Rider Radio Network and GX94 today. So, Ann, have a very happy day as Vernon Adams Jr. fires a pass on first down, incomplete. It was an intended screen pass for Jalen Philpott, but he missed him by 5 yards.
Yeah, I think he felt the initial pressure of a blitz that he knew was coming and just pitches it far too early. You know, from the great start from both teams here early on in the third quarter, both quarterbacks have seemed to speed up the clocks in their head as far as getting the ball out, because this one seemed a little premature.
5:25 and counting in the third. 2nd and 10 now for Calgary at their 24, following a penalty that they were assessed at the end of the punt return.
Got a blitz here, Dave.
5 receivers, far side, 3 go for Vernon Adams. Here comes the pressure. Drops back. He'll fling it out. High pass. That's caught up at the 25-yard line. Going to be well short of the first down. Dedrick Mills climbed the ladder to bring it down, but only got a yard.
Yeah.
It'll be third down.
Yeah, I'm glad we blitzed here because it's proven so far this quarter to really speed up Vernon Adams in the way he gets through his progressions. And here, although they pick up the blitz fairly well initially, he just scrambles a little bit too far out quickly, and the only receiver in front of him to throw the ball to is his running back down low, and that's exactly where the Riders wanted him to go.
So Hassett will come back on to punt. Bassett standing at his 11-yard line. The Riders set up a return with the return man standing at his 36. High, spiraling kick. Going to chase the returner all the way back down to his 22-yard line. That's where Dante Myers has it to his 35, makes a man miss and is forced out of bounds up around the 37-yard line. So Trevor Harris and the offense will come back on. Their last possession, a 2-and-out. Trevor Harris on the afternoon is 18 of 26 passing for 210 yards. And he'll have a first down up at his 37-yard line, 15 yards on the Ibarasa and Sons punt return. Of course, find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarasa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at ibarasa.com.
4:12 left in this quarter. 4 minutes now because the clock's running. Still a ton of time, but you are getting a little bit anxious.
1st and 10 for the Riders on their own 38. Handoff goes to Ouellette, goes to the right, cuts back inside, will power forward across the 40, up around the 42 for a gain of about 4.
They just haven't been able to get Jalen Hutchins and Miles Brown off the line of scrimmage. And if you look at the first 4 games for the Riders, they were doing a really good job against defensive tackles, knocking guys off the line of scrimmage, letting A.J. Ouellette get his legs rolling at the second level. And today, they just haven't been able to do that whatsoever.
2nd down at 7, getting of Ouellette a carry of 3 on that first down play. 5 receiver package for Trevor Harris, 3 going to the far side into the sun. The shade starting to move its way in. Here comes Calgary's blitz. Harris reads it, throws it up for Robustelli near side. He's got it to the 30, down to the 25-yard line. Joe Robustelli, have a day, my friend, as he comes up with a huge first down for Bazandowski Agency.
Tyler Richardson, who came out and did a good job last series, again, he peaks too far in the backfield. As a matter of fact, when Harris looks down to the sideline, Richardson stops as if he was going to break down on something lower, and as soon as he hesitates, Robustelli busts right past him. Trevor Harris puts it perfectly into the breadbasket, and the Riders are on the 26 right away.
39-yard reception, 4 yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. It's 1st and 10, Saskatchewan at the Calgary 26. 5-man pressure thrown out far side. A.J. Ouellette absorbs the hit and continues on. Oh my goodness! He took a wallop and kept going down to the 16-yard line.
You know, we made a lot of A.J. Ouellette's training regime in the offseason, and I'll tell you what, this is as hard as a defensive back can hit a running back, and it should have been a surprise. Instead, he just displays incredible athleticism and, more importantly, great low center of gravity and ability to pivot on one leg to continue his run when he catches the ball, and it gets the crowd going here, and he's pumped up about it too. That is a great play by A.J. Ouellette.
10-yard reception for the Riders. Running back sets up a first down inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. The Riders going to try to make good in the red zone. They're 1 of 2 this afternoon and have it 1st and 10 at the Calgary 16. Ball right-hand hash.
It's been so difficult for opponents to score against the Stampeders. They don't allow a lot of scores here. This is a touchdown. I mean, right now, they've been playing well here.
You're right. Calgary stops their opponent 65% of the time. Here comes the blitz. Handoff goes to Kadeem Carey. He'll get across the 15. Still on his feet up around the 13-yard line before they'll finally rule him down. Gain of about 3.
Yeah, now this is going to be an interesting one, right? You're 2nd and about 7 to the first down stick, but you're 13 or 14 to the end zone, right? So how do you look at it in terms of where the goal line is versus where the yardsticks are?
2nd and 6 for Saskatchewan on the Calgary 12. Ball close to the right-hand hash. 3 receivers on that far side for Harris as Kadeem carries the lone back in the backfield. Harris back to pass, feels the pressure, pulls it down, then he'll sling it inside the 10, down around the 8. He had to get to the 6-yard line, did Dante Myers, for a first down. So it'll be a couple yards short and a decision for Cory Mace.
It looks like Mace is going for it here. I'm not sure about it, but again, you got to give credit to the Calgary Stampeders. They've been breaking on the balls really well. Tyler Richardson's really struggled today, but the rest of them, I mean, they've been sound, and this is a tough 3rd and 3 here for the Riders.
Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble. Harris in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Receivers come to the line and stop. Harris going to change the play.
Now he knows they're in zone.
3 on the play clock. Takes the snap. Harris looking, doesn't see anybody, pulls it down, can't find anyone, and he'll be brought down and sacked at the 10-yard line as Harris could not escape the pressure from Calgary on third down, and the Riders will turn it over on downs.
Harris had Del Duncan Busby from his slot on the right running a crossing route deep at the back of the end zone. And when he's flushed out of the pocket, Del Duncan Busby is open. I just don't think, because of the way Harris is running, he's able to pivot and throw to the back of the end zone where Del Duncan Busby was. But that is a great job by the Calgary Stampeders, right? They were in tough there, but because they won that second down and put the Rider offense in the tough spot, I mean, they played it probably that possession perfectly, I got to admit.
Olympic RTM's turnovers now even at 3 apiece. This one nets Calgary a first down at their 10-yard line with 15 seconds to go in the third quarter. 3 receivers near side for Vernon Adams. Hands it off to Mills, gets up to the 10, takes a shot from Malik Carney. After a gain of maybe 2, it'll be 2nd and 8.
Yeah, you're getting Tevin Jones, who wasn't a very good blocker when he was a Rider, and he doesn't do a very good job here. You're getting Tevin Jones from the left to the right side, and Tevin Jones needs to block the defender that's coming in from the right side of the O-line, and instead he doesn't look at him. He goes up, and it's the guy he should have blocked who makes the tackle.
2nd and 8. Calgary has the ball on their 12 right hash. Adams uses a stutter motion to try to get the Riders to declare their defense. They don't budge. Now here comes the house. They load it up. Vernon Adams does as well. Throws it near side. Complete. Jalen Philpott hauls it in up around the 30-yard line of Saskatchewan. Big 18-yard gain and a big first down for the Stamps to end the third quarter. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. The all-new Case IH AF11 Combine provides productivity, technology, and efficiency. Powered by a 16-liter 775-horsepower engine and featuring a 567-bushel grain tank, this helps you cover more acres in less time. Take your harvest management to the next level with Case IH and the AF11 Combine. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948. 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder upstairs in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Calgary Stampeders were backed up, but thanks to a big play at the end of the third quarter, have a new set of downs at their own 30-yard line.
Well, the Riders threw a 0 blitz at them, so there was 2 more defenders coming across the line of scrimmage than initially there were blockers, but they did a good job, and I think it was Dominic Grimes. It was one of the outside receivers came in and added themselves to the blocking surface, so it was blocked up well, and it gave VA an extra second to sort of wait for his receivers to get open, and that's exactly what they did, and he hit them.
So the fourth quarter starts with Calgary 1st and 10 at their 30-yard line. Vernon Adams in the shotgun on the right-hand hash. One back and Dedrick Mills standing to his right, a pair of receivers on either side of the formation. They'll motion to the line and cross it as the pass is up near side for Alford, who brings it in around the 32-yard line for just a couple.
Yeah, Riders are in man defense, which helps here because this is a shorter route. I think that the Stamps may have anticipated a little bit more of a zone look here and some space for Alford to run after the catch. Just wasn't there for them, and it keeps them low at a 2nd and 7. Here's the thing. I mean, they came in here, a team that wasn't good in 2nd and 7 plus situations, and they've absolutely sliced the Riders here today in the exact same situations I just mentioned.
Well, big 2nd and long situation here for Calgary at their 33. Crowd comes to life. On 2nd and 7, VA back to pass, has time, looks to the near side flat. Tevin Jones has got it in front of Marcus Sales. As Sales will tackle him up across the 40 near the 42, but it'll be good for a first down for Calgary.
Yeah, you had a slant over the top, and you had Tevin Jones coming and just running a quick out, and a couple of the additional defenders to the left side of VA went with the deeper slant, and it left Tevin Jones to sit there in a little bit of space. He gathers his feet. He avoids the initial contact from Marcus Sales just enough to get the first down.
16 yards on the catch. First down Calgary at their 43. Started way back at their 10-yard line this drive for the Stampeders, who lead by 14. Man in motion to the near side for Vernon Adams. He's in the gun, fakes the handoff, now going to flip it underneath.
Oh, wow.
Back the other way, lots of room to run, but what a tackle by the Riders on the far side of the formation, as coming across the line to make the tackle was Antoine Brooks Jr. Wasn't fooled on that little reverse in the backfield and made a big play as it was in the hands of Kalen Horton.
This is an end-around play, and Antoine Brooks Jr. is the only defender to the entire left side of the Saskatchewan Roughriders defense. If Antoine Brooks misses this tackle, this is a touchdown. Tevin Jones is going to be the one at fault, though, because it is a pathetic job to try to block Antoine Brooks Jr. But hey, you can't deny the fact that was an outstanding recognition of an end around by Brooks Jr. He's been making plays since they put him on the roster.
2nd and 13, Calgary, a loss of 3 on the run by Horton. 5 receivers set, 3 near side. Adams back to pass, pumps once. Looking, now he'll fire underneath to Alford, who's going to get the first down.
No.
He found a seam and, well, maybe going to be a yard short.
Yeah, he's going to
He was real
short,
close, though.
You're right, Dave. Oh, now they're going to mark him about 2 yards short. So Calgary now going to be into decision mode here on whether to go for it or not. Far too much time, but good coverage on the back end. VA had a lot of time to just sort of sit there and figure out where he wanted to go with this football, and the fact that he still only could go to Alford, who was his only receiver low, is a testament to the secondary's job in coverage. And so the Stampeders have elected to punt this away.
As a late decision by the Stampeders to do so, as the Riders getting their special team set up. Mark Bassett on to punt. We anticipate this is a spot where you could try anything, but no, he will get this one away. It's going to be a low driving kick that Dante Myers sprints to on the near side. He'll take it at his 10. Makes a man miss on the 15.
Careful.
Still trying to run, but runs out of room to the 16 on that Ibarassa and Sons punt return.
Dante Myers got to keep that football nice, high, and tight.
That's true. 11:13 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan's ball. When we come back, it's Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
2-yard punt return for Dante Myers. Punt returns for Ibarasa and Sons. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarasa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at ibarasa.com. Riders will scrimmage 1st and 10 at their own 16-yard line with Trevor Harris at the helm. For Harris, they finally got a little bit of a running game to assist him in this football game thus far, as A.J. Ouellette has carried the ball 5 times for 4 yards. Tommy Stevens 2 for 4, and Kadeem Carey 1 for 3.
Yeah, you've had to get A.J. the ball in different ways, and that's out in the flats or towards the sideline.
So 1st and 10 for Harris with Ouellette in the backfield. 4-man rush Calgary. Harris far side, complete up to the 30. It looks like it's Dante Myers who will be brought down around the 35-yard line. Good for a first down after a gain of 19.
Yeah, the only way you make this throw is if you have time to set it up, because it's in a window of about 3 yards between defenders. So Trevor Harris just he's allowed to be patient and wait for his receiver to define himself in that window, and we've got a first down.
10:36 to go in the fourth quarter. First down Riders for Bazandowski Agencies. Harris far side, that's complete to the 45, up to the 50-51 of Saskatchewan. Nice pitch and catch there as Del Duncan Busby makes the reception.
So Calgary's shown that they're satisfied with playing soft coverage up until about the 35-yard line. And if the team does get there, they tighten up a little bit. So let's see where they tighten down in their coverage now that the Riders have gotten the ball across the 50.
First catch of the day for Del Duncan Busby. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan at their 51 left hash. Harris in the gun, trailing by 2 scores. 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Trevor, far side, that ball complete, picked up off the turf. Nice catch, and it'll be taken down inside Calgary territory near the 51-yard line. Is coming up with it was Joe Robustelli on that far side once again.
So again, Slowick, you see a lot of space between Rider wide receivers and Calgary defenders. Right? And you also see a concentrated effort not to let anything get behind him. And that eventually tightens up. Does it tighten up around here on 2nd and 2?
8-yard gain now, as you mentioned, 2nd and 2. Harris far side. Ball complete right at the sideline of Calgary as Mitch Picton hauls that one in. A good for a Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down, your first choice for insurance.
Well, obviously not a difficult throw to make when you only need 2 yards. And Picton is just sort of sitting around the first down yardsticks to your wide left. And again, the day continues for Tyler Richardson. He's going to be tired and also worried about what his film looks like on the way back.
1st and 10 for the Riders at the Calgary 46. 3 receivers far side for Harris, who's got Ouellette in. Calgary creeps to the line, and they'll bring their blitz. Harris spots it, throws it near side. That's going to be complete. Nice catch. Selling out and hauling it in is Dante Myers.
Yeah.
Good looking reception inside the 40 to the 38 of Calgary.
Well, more importantly, this is great defense by Jaden Green. Initially, he cuts in front of the receiver, but the way Trevor Harris leads his receiver eventually throws him open, and Dante Myers does the rest. Fantastic execution.
8:34 to go in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 2, Saskatchewan at the 38. Harris to pass near side, complete. Room to run to the 25, down to the 22-yard line. Joe Robustelli having himself a day, but he's shaken up at the end of the play, grabbing his leg. Joe Robustelli, well over 100 yards receiving on the afternoon, is grimacing in pain and grabbing his leg after a great-looking first down reception.
Yeah, nothing stalls momentum like a pause in the action, and obviously this one sucks because it's a pause due to injury, but if you're the Riders right now, you just want to keep going. You want to keep rolling, right? And so hoping Joe Robustelli is able to get up and make his way to the sideline. Right now, what we're doing is we're probably looking at seeing Deshaun Mims enter the game at some point in some sort of role. Or do you just say, Del Duncan Busby, we need to get you rolling?
WorkSafe Saskatchewan injury timeout. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. We'll be back with more as Joe Robustelli is attended to on the turf. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Joe Robustelli didn't go into the medical tent. It might have been a cramping situation, which is good news for the Riders, as Robustelli has made 8 receptions for 148 yards in this one. And I wondered if we wouldn't see more of that as the temperature continues to climb here at Mosaic Stadium. And of course, not a lot of opportunity for these athletes to go ahead and hydrate themselves after last night's postponed game. But we're back in action, and A.J. Ouellette takes a carry on first down from the Calgary 22, gets down near the 19-yard line.
Picks up 5 yards. And this is a much better job. We finally managed to get Jalen Hutchins off the line of scrimmage. And you get a little bit of a soft spot in and around the defensive tackle area. And that's where A.J. Ouellette is at his best, picking spots to attack outside of that.
2nd and 5 for the Riders. They've put the ball in the Calgary 17 inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. Harris back to pass. Can't find anyone flush from the pocket. Now he'll dump it underneath, but not going to be much room to run there for A.J. Ouellette, who will get maybe to the line of scrimmage. And now what does Coach Mace do?
You're down 14, and this time you've got about 4 yards short. And you know, you got basically asked the question, does 3 points help us? And it doesn't look like the answer in Mace's mind is yes. It looks like he's going to go for this. So the benefit of doing this, though, Dave, is if they don't get it, it's like a really good punt, right? Like you've got your opponent backed up in their own end zone.
Here we go. Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble, 3rd and 3 at the Calgary 15. Harris, pass, near side, complete, 1st down Riders. What a clutch catch by Deshaun Mims, his first CFL reception.
I'll give you one guess at who the defensive back was that was covering Deshaun Mims on it.
Wow.
Yes, it rhymes with Tyler Richardson. So he is having a rough day, and this is a youngster in Mims who gets checked into the game and got a dad as a former Bomber and Rider.
1st and 10 at the 10 of Calgary for Harris. He's back to pass again. Here comes the rush, and they get home. Jalen Hutchins again into the kitchen of Trevor Harris and gets the sack.
Working so hard on that interior as Jalen Hutchins has been doing. The Saskatchewan Roughriders take a timeout here, but I'm really impressed. I mean, they let Mike Rose walk in free agency, and maybe this young man is why. I mean, it is tough to block one-on-one. He gets by Jacob Brammer, who's a really good offensive guard, and ends up causing Trevor Harris to lose a lot of yards.
That would be, he came in, did Hutchins with 2 quarterback sacks on the season. Of course, Quill Plains Chevrolet quarterback sacked in Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Wadena, taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. The timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. So that's 2 plays for Joe Robustelli to have missed. We'll see if he can jog on after the 3rd, but it is 2nd and 17.
And how does Calgary treat this? Do they protect the end zone, or I would love to see some pressure here. It looks like they're only going to drop 4.
Yep, 2nd and goal from the 17 for the Riders. 5 receivers. For Harris, who's back to pass, looks near side, can't find anyone, steps up, dumps it underneath to Ouellette, keeps his feet going up to the 11-yard line, but no more. And so the Riders have a decision as they need goal, but
I'll tell you what, Trevor Harris, he's up. Never mind.
Harris was slow to get up.
TH7, you don't want to see that. AJ Ouellette just gets out another tackle. I don't know how he's doing this, but again, he should have been brought down. He ends up getting about 3 more yards. It's 3rd and goal from the 12 here. And you get the feeling if this doesn't work, you are in trouble.
5.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Riders trailing by 14. Moose Creek, Red Angus, 3rd down gamble. 3rd and goal from the 12. Left-hand hash for Harris, who's back to pass. Looks, can't find anyone, slings it underneath. It's going to be shy to Mitch Picton, who won't get into the end zone, which is where he needed to get to before he was taken down by Derek Moncrief. And it's another turnover on down for the Riders.
Oh yeah, this is a good job rushing 4 here and covering down. Calgary's in man, but here's the advantage they have. We've got the advantage of Calgary has the advantage of protecting the goal line from 12 yards here, right? So they just sort of sit back. Harris is forced to throw low and return the ball.
5:13 to go, 24-10, Calgary leading Saskatchewan. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. I'm Carla Beck, leader of the official opposition and MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province. I'm proud of what we produce, and I know you are too. But to get our world-class products to market, we need to build more infrastructure. That means rail lines, power lines, and pipelines. We need action from the government to remove tariffs from our canola and our steel. Let's build that bright future together. Contact me at 306-522-1333 and enjoy the game.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Trevor Harris now 31 of 39 today for 355 yards, but he wouldn't have minded 8 more on that reception to Mitch Picton that results in a turnover on downs for the second successive time that the Riders have been inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances with Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. So the Riders come up short in the red zone for now a 3rd time, at least when it comes to touchdowns, which means that the Stamps have the ball 1st and 10 at their 8 with 5:05 to go.
The Riders have been doing better defensively. I mean, if they can get the Stamps to kick this ball back quickly.
Handoff goes to Diedrich Mills. He eludes an arm tackle at the line, gets across the 10 near the 11. Going to be a gain of about 3. Micah Johnson in on the tackle there.
I'd love to see some pressure here. Let's speed up VA's clock. Let's force him to throw the ball early, and let's just tackle down. But right now we're concerned about one of our players that is kneeling on the ground, and it looks like Micah.
Yeah, it is Micah Johnson. So injury breaks for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make workplaces safer.
Now you don't have Caleb Evans here today.
Nope.
So Ali Saad is going to come on for at least 3 plays here.
Caleb Saunders, you mean, by the way?
Sorry, Caleb Saad. What did I call him? Caleb
Adams.
Evans?
I don't know. One of the two.
So I was wrong either way. So, yeah.
Hey, I'm just, you never are wrong, so once I had to point it out, right?
I was definitely wrong. But Ali Saad's going to play 3 plays minimum, but it doesn't look like Micah Johnson is going to be.
There's a big conversation right now happening on the turf as fortunately Mike is starting to jog off.
You can tell he's out of sorts, though. So the youngster Ali Saad, I mean, this is why you go and get a guy like this, right? He's an athletic kid, and he's going to have to ask. They're going to ask him to get some passion. If I'm Calgary, though, I'm not in a big rush to throw this football. At 4:38, if I do throw it, maybe I throw it to the sidelines quickly and let one of my receivers try to get the first down.
2nd and 5 for their Stamps. On their own 13-yard line, near hash. That's the left of Vernon Adams Jr. He's got a man in the backfield.
Oh, we're offside.
Early movement definitely along the line. Pass complete far side, but Brooks will be short of the first down. We'll wait to see what the flag is.
Yeah, he's short of the first down, but this is what I was thinking Calgary would try to do, right? Get the ball out of VA's hands quickly. But they didn't go with the screen. They ran a waggle at the slot backside on the right in front of Fields. They wanted Fields to start bailing, but he didn't. He did a good job just staying.
So Haba Baldonado jumped.
And now you're in trouble, right? Because now you get a fresh clock, 20-second clock for Calgary. They're probably going to find a way to get the ball on the ground here, start this clock moving again. Keep in mind, we're down 14, not 7, right? So that's a big difference in things that we got to do logistically if we get the ball back on offense.
4:10 to go here in the fourth quarter and counting. It's 1st and 10 for Calgary following the penalty on their own 18-yard line. It's the right-hand hash mark for Vernon Adams Jr. this go-around. Receivers approach the line. Handoff goes to Mills. He'll go through the middle.
Oh, no.
Will make a couple of men miss across the 25 to the 26-yard line. Gain of 8.
Well, listen, I don't want to pick on anybody, and I'm not saying it's Ali Saad's fault. But Ali Saad just checked into the game, right? And they run it right to where Ali Saad is, and maybe more importantly, where Micah Johnson used to be, right? Ali Saad's got to play with his hands here. You need to get your blocks extended. You can't play with your shoulders, unfortunately. Dedrick Mills runs past them, and they get to 2nd and 2. I would assume that this is probably the game if they get this.
3:24 and counting. Vernon Adams is in the gun. Dedrick Mills stands to his right. Receiver in motion, and Dominic Rhymes comes to the line. Handoff to Mills, goes behind and has a big run up to the 40-yard line and beyond near the 44 before finally being shoulder checked down by the Riders. But a huge first down with 3 minutes and counting to go.
Deontay Demery, the left tackle for the Stampeders, does a great job essentially blocking 2 guys here at the snap of the ball, right? So we have 4 guys up front. We got Thurman, who may or may not be coming. But he collapses the defensive end in, and then as soon as he recognizes the defensive end is out of the way, he gets up to the 2nd level where A.J. Allen is and gets a hat on him too. And Dedrick Mills runs right behind him and up for the first down. So that's just Calgary executing the game plan, and Deontay Demery, a left tackle, blocking 2 guys.
3-minute warning is up. We'll take a break and come back with the conclusion of this one. Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The 3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. It's crunch time on the field and in the field. Brett Young's canola hybrids are built for performance when it counts. Explore your winning lineup at brettyoung.ca. Big 16-yard run by Dedrick Mills sets up the Stampeders. 1st and 10 at their own 42 with exactly 3 to go in the fourth quarter, trying to drain the clock here at Mosaic.
Yeah, what you need here is obviously a turnover, right? And the Stampeders are going to run the ball, so you got to get hats and fists on the football. Try to get it out. Try to pry it out, get a turnover, and then you got so much more work to do.
Vernon Adams Jr. in the gun. Receivers approach the line once again. Handoff to Mills across the 45, near the 47. A gain of 5 on first down. It'll be 2nd down and 5 as C.J. Rivas in on the tackle for the Riders.
It's a good job. You've got a big wide receiver in number 85. Not sure. That might have been a fullback, excuse me. Anyways, you got a pulling right guard, and Mills just really good job being patient, waiting for those blockers to get in front of him. They pick up the blitzing linebacker, and Mills does the rest with his legs. So you've got 5-yard gain. Obviously, the clock is probably your first thought. 2nd and 5. Again, you need to stop.
Malik Carney comes out. Micah Johnson runs into the game for the Riders. Vernon Adams draining the clock. Riders crowd the line. VA back to pass. Looks far side into the flat. Has a man. It's Tevin Jones to the 50. He'll be brought down at his own 52-yard line. Extremely close to a first down.
And a responsible play by the Calgary Stampeders. The Saskatchewan Roughriders blitz. They have to here. They've got to make something happen. Calgary knows that. They block up the blitz, and then VA does a good job just not forcing it. Hey, like we got Tevin Jones low near the sideline to my right. I'm going to throw it out here. We're going to protect the football, and we're going to keep this clock running. So at the whistle, the clock's going to go from 2:10, and the Stamps are at a 3rd and 1.
So short yardage team for Calgary comes in.
And you can just take your time doing this, right?
Absolutely. 15 seconds
need to rush
on the play clock. Now everyone will sprint to the line. A yard to gain on this Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble. Quarterback keeper straight ahead. Couple of yards. First down. They take their time in blowing the whistle, do the officials, but definitely a first down for Calgary, who'll continue to drain the clock with 1:52 to go.
And this is a small detail, but they ran that clock all the way down to 1 second, right? So, I mean, you got to take 19 seconds off the play clock, and that was probably all she wrote for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who just came in here. And honestly, this was not necessarily a bad game from the Riders. I just felt like the Calgary Stampeders came in here and executed on offense and defense, and they played incredibly well on special teams. You knew former head coach Craig Dickinson was coming in here, but what you also have to remember about Coach Dickinson, outside of his head coaching experience, he's a fantastic special teams coordinator, and they were prepared today. So they didn't give our returners any breathing space when they punted, and they came out here. They played stingy on defense, as they have all year, and offensively they got 24 points, and that was the difference. They were able to cross the ball with the goal line, right? They weren't kicking field goals here, and they're going to walk away with a win. This is a big win for them.
Riders take their final timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. Ball is set up just shy of midfield for Calgary. When play was whistled in, there'll be 1:52 to go in the ball game. Stamps out in front, 24-10. No scoring here in this fourth quarter. Just a pair of touchdown passes traded by the two teams in the second half as a whole. As Dedrick Mills gets the carry on first down, he'll get to midfield, but no more. Riders do a good job of converging to make the tackle. In amongst them is Lake Corte Moore and A.J. Allen. It'll be 2nd and long, Calgary.
And again, you just got to try, right at this point, you just got to try to knock the ball out, right? You got to wrench it out. You got to punch at it. You got to headbutt it. Do whatever you can. Try to pop it out. It's probably not going to help, but it gives you a slight chance. And as this clock slows down and dwindles.
Gain of 2 on the play. Ball at the 54 of Saskatchewan with 1:38 to go in the fourth. Ball right hash for Vernon Adams in the gun. 5 receiver package. 3 to the near side. Riders show blitz, and now they'll bring it. Handoff goes to Mills. Finds a lane, finds a hole. Flags fly as he gets down to the 45 of Saskatchewan before tripped up by Marcus Sales. But I'm sure this is going to come back on a hold.
Yeah, Josh Coker looks like he had his hands up a little bit too high. I think it was Lake Corte Moore he was playing against there.
Well, Stamps are porting towards Saskatchewan. We'll have to wait and see. Justin McInnes.
With Saskatchewan, it would be an offside, I would assume.
Well, the flags were in the secondary and at the point of attack, which is...
The Stamps are backing up too, though, so...
They play check yes or no, and it's kind of what the officials are doing. What are we going to call here? Is, like you say, the Stampeders have backed up. Here's Justin McInnes.
Previous play. Illegal blocking below the waist, Calgary number 19. That penalty is declined. Holding, Calgary number 65. It's 10-yard penalty. We'll repeat 2nd down.
So penalties so far today much improved if you're looking for silver linings from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 4 calls against the green and white this afternoon for just 38 yards. Much improved to the 100-plus they had racked up the last couple of games. But, again, that's only if you're looking for a silver lining. It's now second and 18 Calgary with 1:22 to go.
Right.
Vernon Adams breaks huddle, sends 4 receivers to this near side of the field. One back in the backfield is man in motion towards the line, handed off to Choquette. He'll get across the line to midfield, finally going to be taken off of his feet just shy of the midfield stripe, but it is going to be a third down situation as Calgary doesn't get there.
And Calgary is obviously going to take another 20 seconds off here before they punt this football.
Yeah. Never say never. But Dante Myers will go back for an Ibarasa and Sons punt return. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarasa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at ibarasa.com. Myers standing in the shade back at his 9-yard line. Bassett to kick this away from his own 40. Like you say, the Stamps are happy to drain the clock. Now 10 seconds on the play clock, 1:03 on the game clock. Stampeders approach the line. Clean snap. Bassett gets it away. It's kind of a wobbler. Going to be taken by Dante Myers back at his 10. He'll go straight up the field, run into a Stampeder at the 20, and the Riders' offense comes back onto the field following that good downfield tackle by Calgary's Kalen St. Cyr, but we do have flags coming out at the end of this. So wait for another conversation, as this one was well over on the Calgary sideline. The meeting of the officials is happening at about the 33-yard line.
Yeah, you got Coach Dave Dickinson out on the sideline just being like, get off the field. We got to get out of here.
Ball is in flight. Holding. Saskatchewan, number 47. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
So Aubrey Miller Jr. takes the penalty. So this will back Saskatchewan up further with Trevor Harris at the helm.
Yeah, these last 51 seconds are just going to be an exercise in depth protection by Calgary. You're going to see probably 3 or 4 quarters coverage, so that means you got 4 guys deep, each taking essentially a quarter of the field. Sounds self-explanatory. But either way, that's what you're going to see, and we're just going to...
First and 10 for Harris at his 5. Pitches far side. That's complete up to the 10. Diving ahead to the 15 is Joe Robustelli, who's having himself an afternoon, now up over 150 yards receiving on the day. How about Vernon Adams Jr.? 428 yards passing in this football game. It's going to be a first down.
428.
428. Wow. First and 10 for the Riders at their 15. Harris, far side, complete once again to Robustelli to the 20, 25. And again, he'll be close to a first down as the Stampeders have a player shaken up in Tyler Richardson, who we've called his name for the wrong reasons here in this second half. And unfortunately, this adds a little bit of salt to the wounds when he looks back at this one. But Joe Robustelli, again, having himself a day.
Yeah.
As it's going to be a work-safe Saskatchewan injury timeout. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. Don't forget, coming up following the final gun, of course, we will have the 5th quarter post-game show. We'll go down to the Saskatchewan Roughrider dressing room. We'll hear from Teagan Witko along the sidelines. And then Teagan will get back to take your calls with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates on the Echo Sounds Radio Roundtable. Hey, you can jump the queue and get in on the B&A Petroleum text line right now at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations. Serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. There's a lot of folks that have been going in on the 50-50 or in on the text line today. So again, lots of comments already asking about the secondary, wondering about if there was some injuries. We hear from Gloria out Ituna way. Thanks so much for listening. They were here last night. Unfortunately, couldn't get back in today. But again, Gloria, I know that the team appreciates your support, and they saw it firsthand last night. And again, watch your email, because the team is helping out fans that were here in attendance last night and unable to attend here tonight. But a lot that have been here this afternoon are slowly making their way to the exits with 35 seconds remaining, and their team down by 2 scores, 24-10. I just hope for Mr. Richardson that he's all right, as he's sitting upright right now, which is good news, and his teammates are going to help him to his feet after a big collision on that far side with Joe Robustelli. Riders are back in action next weekend, of course. They head to Vancouver to take on the BC Lions. Riders running a stretch of West Division opponents right now. They, of course, had BC a couple of weeks ago, the bye week Calgary. Then they head to BC, host Edmonton before traveling to Montreal before a bye week.
Yeah. What a schedule, huh?
Yeah.
4 games by. That's a beautiful thing for the Riders.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. Clock counting again as Harris is back to pass. 4-man rush. Harris flings it underneath to A.J. Ouellette up to the 30. 35. Going to be wrapped up out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Another first down for the Riders. And we've got another Stampeder down on the field back at the Saskatchewan 16. Didn't have a chance to see who it was. Fortunately, they're jogging off, which is Justin Sambu, the second-year pro at Baylor.
All his teammates were yelling at him, just get up and get to the sideline. We don't need to belabor this. What are you doing?
Yeah, 24 seconds as the clock won't start till the snap now due to the injury timeout for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Riders 1st and 10 to the 37. 3 receivers near side for Harris. 4-man pressure anticipated from Calgary with 4 down linemen. They'll bring it. Harris back to pass. Feels it, slings it underneath. That's complete to the 45, up to the 50 near the midfield stripe with 17 seconds to go. Keyshawn Johnson on the reception for the Riders.
Keyshawn Johnson and Del Duncan Busby. We have not heard their names all game. Calgary been able to cover guys down. And that's the thing. Sometimes defensively you say, well, you know what, we're okay with one guy going off as long as, the rest of the wide receivers and their offensive staff don't go off.
Harris to pass, far side. That's complete up to the 35 of Calgary. Joe Robustelli once again has got it. 7 seconds to go in the ball game. A first down for the Riders up to the Calgary 36-yard line as here comes the field goal team. And again, Calgary and the Riders only play twice this season. So if they split, point differential becomes a real big factor. That's why you bring Brett Lother out onto the field at this juncture, despite it being a first down up at the 35. So we get a Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt now of 44 yards for Brett Lother, who's 1 of 2 this afternoon. There are 7 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Riders trailing by 14. This one going to be right in the middle of the field for Lother. Coach on the hold. Good snap. Coach on the hold. Lother wide to the right.
Wow.
Misses again. This is going to be Horton bringing it out. He's looking for a return. Far side wrapped up at the 7-yard line. A.J. Allen down in coverage on special teams.
Wow.
And with zeros on the clock, that'll do it. Saskatchewan Roughriders dropped their first of the season, falling 24-10 to the Calgary Stampeders at home in a postponed game that the Riders will not want to watch the tape on from that first half. We'll find out more coming up when we head down, of course, to the sidelines and, of course, underneath to the Rough Rider dressing room. That is coming up in just mere moments as, again, you look back in your keys and you wanted a fast start and you wanted those firsts, and the Riders just didn't get those firsts right off the bat.
You didn't win the first quarter. You kind of won first down, but not where you needed it to be. I felt Bob Slowick was awesome today in terms of the game plan he brought in. And you know what? VA was able to stretch plays in bigger moments because we kind of deviated from rushing as a defensive line unit a couple times. Was that a big decider here? No, it wasn't. So I think the biggest part was the defensive job done by Calgary today, stingy as ever. More importantly, we didn't win the first quarter, which we knew we had to do, and it's really debatable. Actually, we didn't win the first down marker either. And even when we did win first down, even when we did get them in 2nd and 7+, Calgary sliced them from there. They had no problem in 2nd and 7+ today, and they have been having problems in that situation.
Well, we'll go down momentarily to Teagan Witko, who will be joining us with a special guest. Of course, Teagan's Sideline Reports brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. And we're just waiting for another moment here for Teagan. And again, don't forget, fans, get in your cars and get ready to honk. The Happy Honker is coming up as part of the fifth quarter postgame show. We'll ask you the question. You decide the answer. That, again, is coming up here in mere moments as we are live at Mosaic Stadium as the Calgary Stampeders have improved to 4-1. The Saskatchewan Roughriders dropped to 4-1. Again, on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The Calgary Stampeders score a 24-10 victory over the Saskatchewan Roughriders in what has been a long 24 hours for both teams today here in Regina. And again, you go back to last night's delay, and then you get to today where the teams just were ready to get out and get back on the field. Again, Calgary, you gotta give them credit for all of the logistics that they had to accomplish in a short period of time and then come out and make it that much sweeter on that ride home.
Well, and they came out flat. That's the worst part. They came out, they threw an automatic pick on their first play, right? Then they turned the ball over again. And quite frankly, you thought that, hey, like the Riders have a good chance to put some distance between them right off the bat. And even despite that slow start by Calgary, their inability to even field a punt, the Riders were just never able to get any type of momentum going.
All right, let's go downstairs and join Teagan Witko with a special guest. Teagan?
I'm here with Dante Myers, of course. Now, it doesn't go for the Riders this evening with a 24-10 loss, but how do you feel that you performed given all of the delays and everything that you endured yesterday?
Well, honestly, we want to come out here with the dub, but it's really hard to put in words how I feel like we played. I feel like we missed the mark, me personally as a team. But, we got another week. Next week, we got a big opponent we got to look forward to. So we're going to reload and just try to shake back.
And with Mario Alford going down, at least not coming back out for the second half of this game, how do you feel you stepped up on special teams?
Well, I just try to raise to the standard that he set. He's an amazing person, amazing player. He makes big plays. He means a lot to this team. So, he'll be back. But I just try to do my best to show up and just fill in the gap.
Well, thanks so much for this, Dante.
No problem.
Dante Myers downstairs with Teagan Witko at the conclusion of this one. Again, a tough one for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, dropping their first of the season, falling 24-10 to the Calgary Stampeders. For Dante Myers this afternoon, 6 receptions for 54 yards. We'll take a break. Your fifth quarter postgame show is just around the corner. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used ag equipment, including combines, tractors, sprayers, and utility tractors. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Our experienced team is here to help you make the most of your season with dependable, high-quality machinery. Visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit ClossSavings.ca. That's CLAAS Savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. It's the final week to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR 250008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Hey, Saskatchewan farmers. Looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup. Plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Cory Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall 24-10 to the Calgary Stampeders, who move into first place over Saskatchewan. Welcome to the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Steffes Auctioneers, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. As mentioned, your Riders fall to 4-1 on the season, dropping their first game in the 2025 regular season. For the second straight year, Saskatchewan able to go 4-0 out the gate. Can't quite get to 5-0. The last time that happened in 2013 when the team won the Grey Cup. It's time for our post-game rewind, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Approaches the ball, and we're underway. It's game time. High snap, fake the handoff, back to pass as Adams has time, flings it, and it's intercepted. First play of the game, and the Riders pick it off at midfield to the Calgary 49-yard line, and Vernon Adams Jr. throws up a beach ball, and it's picked off by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and coming down with it, A.J. Allen. A field goal attempt of 47 yards for Brent Lothar. High snap, Joe Couch gets it down though on the tee, and Lothar's kick sails through the uprights, and the Riders are in front. Vernon Adams back to pass, fakes the screen, throws it underneath to Mills, gets to the 30, stiff arm Balzo, Riders jump on it and have it again. Adams pulls it down, throws it far corner wide open, into the end zone and touchdown. What a catch is going up and making the play and hauling it in was Damian Alford. A 16-yard attempt from the left-hand hash. Ball is down. Kick goes up, and it splits the uprights. Fakes the handoff, back to pass. Is going to have to scramble and gets taken down. What a sack for the Roughriders as a little tip of the ankle of VA up to their own 52. Harris to pass again. Better protection, man wide open far side. Has him, and going to step around the 50-yard line. Ball comes out.
Oh, no.
It's going to be Calgary football by the looks of it. 2nd and 5 Calgary. Vernon Adams throws it and it's intercepted.
There you go.
The Riders do it again in their end zone. And now the ball's fumbled. It's on the turf. Who can get it? Calgary knocks it out of bounds, out of the back of the end zone. But boy, oh boy, what a turn of event.
We have an interception in goal, followed by a fumble out of bounds. By rule, it's going to be the defense's ball, first down at the 30-yard line.
Stamps bring 4. Harris looks near side for Robustelli. It's up. He's got it. Down to the Calgary 37-yard line. Joe Robustelli takes advantage of the one-on-one coverage. Harris in the gun who let the lone back in the backfield. 4 receivers far side. Calgary brings the blitz. Harris doesn't hear it, and he fumbles the football as he's hammered in the backfield. Harris didn't feel the pressure coming from that near side, and he drops the football. Another turnover for the Stampeders. They're at the 14 at Saskatchewan. Adams to pass, dumps it to the goal line, touchdown.
Too easy.
Harris calls out the signals. 5 receivers approach the line. He's back to pass, time to throw. Complete to Myers over the middle, 35, 25, 20. Finally wrestled down by Damon Webb, the safety. The Riders operating 1st and 10 in the red zone. Now throw it up near side. Touchdown, Riders! Harris finds Joe Robustelli streaking down the near sideline. Adams calls them to the line, fakes the handoff, now sprints near side, has Alford wide open, and he's down to the Rider 35, 25, 20. No one's going to catch him, and it's a touchdown, Calgary, as they answer a score with a score. 2nd down at 7, getting a Volette, a carry of 3 on that first down play. 5 receiver package for Trevor Harris, 3 going to the far side into the sun. The shade starting to move its way in. Here comes Calgary's blitz. Harris reads it, throws it up for Robustelli near side. He's got it to the 30, down to the 25-yard line. Joe Robustelli, have a day, my friend. 3rd down gamble, Harris in the gun. Takes the snap. Harris looking, doesn't see anybody, pulls it down, can't find anyone, and he'll be brought down and sacked. 3rd and goal from the 12. Left-hand hash for Harris, who's back to pass. Looks, can't find anyone, slings it underneath. It's going to be shy to Mitch Picton, who won't get into the end zone. And it's another turnover on down for the Riders. Good snap, coach on the hold. Lothar, wide to the right. Wow. And with zeros on the clock, that'll do it. Saskatchewan Roughriders drop their first of the season, falling 24-10 to the Calgary Stampeders at home.
That's how it went a day later for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and this game was supposed to start. It's a loss to the Calgary Stampeders. We're waiting on head coach Cory Mace outside the Roughriders locker room, along with our offensive and defensive stars of the game. So stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their card lock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series Round Baler.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All all your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall at home to the Calgary Stampeders 24-10. The Riders dropped to 4-1 on the season. The Stampeders improved to 4-1. But because of that head-to-head game that happened this afternoon, which was supposed to take place Friday night, the Stampeders are now in first place in the West Division. We have our offensive star of the game. It's brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. And it is Joe Robustelli, who had a breakout game for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. 12 targets, caught 11 of them for 191 yards and 1 touchdown in this one. Joe, how did it feel to have nearly a 200-yard game?
It's bittersweet, definitely. You know, the goal when you come into a game is to walk out with the dub, and unfortunately we didn't, but definitely proud of the way I played.
Can you take us through a couple of those deep ball shots that we saw, particularly the touchdown down the field, and then later in the game, it looked like a similar route on a go ball where you caught it between 2 defenders there. Was that the same play, or were those different calls, and how did they unfold for you?
They were different calls. We knew coming into this week that, you know, when we were going to 4-by-1 that they were going to play either press man or just leave me one-on-one. And they told me we were going to take some shots, and, you know, I took on that challenge.
Were those choice routes, or did you know you were running the fade?
Those are routes that were built in that I knew I was running.
And what about for this offense overall? It seemed like a slow start in the first half, but you really picked it up in the second half. Were there adjustments made in the locker room?
Yeah, there were. They played a different coverage than we thought they were for some of the games. So, you know, Coach Mueller always comes down and, you know, we go over a little bit of the film and just plays that we either don't have in the game plan or whatever we throw in there and just let us know to be ready for them when they're called.
In the whole postponement of the game, what was happening inside the locker room, and then how you prepared yourself to play this afternoon?
I don't know what's going on. Say that again. I'm sorry. I didn't get the full question.
No, Joe, what I was curious about is if you could tell us and take us through the last 24 hours that you've had as far as what you were doing in the locker room during the whole postponement last night to then trying to get yourself ready physically and mentally for an afternoon ball game today.
Yeah, basically, you know, you come in ready to go, and, you know, when you have those delays, it kind of takes a toll on you a little bit, and you try and stay as locked in as possible, but, you know, the longer it gets, maybe the more checked out you get, but, you know, when they tell you to get ready, you got to be ready, and, you know, when they let us know that it was going to be today and not yesterday, you know, just had to wake up and stay locked in as usual.
Was it harder mentally or physically to prepare?
No, it wasn't hard mentally or physically. It was just, you know, same as usual, come in, same morning routine, eat the same thing. You know, I'm a superstitious guy. I always got to do the same thing. So whenever I wake up for a game day and I know we have a game, I always prepare the same way.
Did you feel the offense started slow, maybe not anticipating what you were going to see from Calgary off the hop, or no?
I mean, we definitely felt that we were starting slow. They pretty much ran what we thought they were going to run, and we were beating ourselves up and weren't executing the way we were supposed to. And then, you know, at halftime, went in the locker room and, you know, looked at ourselves and we were like, listen, we need to pick this up. It's not going the way it should be.
Joe, what were you and your teammates doing in the locker room on Friday night when you had, you know, about a 4-hour delay, not knowing when kickoff might happen, and then it didn't even end up happening?
I mean, like I said earlier, you try and stay in locked in as possible. You know, they come down and tell you, know, it's a 30-minute delay, so you try and stay locked in. But, you know, as the time goes on, it's just you kind of feel that, you know, the game maybe not happen, it might not. And then, you know, during the preseason, we kind of dealt with the same thing where you kind of feel like it's not going to happen, and then it does. So you never know what's going to happen, and you just try and stay as locked in as possible.
Were you guys watching film down there, playing cards? How were you passing the time, for lack of a better term?
Listen to music. You know, there was probably 3 different genres that went on throughout the night. You know, just trying to have a good time, stay locked in, and keep the energy high.
Well, Joe, again, a heck of an afternoon. 11 receptions, 191 yards, and a touchdown for our offensive game star.
Appreciate you guys.
The offensive game star, of course, is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers. official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Not sure if we've got another guest standing by. If not, we'll maybe take a break and come back with more of the fifth quarter post-game show. Okay, I won't go to break. Our unsung hero of the game is coming up as well. We'll hear from Coach Mace momentarily. I'm just waiting to hear which direction we're going to go. CJ Rivas is downstairs. All right, let's join CJ Rivas outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. CJ, of course, is our defensive game star and got that all-elusive interception that he's been looking for. Unfortunately, though, I would suggest, CJ, that probably didn't happen in the way that you wanted it to, considering the outcome.
Yeah, no, it's always weird. I feel like my last INT I got, we lost that game too. So I'd rather get a dub than a INT any day, to be honest.
Vernon Adams Jr. able to throw for over 400 yards this afternoon. What was working so well for Calgary?
I think we just weren't doing our jobs. I think they're a great team, great offense, but I think if we just do our jobs, we shouldn't have all them mistakes. But, no, it happens.
You started off on the right foot. A.J. Allen picks off Vernon Adams Jr.'s first pass of the day. It looked like you were rolling from then. Did you feel a good start, a quality start, despite all the delays before this game?
Yeah, honestly, I felt like we came out firing. Like you said, we had to pick the first play of defense. We had a couple turnovers right to back. I thought we were going to come out, and keep on going on that. But we got to finish. I think we got to do a better job of just finishing out games and just really just keeping our foot on people's necks the whole time and not letting up.
Can you take me through the last 24 hours for you, what you were doing when you got to the ballpark yesterday to now having completed a game a day later, and how you got your body and mind right?
It's tough, like you get all hyped up for the game yesterday, and then they would tell you delay 30 minutes, then 30 minutes, then an hour, then 30 minutes. So, you try to just stay ready, stay warm, stay locked in. We had a good vibe going in the locker room yesterday, but today, like you said, we just tried to get a good night rest of sleep. We got back home pretty late, to be honest, so try to get some good sleep in and then do the same thing today. So.
What were you and your teammates doing in the locker room as you were waiting to hear if the game was going to kick off on Friday night or not?
A little bit of everything, a little bit of stretching, a little bit of just talking over game plan still. After about an hour or so, though, we started playing music, had some karaoke going on, some freestyling going on. We was just trying to stay in it, stay energized, because it was kind of tough being in the locker room for a long period of time.
Did you say karaoke was going on down there?
Yeah, we were listening to music, just trying to keep our vibe high, energy high.
Did the players have any say or input into the decision as to the game being delayed until Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, I think that's the PA has something to do with that. The CFL PA. I just come here to work and get paid to go to work. That's all I do. I don't make those decisions.
CJ, how do you bounce back from this one?
I think maybe we gotta get back to the drawing board. Have a little bit of urgency. It's early in the season, so that 4-0 start doesn't really mean anything, to be honest. We saw it last year as well. Try to get a dub off of this bye week. We still haven't got a dub off of bye week yet. So I think just try to get guys back in the building tomorrow, lock in and just keep moving forward.
Game star, 6 tackles in this one, 1 interception and 1 fumble recovery. Dude was all over the field. Thanks for your time, CJ.
Appreciate you guys.
Defensive Game Star brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Before we go to break, Luc Mullinder, color analyst, is going to slide in as Coach Mace will join us momentarily. But, Luc, your analysis when you go back to those keys to the game and how you feel this one found its way out.
Well, listen, I don't think the pass rush, the levels and the lanes were necessarily the problem. I just thought, just like the week before, I thought Calgary did a terrific job giving VA time. It didn't necessarily always have to do with the lanes and the levels they were at, although sometimes when the levels got a little bit wide and the lanes got a little bit wide, VA escaped. I don't think that was the case. I think the inability to win the first quarter, despite turning the ball over twice in that and still being down, I think that gave all the momentum to the Calgary Stampeders. They were incredibly confident. They were juiced because on the sideline, I've been in those conversations, you can say, guys, we shot ourselves in the foot time and time again to start that game, and we were still up. Like, let's drop the hammer on this team. And I think that they really skated on the momentum that created. And I think Bob Slowick came in here with a game plan, obviously, to take A.J. Ouellette out. And then, sneaky, we realized that at the end of the game, we talked about it a little bit, but But Joe Robustelli, fantastic individual game, but he was the only one. They limited everybody else. You didn't see Keyshawn Johnson. You didn't see Del Duncan Busby, right? Mitch Picton, the widest receiver of the crew, he had a couple crucial first downs. But again, when you look strategically at what the Riders have been successful at over the first 4 games, it's been rolling in everybody, but including A.J. Ouellette and everybody. So I felt like the Calgary Stampeders really schemed Mark Mueller well. Bob Slowick, again, he's a tenured coach in this league, a former NFL guy. I think I'm really excited to see the get-back game now with Calgary and Saskatchewan. They played twice. I'm pumped up to see the next one because there's going to be a lot of opportunities on film. I think that they're going to say, man, we needed to capitalize on this moment.
Well, that's one question that Coach Mace is going to have to answer, and he joins us now outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. Coach, your reaction to this 24-10 victory for the Calgary Stampeders over your Roughriders today?
Yeah, man, it was that was a tough one to stomach. I thought offensively, I thought we couldn't get things rolling early. Even after I think defensively we had a couple turnovers, but some of them was really just saving our drive defensively. They were able to move the ball at ease, I thought, against our defense, which was obviously not the game plan. And then we just struggled, like I said, to move it offensively. And I thought till the late or into the second half, it just wasn't complimentary football. When we make a play on defense, we couldn't capitalize on offense. And then, we go down, go behind by 7, and then literally the next play, they bang us for an explosion play and a touchdown defensively. So just non-complimentary football, man. And it was those are tough to stomach, but I mean, that's what it was. So we got to find ways to fix that.
Coach, you said game plan. Let's face it, nothing over the last 24 hours has gone according to game plan. How did you attempt to keep your players and team checked in and ready to go?
Yeah, it's I got to give love to our fans first. I got to walk outside after 3 hours of a delay or something yesterday, and people were still out there buzzing. So much love to our fans. Really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the ones coming back to today. That was awesome. But it's one of those things, Dave. It's not. I'd never been a part of that. I don't know who else has. It was kind of just train through what the heck we were supposed to do, and everybody was just kind of waiting by the time. I was on a couple league calls and, just telling the guys, giving them updates as I got them and having a plan in place for, hey, this is what we're going to do when we go out there. Pregame, it just never came, but the guys stayed dialed. They were having their time in a locker room together, trying to keep it light and walking that line of being prepared to potentially go. But, ultimately, I think, as a league and as an organization, I think we made the right decision to postpone the game to today.
Can you tell me what those calls are like? You're obviously not telling jokes about Saskatchewan town names or anything, but what are you actually doing when you're on those calls, and what's that communication like?
Yeah, just kind of getting an update from the meteorologists and projections of where the wind's coming from. It was really low in Moose Jaw yesterday. We thought that it was going to blow in, over a certain amount of time to push ours over, and it just, unfortunately, just stayed stagnant. This is the one time when you actually really, really hope for wind. We didn't get it, so that was unfortunate. But everybody, was waiting to just get the ball kicked off, and kudos to, Calgary for waiting around as well. And, I know Craig Reynolds is, he was doing everything in his power just to make sure that we could try to get that game kicked off. But ultimately player safety is at the top of that. So we didn't meet the number to get the ball kicked off, unfortunately.
Coach Mace, Vernon Adams Jr. throws for over 400 yards against your defense. How did that happen from your view?
Yeah, I think he did an excellent job finding holes in the zones. Some of them he moved us with his eyes a little bit and found the holes in the zones. He caught us on a bomb. We're in man coverage, and we stopped our feet, and the guy just kept running past us, and he found it. You know what I mean? So it's not there's nothing. I don't think that VA was doing anything out of the ordinary for himself. I just thought he had one of those games of VA when he was on. I know the couple turnovers, that he had early. He was able to bounce back from that. and consistently just march down the field, man. You know, it's I know what the score was, but that easily could have got way more out of hand, to be honest with you. But you know, I thought VA had a VA day.
From watching that Damian Alford 81-yard touchdown, it looked like Antoine Brooks Jr. was talking to Roland Milligan Jr. possibly about the coverage. Did he think it was zone, or what was the discussion like after that play?
I'm not really sure what he thought it was, but it was, you know, it's just one of those mental lapses, man. And again, it's those happen every play, you know, and not everybody grades out perfect on every play, but it's up to, you know, the people, and specifically in this situation, the quarterback to find it. So, you know, I don't want to take too much, you know, pointing fingers at Brooksy, man, because that was just one of a multitude of things that was a mental lapse for us, I thought, defensively. And ultimately, honestly, that's going to be on my shoulders, man. I got to make sure that shit doesn't happen. So
it seemed like your team came out with more jump in the second half. What was said in the locker room?
Yeah, it was just, you know, I think it was just a little bit of reality, just, you know, things, all the things that we try to pride ourselves in was not going in our favor. You know, I thought we were out physicaled up front. You know, we couldn't sustain drives, like I said, offensively, defensively. You know, we pride ourselves in running to the football, and we looked lackluster out there. We just didn't really look like us. So we had an open conversation about that, and I did. I thought the way the offense came out, honestly, and we scored that touchdown, like I said earlier, put us within 7. We needed that was a big momentum shift. I thought you could feel on the sideline force, and you know, we're looking to go 2 and out defensively, and then, you know, unfortunately, we give up that big bomb, and that was a tough one. But I did think the guys kept swinging and kept rolling, and I was proud of the guys from that standpoint to really try to make something happen, man. This is a group of guys that. You know, I know what they want, and I know they're willing to swing till the end, and I thought they did that. But tonight, we just didn't connect.
One player that did not play in the second half for you was Mario Alford. Rider Nation wondering how potentially severe that lower body injury could be.
Yeah, and I just, you know, I saw him obviously in the locker room. He said he was all right. So I mean, I'm just projecting. I haven't talked to anybody. I ain't no doctor, but you know, when usually a guy says something like that, you know, you don't think it's long term. So we'll see. You know, initially I just thought it was a cramp, but there's a couple guys cramping out there. But I haven't gone and talked to Greg yet to see exactly how in depth it is. But you know, speaking with Rio, it sounded like he was going to be okay. So hopefully it's nothing long term.
Sounds good for Super Mario. And Coach, I think you'd agree. Hopefully this is the last of any delays that you, the team, or anybody has to deal with this season.
Yeah, no, that was something else, man. But again, just so much thank yous, not only obviously to Rider Nation, and I want to, you know, shout out the Stamps for being able to stick through it and get this game done today. And you know, I know a lot goes into that. TSN, you know, you guys, everybody, man, it's a lot going on. So I appreciate everybody running it back.
Thanks for the time, Coach. We appreciate it.
Much love.
That's head coach Cory Mace outside the Roughriders locker room for our exclusive post-game interview. Coming up in the 5th quarter, we still have to get to Dave's favorite segment, the Happy Honker, and our unsung hero of the game. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the 5th quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
24-10, the Calgary Stampeders defeat your Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight. The Calgary Stampeders improve to 4-1. The Riders improve, or fall, I suppose, to 4-1. Let's get to your unsung hero for SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace? Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. Our unsung hero? Pretty simple. The 13th man today, of course, the Saskatchewan Roughriders did everything they could. They will be in contact with folks that purchased tickets for last night's game that couldn't attend today's postponed game. So your unsung hero for SEIU West is you, Rider Nation. No benefits in your workplace? Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. More coming up in our 5th quarter postgame show in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hee-haw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to 18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Snap goes back to
Breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Get ready, Saskatchewan. The Happy Honker Award is going to be awarded by you and your horns coming up momentarily. Plus, then we'll answer the horn, if you will, as we'll get to the radio roundtable with your calls for Echo Sound. So get ready, Saskatchewan. We need your help in dissecting this one. The numbers that may get you set up. First downs in this game, Calgary 25, Saskatchewan 22. Yards rushing for the Calgary Stampeders, 134 to Saskatchewan 16. Yards passing, Calgary 428 to Saskatchewan's 425. Well, net offense, 548 yards for Calgary to 427 for Saskatchewan. Again, the penalties, which we kind of focused on coming into this one, Saskatchewan penalized 5 times for 43 yards to Calgary's 5 penalties for 45. So a quick statistical look at the breakdown in this one for you. We'll come back and get your horns ready, Saskatchewan. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Powerful, reliable, cutting edge. Massey Ferguson 9S Series tractors deliver the performance you need with a kicker. They do it without overcomplicating your job or adding extra expenses. Count on user-friendly operation and an industry-leading low cost of ownership, because you deserve more bang for your buck. Learn more about the Massey Ferguson 9S Series at masseyferguson.com or visit us at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. It's the final week to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR25008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back one final time in the fifth quarter postgame show. The Calgary Stampeders defeat your Saskatchewan Roughriders 24-10 this afternoon at Mosaic Stadium. Before we head to you and the Echo Sound postgame radio roundtable, let's get to the Happy Honker Award for McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. And of course, Saskatchewan, get your horns ready. We're going to go ahead and send a shout out to I think the people that are the unsung heroes is the volunteers. They came in, they got this stadium ready today. They tried their best to make sure that people were moving to the right places that they needed to be, helping sort out tickets for coming into the game after a postponed game last night. Again, uncharted territory for everyone, but the volunteers that make things happen in our communities across the province, let's give them a shout out. The horn sounds in 3, 2, 1. Let's hear ya. There you go. The Happy Honker for Mick Bids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mickbids.ca. That's going to do it from here at Mosaic Stadium. We're set to turn things over to you, Saskatchewan, and the Echo Sounds Radio Roundtable. You're listening to Saskatchewan Roughrider Football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit ClossSavings.ca. That's CLAAS Savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
In an ideal world, you're already driving one. When you're behind the commands of the Fendt Ideal Combine, you experience a workhorse that takes harvest to task. Real-time monitoring, 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second, all backed by a 3-year full machine warranty, plus all scheduled maintenance ensures your harvest doesn't stop. Now that's how you grow bold. See the Ideal Fendt Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience, here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, looking at the Riders' loss to the Calgary Stampeders. 24-10 was the final here. This is the Echo Sound Roundtable, and it is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Or get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. So we've heard from, of course, our game stars, the coach. We will be turning it to you, Rider Nation, shortly here, but I'm curious to see what your thoughts were on the game, Wes.
Yeah, I was a little I was excited about a few things I saw and pretty disappointed about some others. I was excited with the fact that Trevor Harris had over 400 yards passing. A little disappointed that we gave up over 400 yards, like 300 to Vernon Adams in the first half. Excited about the turnovers the Riders got. Disappointed that the offense didn't take advantage of them. Joe Robustelli had a breakout game. Excited about that, 191 and a touchdown, but then gave up, what was it, 156 to Riders' leading receiver, who basically, 6 catches for 156 for Damian Alford. So there was some good things that the Riders did, but obviously didn't really take advantage of their chances on offense. There was a couple of third down conversions that they didn't get when they were in scoring position, made it look lopsided. But you can't be happy with 10 points for an offense, especially 4-0 team. You didn't do enough. They just didn't do enough today, and Calgary came out with a great game plan, really hit the open spaces in the zones all day. And, the Riders didn't have a run game. You got the best running back in the league stat-wise, and then you come out and lay an egg on the ground. So there's some things that definitely need to be cleaned up, but it's only one loss, so regroup and get ready for next week.
On paper, this was two very evenly matched teams. And as you mentioned, the score doesn't necessarily reflect that right now. But Justin, I'm curious to see what your grade would be on the Riders' performance.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that this was two evenly matched teams on paper. I think that the Riders were overrated coming into this game, all due respect, and the Stampeders were underrated. We saw that today. Wes, you're being nice, bro. The Saskatchewan Roughriders got whooped. Cory Mace said it. They got out-physicaled by Calgary on both lines, and they were not awake for the majority of the first half in this football game. And it was very clear, talking to Cory Mace post-game, that he had to send a message to his team that they needed a better effort in the second half. I'll say this. The Riders look like the team that potentially had to sleep in dorm rooms and go and recheck into their hotel. And there was even some rumors that Calgary was maybe going to have to fly back home and come back for this one. Well, they were the home team in this one that got to go sleep in their own beds and deal with this delay. Calgary looked like the home team. Calgary looks like they're for real. 2 big-time wins over both teams that people thought were top in the West Division. Winnipeg last week, Saskatchewan this week, and the Riders are coming off a bye. There was no excuse for the effort that the Riders put forth. Were there some bright spots? Certainly. Joe Robustelli was great, almost 200 yards receiving, by far a career high for him. Trevor Harris looked really good, especially in that second half. But other than that, man, Wes, you're being way too nice.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you're right. They lay an egg. They had a great opportunity coming off of the bye. But if you look at the stats, you look at the way the game played, if they really take advantage of some of those turnovers, it could be a completely different game. But momentum kind of helped the Stamps out today. I don't know what took them so long, really, but I mean, the Riders' defense to adjust. I mean, Vernon Adams was hitting that. He comes out, he throws a pick on those shallow corner routes that they were throwing, and then proceeds to just complete shallow corner routes for the rest of the game. And I'm like, how do you get a pick the first time they run this and then get burnt on it for the rest of the game? That, on top of the fact that they should have went to the ground game first, that was clearly a mistake. 4 touches for A.J. Ouellette in the first half was ridiculous. I think they should have just tried to get the ground game going. They didn't do that. And, yes, they definitely blew it as far as having the advantage with everything that happened last night. But sometimes in those situations, you never can tell how teams are going to respond to that. I think just the Calgary being the traveling team and already having to deal with being the traveling team, it might have really threw the Riders off more to have to kind of reset and come back and play the game when Calgary is already out of their elements and feeling like they were the road team coming in. So missing sleep and sleeping out, they already expected to not be sleeping in their own bed and to kind of have some jet lag. So we'll see. We'll see how the Riders bounce back. One game doesn't say much to me anyway.
If you want to join in the conversation on the Echo Sound hotline, feel free to do so. You can call us or text us at 306-936-6262, or you can always call us toll free at 1-866-767-0620. We did get a texter in here. It said, bad day in the trenches, especially the offensive line. Team didn't quit, but didn't start either. Again, typical July game for VA. Wait until October, November on the prairies. And the last comment here talks about it being all Lawther's fault, and I don't even think we need to touch that one because we've talked about it enough ad nauseum only in week 6. But what do you guys think about that? Let's start with the offensive line. Justin?
I just said it in the last point. They got out physical. The offensive line didn't create much push up front, and I think that's a credit to how Calgary played on the defensive line. You got to think about it. The turnover that Calgary's gone through is unbelievable. 12 new defensive starters over there, led by Faloran Ormalade, who's a legitimate all-star in this league. They got some young guys up front in the middle that were wreaking havoc. Miles Brown certainly wanted to show the Riders they were missing a little something with him leaving Saskatchewan, going to Calgary in free agency. I felt like they owned the line of scrimmage. That was clear, from the jump. And I think that's where this game was won and lost. Yes, Trevor Harris and the passing offense looked good, especially in the second half. But I think they needed to have that bounce. We saw a little bit of it, a couple runs from A.J. Ouellette in the second half. But Calgary was simply the more ready team and the more physical team in this football game.
I think they got out-schemed, really. I thought that they kind of were predictable on when they did run it, and then Calgary ran some pretty good stunts. We've seen in that highlight that was just on YouTube. They overloaded the one side and kind of caught the Riders' offensive line not able to shift over, so you got a free rusher off the edge. Really, Trevor should have understood what the protection was and seen that, so he should have kind of took care of that rusher with his eyes if the O-line wasn't shifting over to pick it up. Either way, there was either a miss on the shift or Trevor didn't pick it up with his eyes. But a couple times, I thought they protected him well in the pass game, but clearly got dominated in the run game. And you can't do that. You can't, one, not really get your run game going when it's a part of your identity, and two, you can't just get dominated as an offensive group. That offensive line, they should have figured out a way to open up some more holes.
Why don't we jump to the phone lines here? Echo Sound Hotline. You can join in the discussion with us as well. Of course, 1-866-767-0620 or locally 306-936-6262. Hanging out on the line, Trevor from Regina wants to talk specifically about Trevor Harris.
Hey, guys. Well, thanks for having me here. A few things about Trevor Harris is, the first thing that I kind of saw is a little bit of short, a little bit of intermediate passes. I thought we did well, but I didn't think he did well enough, hanging out his deep balls there. I know Robicelli, he caught a few, he got one of the big ones down the sideline, but, we did look at some more receivers that can, really get out there and cup some more of his balls there. And then again, the first half, I thought Trevor, wasn't very good. I don't think that he could, he couldn't hit, water if he thought it was a boat in the first half there. So I was kind of struggling with that. So just kind of wondering
That's
what
harsh,
your
man. I don't know about that. I think Trevor Harris could put a football in a boat pretty easily. He was 9 of 14 for 98 yards in the first half. Is that earth-shattering or anything close to what Vernon Adams Jr. did? No, but he can certainly throw it down the field. This team does have vertical threats. I just don't think they played very well in the first half. Let's not overstate this loss. Wes said it earlier. It's one loss. Okay, Trevor Harris is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in CFL history. And you think he can't put a football in a boat or whatever your line was because of one half of football when he was 9 of 14? Come on, man. Let's just look at it for what it is. It's one game, one half. Trevor Harris is as accurate as they come.
And we're going with, receiver, short receiver screens. We got slants, quick game stuff, and it just really wasn't there for me. And, I'm thinking like we got to push the ball downfield more, right? Like we need to get advance the first down, things like that. So the other thing I want to kind of talk about is the bye week. Again, we were shortened by the smoke, right? Obviously we had the smoke and stuff yesterday, but I was wondering about like the bye week and I'm wondering about if it's their factor or conditioning. I kind of think back and we had like Ron Lancaster, Chris Sarka. They always spent those bye weeks improving their bodies, and I just don't know if we kind of saw that from the boys today.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think if you do kind of relax too much on a bye week, you can lose a little bit of that conditioning. So maybe the players didn't take advantage and get in the get in the treatment room, get in the weight room, and kind of get that work in. Make sure you weren't losing a step. I don't think that's an excuse.
I don't know, man. I don't see AJ Ouellette relaxing on the bye week. He told us flat out he was going to be in the weight room. I just think that this team, for whatever reason, wasn't ready to play when this game kicked off. I think the guys over there, Dan Farthing, the conditioning staff, keep these guys in top physical shape. And the bye weeks are timed out so well for the Riders that I don't think we can throw it on that.
I understand that. But my last kind of point that I kind of think about is obviously our defense, we gave out 24 points today. Not a strong outing, but Calgary's offense, I thought they did pretty well, but I think that we could still perform and do better. But I used to coach a little football back in my day, and when we coached, when we would do drills, we would have tackling drills, and I kind of look back and I think about George Reed and then Joe Adams. They always kind of work through those tackling drills, and Eddie Lowe was there as well. But maybe we can put some more gauntlet, maybe more Oklahoma drills through their practices, and maybe that can kind of help us transition, and that would kind of help us look good on game day.
Yeah, I thought the tackling was fine. They just got blown up off the ball, enough in the run game. Mills got off a little bit, 85 yards, and there was just they just were getting picked apart by Vernon Adams. He's kind of getting into one of his grooves, and had some receivers getting open, got a few easy plays down the field. You get an 80-yard touchdown. That right there. You can't have stuff like that. And 24 points really isn't a whole bunch. So both teams moved the ball pretty well. It was the Riders that didn't take advantage of their turnovers and put the ball in the end zone when they were on the doorstep. So really, at the end of the day, the defense gave up some yards, but they've been giving up yards. At the end of the day, I thought it was fairly evenly matched, but the Stamps just put the ball in the end zone when it mattered.
I agree with you, Wes. I think that the Riders needed to capitalize on those turnovers early, take the game by the throat. But to me, the story of the game were the explosive plays. Right, Damian Alford out here making head-top catches. That's a difficult physical receiver to go against, even though he's a rookie. Takes one over Kerfala Exume after there was an injury for a little bit to Roland Milligan Jr. He goes out of the game. They got to shuffle the secondary. He doesn't play much corner. And then that 81-yarder that we talked to Cory Mace about, where Antoine Brooks Jr. gets beat over the top, just when the Riders seemed to have some momentum on offense. To me, that was the story of this football game. This defense has shown that they're going to allow those yards underneath in the pass game. Well, not allow them, but they're willing to give that up, rally up, and make the tackle. But you can't give up those explosive plays.
Well, I agree. I think that big shot was, inexcusable. That's not winning defense. That's not championship defense to me.
That's what happens when you have a rookie, my man. Let's realize what it is. Antoine Brooks Jr. making his first career CFL start. Cory Mace, runs a lot of, Vincent Donison was telling us on Friday night, where you're reading the quarterback, but it seemed like that call was man from what Mace said, and it's a mistake by a young player. Those kind of things are going to happen. I don't think that that's us looking at the defense and saying, well, it's not a championship defense. Because this defense was really good. First against the run last year, played strongly. But we got a young guy on there. He made a mistake. Let's see if he learns from it. Let's judge him on how he bounces back.
For sure. I definitely agree with that. And, with that is, I think that we have to grow up, and we have to grow up real soon. Because, again, we want to be in the Grey Cup. We want to be competing for championships. And, for sure, we need that guy. So, obviously, let's learn from it. Let's build from that, for sure.
Good points.
Well, thank you so much, Trevor from Regina. Appreciate the call. Thanks for the input. You can give us a shout here on the Echo Sound hotline as well. More of your calls and your texts coming up on the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. Call or text that Echo Sound hotline at 306-936-6262. And again, toll free at 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation and streaming at sportscage.com, YouTube, and our socials. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
Summer is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan. 620 CKRM.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates here talking about the 24-10 victory for the Calgary Stampeders. Yeah, unfortunately, the Riders were handed their first loss of the season. So that was the final score, 24-10. You can call, let us know what you think on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free 1-866-767-0620. We did get a texter here from, this is John. Craig Reynolds, Jeremy O'Day are failing the Saskatchewan Roughriders big time. Reynolds as team president, O'Day as team GM, and they also they're making more Lowther comments.
Lowther, I will say,
who is this texter? What's his texter's name?
He's been a little shaky at times, but he always seems to come through when it matters. But you're looking at the last play of the game. He's got a kick to kind of close the tiebreaker gap since they only play twice this year, and then he's like steps up like it really doesn't matter and shanks it. Then they return it out. He doesn't even get a single for it. So I would say if you're mad at Lowther, be mad at him for not focusing in and staying Mr. Clutch at the end of a game. But I mean, the dude's kicking well this year. I mean, he's missed what he's missed enough. But
backpedal.
But at the end of the day, it's not like he's kicking way worse than the rest of the league. So it definitely isn't on Lowther. You talk about 10 points, it's not on Lowther. A good offense is going to give you 3 tugs on a bad day, and they could barely give you 1. I know they got down there a couple other times, but they didn't put it in. So, hey, you don't get points for the ones you don't finish. So whatever. Well,
and I'm pretty sure Justin has said this multiple times. Then suggest someone, bring someone else in. But what about specifically the management? Craig Reynolds, Jeremy O'Day, are they really failing this team? Like, what do you think, Justin?
What is this texter referring to exactly?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what were they supposed to demand?
Like, Craig
that
Reynolds is coming off leading this team to one of their most productive financial years in history, or in a long time, and Jeremy O'Day hired Cory Mace, who a lot of other teams would like to hire as a head coach, or who was a rising head coach, who took them to the West Final last year and has them off to a 4-0 start before the loss today. Like, Rider Nation, relax. It's one game.
Right.
One game. If this starts to be a trend like last year where they had that 7-game winless streak, then yeah, maybe you can start freaking out. But it's one game. I mean, record-wise, you're tied for first place in the West Division. Like, what are we talking about here? Just chill.
And this is why I don't want to take too much into account with this game, because one, they're coming off a bye, and they were coming off a bye being 4-0. So you're already kind of feeling yourself, and everybody says now you got to keep your foot on their necks, you got to keep your foot on the gas and all that. But at the end of the day, when you're 4-0, you're starting to think you got this stuff figured out. Calgary was battling. They got a big win against Winnipeg, so they came in with some confidence, and they handled business. And with the delay and all the, the smoke delay and all the stuff that happened, it's kind of like you got to treat this one like an anomaly. Am I disappointed in the Riders for not stepping up and getting a home win? Yes, but with everything that happened, coming off a bye and all the disruption over the last 24 hours, you kind of got to just scrap this one and glean what you can off of it and try to get back on the right track next week.
Make sure that you join in the conversation. Let us know what you think. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Call the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, toll free at 1-866-767-0620. We're either going to hit the phone line here or we're going to go to our keg size moment of the game. Let's do the keg size moment of the game. That's what our guy Curtis over there is saying. So it is brought to you, of course, by The Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com. Oh, okay. Or I guess, you know what? Why don't we just go to the phone line instead? We'll get that ready for you. Yeah. We'll get that ready. You know what? The Riders didn't have the perfect day. We're maybe not having the perfect broadcast right now. But that's all right. Let's go to Shane from Regina. Wants to talk about the points left on the board.
Mm-hmm. What you got?
Hello there.
What's up, Shane?
After we gave up that long bomb, like we made it interesting. We scored, it was 17-10, and then we gave up the long bomb, and then they started getting to 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3. They missed 2 field goals, plus the 3 that they didn't take. There's 15 points right there.
Well, yeah, because they were down 2 touchdowns, so getting late into the third, I think, was when they had their first opportunity down there in the red zone. So you're looking at it, or maybe it was early in the fourth. But anyway, you're looking at it and you're saying, 3 points does nothing for us here, so we need to go for it. What I am disappointed on is that you just drop back and run some regular routes. I mean, I think you need to maybe run a throwback or run something a little trickier and just not hope that your athletes get open just off of natural talent and that you actually trick the defense. So I thought the play calling on those third downs was whack. I thought it was terrible, but you know, they moved the ball, but yeah, you're right. They didn't take advantage of some points. I didn't realize that Lowther missed 2. I thought he missed 1, but
no, he missed a 52-yarder.
Yeah.
And then he missed one other one.
Yeah.
The one at the end of the game.
The 3 that he didn't attempt, they were closer.
Yeah.
They
the one
went through.
Yeah, well, you can't knock him for not getting out there and kicking it.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, you're saying there's a lot of points left
where
out
the
there.
Riders went for it on third down.
Yeah,
is what he's referring to.
And then they're down by 5, and that's maybe your defense plays a little with more incentive.
I mean, the defense played pretty good in the second half, but yeah, that except for that big 80-yarder, that's one play, and then they were kind of going back and forth. But I thought it was definitely more of an offensive letdown because the defense got the turnovers. The offense did nothing with the turnovers. Then, defense gave up one big play. Other than that, it kind of was just some great play calling by the Stamps and some good execution. And you got a good quarterback in VA and some great receivers over there. What do you expect them to do? Just not put up points? Come on now. 24 is not a bunch of points in the CFL. I think a great offense is really scoring in the 30s. Like you should be able to get 20 in your sleep as an offense in this league.
Yes.
Well, thanks so much. I appreciate the call here, Shane. You can call us as well. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. I think we have time for another one here. Brent from North Battleford wants to talk about a lackluster performance by the Riders. They didn't deserve to win. And no, Brent, they didn't. But please tell us a little bit more.
Brent, where you at?
Okay, well, then we won't worry about that too much. All right, so on the text line here, feel free to give us a text if you want. If you can't give us a shout right now, that's okay. 306-936-6262. We do have Kelly that is hanging on the line here, also wants to talk about, okay, again, this is a little harsh, Trevor Harris's inability to roll out and throw the ball.
Kelly.
Yep.
Yeah, what's up? You weren't feeling Trevor Harris's mobility today, huh?
Yeah, Wes, you can kind of see his reluctance a little bit. And again, I don't know if it's the fact of his past injury, prone to being injured, but with the O-line kind of not providing as much protection, like he doesn't have that many seconds or steamboats back in the pocket to consistently be gunning it out there. With the exception of that drive at the start of the third, that was awesome. Great to see that young stud there coming up. I'd like to see more of that in the next few games, but I really think it's a glaring, again, the CFL have always preached it, you need a running quarterback. And with an O-line that is, I'm going to say, not, supreme or like where we want to see it. I think Trevor, he's a tough fit for what we have in the lineup.
I think the whole line's been grading out pretty high amongst the rest of the offensive lines in the league, really, to be honest. But yeah, Calgary came ready to play. They blitzed, I think, a little more than the Riders were expecting, and then Trevor's just not fleet of foot. I think, when he has to try to create more time, we're in trouble. Like, he's a quarterback that needs to go ahead and get the ball out on time, kind of in rhythm, and he didn't do that. I think that the Riders should start throwing in some more package wrinkles and getting Stevens off the bench and maybe bringing him in the red zone from time to time. But that's just me. I think if you have an athlete like that, sometimes you got to bring them in there just to make the other team think about it or worry about it and game plan for it to take away from game planning for the rest of your stars.
And a little bit of predictive, I thought, play calling. I mean, there's a lot of, AJ Olette was really held back this game, and his numbers weren't what we saw in previous games, but we're using him in situations where I almost thought that Calgary could probably almost sense the run coming. And credit to them. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from them. They shut him down. But, I'd like to see a little more creative play calling too, to have them kind of come in and not be at a first down situation always.
Yeah, I thought just overall they got out-coached today. And then, the players had some missteps that really cost us. So, you add those things together on top of not taking advantage of the turnovers that we got, and that's what you see on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the blown coverage was a big play. That was a big swing. And then, at the end of the second there, you go from, us looking like we're going to take points away or at least hold the board where it was, and then coming back down and to give it right back to Calgary and then to put the points up. I think that was the turning point for me in the game.
Oh, definitely was. The Riders took all the momentum back coming out and putting that drive together at the beginning of the first or the second half. And then it's like, here, take all that momentum right back, Calgary. We'll just have a bust and let you just jog down the field. But, hey, that's what happens.
I'm still feeling good about the team, though. I think we got a lot of good pieces in place, so I think this is just, maybe a bit of a reality check.
A little bit of positivity from Kelly from Salt Coast, Saskatchewan. Thank you so much for the call there. And you can call us as well. This is, of course, the Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262, 1-866-767-0620. More of your calls and your texts coming up on the Radio Roundtable post-game show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates coming off an afternoon game, a postponed afternoon game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders at home, in which they fell to the Calgary Stampeders 24-10. You want to let us know how you thought they played? Give us a call. Echo Sound hotline is 306-936-6262. You can also text that number or call toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Now, before we get to more of your calls, your texts, your opinions, Rider Nation, we are ready for the keg size moment of the game. It is brought to you by the Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com. Justin, walk us through this one.
Yeah, you got Trevor Harris looking down deep the left side on a go ball to Joe Robustelli, which was his first career touchdown. You can see it live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Great job by Robustelli beating that man coverage. He told us post-game that when they go 4-by-1, they were expecting that man coverage on the backside, and Joe Robustelli victimizes that defensive back. He had a huge game in this one. That's just one of his 11 catches for 191 yards and a touchdown. His longest on the day, a 43-yarder. Joe Robustelli, breakout performer, and he gets our keg size moment of the game.
Yeah, Duncan. Speaking of Trevor Harris's accuracy, safety coming over the top, DB in tow. He drops it right in the bucket, outside shoulder to Robustelli. I would say that's pretty accurate.
Oh, by the way, that makes me remember. Trevor Harris, for everybody out there that needs to know, and yes, we're spitting facts, okay, tied his own CFL record with his 8 in a row games, completing 70% of his passes or more. He tied his own CFL record. Like, let's not forget this, okay? One game does not a career make. This guy is one of, if not the most accurate quarterback in CFL history. Did the Riders lose? Yes. Are Wes and I making excuses? Somebody on Twitter thinks we're doing that? Hell no. We said it, Wes. They got whooped on the lines. Offensive line, defensive line did not play well. Cory Mace said it. They got out-physicaled. But we provide balance here, and the facts are that Trevor Harris is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in CFL history. Now, did Damian Alford and Vernon Adams Jr. go off for the Calgary Stampeders? Abso-friggin-lutely. Damian Alford, a rookie receiver, Syracuse, balled out there, went to Utah, didn't do so well. But he's like 6'6", runs in the 4.4s. Like, this dude is a legitimate receiver, making plays, and he's going against Antoine Brooks Jr., as you can see live right now on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com on the 81-yard bomb. A guy who's making his first career CFL start in the secondary. Like, guys are going to make mistakes, and the other team gets paid too. Like, let's just understand that. And at the end of the day, man, the Riders are still 4-1. Again, if there's multiple losses here, or there's some consistencies where we see these coverage busts, like we saw last year, Wes, rear their ugly heads multiple times and in consecutive games, then I would start to be worried. But hopefully, if you're Cory Mace and the Riders, Devon Campbell, and that lower body injury, I think he tweaked a groin, perhaps running back that pick 6 against the BC Lions in that victory at home. Hopefully he gets back in the lineup for this trip out to BC.
So why don't we turn this to the phone lines here, boys? I can tell you on the text line, there's a lot of people who are saying that the play calling is to blame with this. But there is also another texter here that is saying, yeah, Robustelli should be the only person on that sideline sleeping well tonight. Coaches included. Terrible play calling. So that's the consensus on the text line, but let's see on the phone line here at 306-936-6262. Ken wants to talk about the game. He's from Kelowna, BC, and he wants to talk about the defense specifically.
Hello?
Kenny.
Tell us about the defense. What you think?
Terrible, but too soft. Our zones, to me, we're playing zone defense too much in the first half. It's so soft. We really don't have a rush. Our rush is not getting through. So with that, a good quarterback will take advantage of that. And I also agree, like being at the game in the trenches, we lost quite significantly all game. And to me, I think the biggest disappointment being there last night, all times, and then changing my flight to get home. Like, we did a lot of stuff, and I'll put up with it. But what kind of peed me off was at the end of the first half, I'm sitting on the first row behind the Riders bench. The coach runs off to the dressing room. He jogs off, hustles off. You tell he wants to get in there and get, cracking, I guess. Well, the majority of the players meandered off like they're going to the mall. Like, they're just like dump, dragging their feet, head down. I'm like, I even yelled at Johnson. He probably would have come up and murdered me, but I'm like, show some hustle, man. Like, you're walking off the field. To me, it's a kick to the fans who spent 5 hours there last night, made all kinds of different changes in our travel plans, and you guys walk off the field with that kind of attitude. That really did not sit well with me. Like, try. I don't care. You're not going to win every game. I don't care about that. It's about that kind of, when your coach jogs off the field, you better be close behind him. We came out in the second half. We played better a little bit, but that to me is just really got under my skin.
I think they were a little shell-shocked going in at half because they probably thought they were going to handle the Stamps better than that, especially considering they had all those turnovers. So you have those turnovers, you're up in the turnover battle, and then you're looking at the scoreboard, 17-3, and you had a chance to score late, and then it turns into the Stamps driving it down and putting one in the end zone to extend the lead. So I think they were a little down about that. I understand you're saying with the body language and that sort of thing, but that type of stuff I don't really worry about too much. It does matter, but in that circumstance, I wouldn't. I understand your frustrations, though, for sure. And then, the offensive line, I feel like, really, the run game, just the lack of calling the run, A.J. Ouellette being the top running back yards-wise in the league, and the offensive line kind of getting that kind of identity for them to come out there and let Calgary pretty much dominate them. I think now the rest of the league is looking at you like, well, maybe they're not a running team. So now you got to earn that reputation back.
Yeah, I think next week in BC, if we keep playing our soft defense, and I think I give credit to Calgary's coaching, they stacked up the box there in the first half. Watching them, you can't run the ball when you get 8 guys on the line. You've got to. We started to do play action. That's when you started having a little more success. But you can't just. I think they.
Man, you can call it any day. You're smart. You get it.
You
don't just want to drop back and throw the ball 50 yards in the air like a punt, like somebody else called it a few weeks ago, and you don't want to run into a stacked box. Bro, you can call it any time. This is a measured take here.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you don't have to throw deep, but just throw quick, and and go to their weakness. If they're rushing 8 guys, or you're in the box, throw over the middle. But we're just trying to run it, and then we're second and long, and they're in trouble. We're not going to do what nobody does well when you're second and long all the time. I don't care who the quarterback is. So
I don't think there was a lot of first down run calls in this game, though. To be fair, A.J. Ouellette only had 6 carries. I felt like
in the first quarter,
from the outside, the Riders. True, you're right.
Yeah,
but I just felt like from the outside, the Riders' game plan after that first quarter especially was to try to take those easy throws in the wide side flats. And then when they got the opportunity, especially as Joe Robustelli told us exclusively in the 5th quarter, that when they go 4-by-1, they knew they were going to get man coverage back there. And he hit him for a couple shots. And then we saw in the second half, Trevor Harris able to make that intermediate throw on an in-cut to Keyshawn Johnson to get a little bit of momentum. But Calgary, defensively, we've got to give them some credit, was taking away those throws. A lot of the success that Trevor Harris and the offense has had throwing the football early in the season through the first 4 games were slant routes, were in-cuts, were deep ins. Whereas Calgary now made Trevor Harris throw it to the outside, throw it 35, 40 yards to a hitch route on the field side to gain 4 yards. Like that happened to Mitch Picton a number of times. He had 7 catches for 41 yards. So I thought Calgary did a really good job of what you pointed out. Stacking the box, taking away those intermediate throws, especially across the middle that Trevor Harris is so precise at. He's precise all over the field, but especially he's deadly in the middle. And then I felt like the Riders adjusted, but then Vernon Adams Jr. comes back and hits Damian Alford for that 81-yard touchdown, which is a career-high touchdown pass for VA. And Wes kind of alluded to this earlier. Calgary diced him up in the first half. VA had 295 yards, but in the second half, it was a much different story, right? If my math is right, he had 132 yards in the second half, and 81 came on one play. So Saskatchewan played much better, I think, on both sides of the football. It was just a little too late. And then I think we can probably debate, whether or not you go for it on 3rd and 3 multiple times down either in the red zone or close to the red zone. I like the idea and the thought process with Cory Mace going for it, especially the first time. But I think Rider Nation is definitely open to having their opinions on that.
Ken, thank you very much for calling in. Great opinion. As Justin said, call us anytime. We do the roundtable call-in show after every single Rider game, both home and away. And if you have an opinion to share with us on the Saskatchewan Roughriders falling to the Calgary Stampeders 24-10 this afternoon, reach out. Give us a call, 306-936-6262. You can also text that number or call toll-free. 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. It's the final week to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR250008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien,
We help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates. A game that should have been played yesterday evening went ahead today. Of course, the Saskatchewan Roughriders falling to the Calgary Stampeders 24-10. And we are taking your calls and your texts, getting your input on the loss. The first Rider loss of the season, by the way. We did have a texter here at 306-936-6262 saying, I didn't think we were going to win 5 in a row. Like, they had to lose one at some point. We kind of alluded to this on the call-in show last week. It was inevitable. Now, what I do want to do here is actually head to the phone line here. Ryan is calling from Waskesiu, wants to talk about the postponement. He wants to talk about the mentality of these players and how that may have impacted the outcome of this game, given all the circumstances. Ryan?
Hello?
Hi. Tell us about the what you were thinking about the players' mentality with the canceled game.
No way. Okay, sweet. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, this is
Are you
Ryan.
there?
What's up, Brian?
Right on. I'm in Waskesiu. It's a little tricky this year with the phone system. We're gonna get that working, but kudos to your guy on the phone right now. I'm sure he's going through a lot. Okay.
So tell us about this player mentality, Ryan. What you're thinking.
Okay, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking most of these. Hey, team, nice to have you around. I haven't called in for the first 6 games, obviously, because we're winning, and now that we lose, hey.
Now you got something to
might
say.
as well get some
Get to it, Ryan. Come on,
5
man.
games, Ryan. Make sure you're proper. Come with it, okay? 5 games, not 6.
I am. That's last year I went 6 games without calling the first 6 games, and oh gosh, and then we lost. I think it was Montreal with the big kazoos, and I bought one just because there's a there was the person last year who called who didn't like the kazoo thing, and I got one. I'm like, can't wait to use it. Okay, hey, so I'm riding my bike right now. I had to stop over. All the hills in Waskesiu are uphill. It's nuts.
That's good for the
but
legs,
here's
bro,
my thing.
and the glutes.
It is.
Just go back the way you came next time.
Man, they're burning. They're burning. But here's what I have to say. So let's just say, because none of these players have probably had a game canceled since maybe high school or college. So you have a Friday night game, lights are on, everyone's there, it's pumped, game gets canceled, it's 10:30, you get out of the lockers at 11, what do? You go for subs, you're going to go for supper, you're going to go hang out, maybe some people are going to go hit the club, they're going to party and think like you've already won. Because last night at 9:30, when I saw this going on, I was like, oh, I think we already lost this game today. You know, like I in my head, I was like, it's like.
Wait, what are you saying?
He's basically saying that he thinks the Riders were clubbing until about 2 a.m. And that's why they lost.
To play, like I
will say,
I don't know if
behind
they were
the
clubbing.
scenes.
Yeah.
Ryan, hold up for a second. When we got back to the hotel, I think it was around 11:30, midnight. Maybe it was after midnight. Vern Abs Jr. came out the elevator and he was going out. Now he was in like sweats, so I think he was probably just getting food. But let's not say that the Riders were out partying if we don't know if they were. I doubt that the Riders were out partying. Okay.
No, but I would.
Full of riders in my life before it's a Calgary. You know, I get some kind of fun atmosphere, but maybe the mentality and the mood set was like, oh, this was unexpected. So we come out expecting to win and we don't show up. There was just no showing up, right? And then here's the thing with Vernon Adams. He threw the first pick, and I bet you that made him so mad, and he came out like a freaking Thor.
He sobered up. Yeah, I got you. No, I will say this though, Ryan. I will say this: when you're going into a game situation, just the excitement around your adrenaline gets up just in anticipation for the game. So I know the players weren't able to just go home and just go right to bed, and they had gone a long time probably without eating. So yeah, you're gonna fuel up. You're gonna try to figure out how to wind down and get some sleep. So it might have took a lot of guys some time to actually get to sleep. So I guarantee you, most players on both sides didn't get ample sleep for this game. But, hey, they were both kind of working under the same circumstances, so I don't know if you can really blame that on the Riders or you know what I mean, give Riders more credit for that. But I don't know. I think it – like I was saying earlier, I think that it was kind of helped the Stamps in the fact that they were already in an away situation and already dealing with not being at home. So I think it kind of did benefit them a little more that way, even though the Riders did have their own beds to sleep in. It was just a little more of a natural on the road things. I'm not going to be in my comfort zone because I'm on the road in a strange environment.
Well, thanks so much for the call there. Ryan and Waskesiu riding the bike. We love it. We love it. Uphill. Yes.
Go for it.
If you want to give us a shout, by the way, feel free to do so. The Echo Sound hotline is, of course, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. The phone number's toll free, 1-866-767-0620, or call locally, text us 306-936-6262. We'll be back with more of your opinions, Rider Nation. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS. Coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
That was nasty.
And of course, this is Teagan Witko with Justin Duncan, Wes Cates. We're talking about the Riders' first loss of the season to the Calgary Stampeders, 24-10. Let us know your opinions. We got a bunch of texts here at 306-936-6262. This first one here, Kyle from Kildare, said, when we were in the red zone and decided to go for it instead of using Harris, who I really like, why did we not go with Tommy Stevens, who can run hard and possibly throw it, especially since the first attempt wasn't successful? Just curious, since we have a great short yardage QB.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, honestly, he gives you options, and then teams probably put in different packages because they're not sure. So you go heavy, then all of a sudden he fakes the handoff or fakes the dive, drops back. Now he's got guys running wide open, or he can boot and extend a play and give another guy time to get open. But, hey, I'm no coach.
It was 3rd and 3, though.
Yeah.
For 2 of those. So I think that was the difference. If it was 3rd and 2, you probably would have saw Tommy Stevens. 3rd and 3 is a little bit different to even make the defense think that you might sneak it for some of that other stuff. Wes.
I hear you, but but Tommy Stevens is 2 yards tall, so all he needs to do, and we get 1 yard of defense off the line of scrimmage. There's your 3 right there. I ain't buying it. Put him in, make him think about it, and if he throws it in the dirt, then okay, maybe we don't run it next time.
I like it. I just poke you sometimes to get you fired up because you're too chill.
Well, hey, Stevens, next week. We'll see you.
Another text here at 306-936-6262. A few years back, we played an afternoon game in July. The heat and our black uniforms physically drained us. You could see the same, a couple of people. Basically, what they're saying is guys like AJ Ouellette, exhausted, dripping wet. Yeah. You're running a little warm because it was, it was hot on that sideline.
Yeah, the sun came out, and I was thinking that. I was like, it's a nice day in the stands, but, the players are probably pretty warm right now.
But they are saying.
No, yo, hold up. Like, we're professional athletes, okay? Wes, you didn't like nice weather games?
Man, I swear, at the beginning of the summer,
water, get the pickle juice. Come on now.
Mustard
but it gets a little warm in that uni, man, and then you get sweaty. Now you're worried about drying off because you're slipping. Guys are slipping out of tackles, or the ball's slippery.
You want to be dropped into perfect weather? Come on, man.
I mean, I like that, yeah, but yeah, those hot games, man, they do wear on you. And we saw Robustelli get a cramp, and then even Coach Mace said he was a little worried about a couple guys getting cramps. So. The one guy that got the most work today cramped up, so it definitely must have been hot, right? Robustelli 200 yards, and then all of a sudden his calf seized up on him. So it played a factor.
Well, and I will also say it was smoking hot. Normally in an evening game, we're not on the sunny side, right? Yeah. But because we started with a 2:00 kickoff, the sun was beaming down, and
Calgary's in those nice whites, so they weren't feeling it as much.
Yeah, they were fine. Yeah. This text does go on to say, basically alluding to the color of the jerseys, the obsidian alternates that they were rocking this afternoon being part of the reason for the loss. They were also saying we can blame the smoke, so we have a couple of cop-outs here. What's your opinion? Riders lose 24-10 to the Stamps. You can feel free to give us a shout. Text us at 306-936-6262. We are going to take a quick break and be right back. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the official opposition and MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province. I'm proud of what we produce, and I know you are too. But to get our world-class products to market, we need to build more infrastructure. That means rail lines, power lines, and pipelines. We need action from the government to remove tariffs from our canola and our steel. Let's build that bright future together. Contact me at 306-522-1333 and enjoy the game.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscades.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates talking about this 24-10 loss to the Calgary Stampeders for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, now sitting at 4-1 on the season. This is the point after for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces, and we are getting your input. We want to hear what you have to say, Rider Nation. So let's, without further ado, hit that phone line. Jay from Calgary wants to argue with Justin about Trevor Harris. He specifically name-dropped you, Justin. So what do you think, Jay? Trevor Harris.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Dustin, I think you're dead wrong. I think you're on a number of fronts here. So, facts. The only thing you're right about is that they were underrated, the Riders. Absolutely underrated.
Or overrated.
Another fact, overrated, thank you.
Okay, so you're wrong
Stampeders
off the
are underrated. No, let me finish, please. Another fact. Trevor Harris, I was actually debating whether he should actually be switched out with Mayer. He might look like he's actually still concussed. Don't really care what his yardage was. And the other fact, hey, Riders won the Grey Cup in 2013. That was 12 years ago. I don't really give a damn. Fact is, you got to play for today and win for today. They were outplayed. They were horrible. And if you are sitting here defending Trevor Harris's record for whatever time, hey, I don't know. I don't know where you're thinking. Maybe you hadn't won too many Pilsners. I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, you're dead wrong. He looked horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Okay.
For those who are streaming, we have his stats up.
Hold on. Where's your point in here? What's your point?
My point is Dustin is only right about one thing, is that the Riders were overrated. This team is absolutely not as good as they look on perhaps some of their first 4 wins. Absolutely, they do not. The Stampeders, by far, best team in the league. No question about it. And I think Trevor Harris should have sat this game out. I think Jake Mayer should have come in after the half. I think he's still concussed. He looked like he couldn't make his reads. And, he had some good numbers outside of that. But let's not defend Trevor Harris tonight with his numbers through the years, because that's the wrong analogy to be using. And honestly...
Okay, Jay, then let's look at the numbers tonight, with all due respect. And I respect your opinion, that's fine. I'm not saying the Riders are overrated. Let's get to that first. For the entire season, I think they were overrated as to the betting line coming into this game. It was 6.5 points by the time the game kicked off, and it went up all week. I felt like it was going to be a tight game potentially, and that the smart play would have been to take the Stampeders on the spread. Luke and I talked about that in the pregame show. As for Trevor Harris, 36 of 44. I think the mathematicians behind the scenes there tell me that's 80% for 425 yards and a touchdown with no interceptions. To you, does that seem like he was still feeling the effects of a concussion? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a horrible 80%. If that was the best 80% you could give them, that was the worst 80% I would ever give to anybody. I'd be like, horrible. I actually think that they play called him for what they believe his status was. I don't think he was absolutely ready to play. I think he is still concussed. And I think Jake Maier should have been given a chance in the second half to switch it up, get some different reads, get some different momentum. They chose not to do that. It looked horrible. They should give everybody their money back for that game. Absolutely atrocious.
Jay, did we watch the same game in the second half?
Wow.
I did, and I wasn't drinking.
Trevor Harris was nearly lights out in the second half. He threw for, I believe if I'm right, over 300 yards in the second half. He was 9 of 14 for 98 yards in the first half. He threw for over 300 yards, didn't throw an interception, completed 80% of his passes, and you think he was still playing concussed. Now, Cory, Mace, and Trevor Harris talked about it. Trevor Harris said he got in a shouting match with the doctors. Cory Mace wanted to play it safe. He had the bye week. Let's just stick to facts here, okay? I respect opinions are different, but the facts are Trevor Harris passed concussion protocol with flying colors. The bye week helped. Did he play well in the first half? I think we can all agree. No. And I think he would say so too. But in the second half, the dude came out and threw for over 300 yards. And you want him replaced and put on the bench, and you think he was still feeling the effects of a concussion? I respectfully disagree.
Jake Maier fan. Are you a Jake Maier fan?
No, not at all, actually. But I would say this. I would leave with this last point. At the beginning of the calls, forgive me because I don't call in very often, but the lady was saying most of your viewership, they have the same opinion. So if you're looking at everybody for what they're watching, what they're analyzing, what they're saying, everybody's seeing the same thing. The numbers might tell you something. And listen, you might do good on the percentages, but that doesn't really mean you're doing good. It just doesn't. Look at what everybody was watching.
Jay, Trevor Harris coming into this game had a 7-game personal win streak. He had a 7-game streak completing over 70% of his passes. Now it's 8. Sorry, what did you say?
Most concussions, 4 to 6 weeks. He's on week 2 of that concussion. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
He looked like he could not.
Where are you getting this? Jay, just tone it down for a second. I'm not yelling. Where do you get the 4 to 6 week concussion timeline from?
Well, that's just average time frame. It depends. What the severity of the concussion was, but most people know that.
What are you talking about? AJ Oled suffered a head injury, and I believe it was called the concussion in week 1, and they came back in week 2 and looked great. Concussions are not all the same. I don't want to be out here playing doctor, man, but we need to get some facts.
They said he had a Category 2 concussion.
They never said it was Category 2 concussion. They called it a head injury the majority of the time.
On TSN, they had a Category 2 concussion. It was on the Sports Center. They actually said
What's a Category 2 concussion, Jay?
Well, listen, I watch the same thing that everybody else is watching. I'm just telling you what I heard. And for me, if you look at that, he played like he had a Category 2 concussion. I'm really sorry to say. It just wasn't good.
I respect your opinion on Trevor Harris. You didn't think that he played well. I'm presenting the other side of that. He fully cleared concussion protocol. That's a fact. He threw for over 300 yards in the second half. That's a fact. I believe he played very well in the second half. Could have played better in the first half. So I appreciate the passion.
Men and women lie. Numbers don't. Simple as that.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
My man.
Jay from Calgary, thank you. And whether or not you agree with us, we still want to hear your opinions, Rider Nation. That's what this show is all about. It's the Radio Roundtable postgame show. We do need to take a quick break, though, and we will be back on the other side. We are streaming live on YouTube, sportscage.com, and our socials. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
Hey, Saskatchewan farmers. Looking for an all-star canola hybrid? Start with the DeKalb 400 series, delivering the highest yield potential in the DeKalb lineup. Plus premium agronomic traits like straight cut plus, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility. It's ready to challenge anything the competition puts on the field. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get the 400 series into your canola lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. It's the final week to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR 25008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
This has been Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Video streamed at sportsgates.com and broadcast around the world on network stations. 900 CKBI Prince Albert, 750 Beach Radio Melfort, 1050 CJNB North Battleford, 102.3 CJNS Meadow Lake, GX94 Yorkton, 96.3 Cruise FM Saskatoon, and the flagship radio station of Rider football for over 4 decades. 620 CKRM. For everything Riders, make sure you check out sportscage.com and don't miss the Sports Cage from 3 to 6 Monday to Friday for the latest from Riderville.
And remember to play Pick the Score with 620 CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates, of course. But we only get so much time on this show, so unfortunately we got to wrap her up. Thank you for all your calls, all your texts, all your input when it comes to this first loss of the season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Any closing words, gentlemen? Wes, how about you?
It was a long weekend without a holiday. Rest up, Rider Nation. We'll get back at it next week.
Justin, how's your voice feeling? That was a lot of talking yesterday.
I'm good. I'll just say real quick, Rider Nation, I love the passion. Respect your opinions. Just trying to provide a little balance. Let's just all come together. A big hug. Kumbaya. It'll be okay. Riders are still 4-1. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, they had to lose at some point, right? So we will be back next week as the Saskatchewan Roughriders now get set for their next opponent, right? BC. They're going to be on the road next week. We will be back here with your pregame show, your postgame show, all the play-by-play action with Dave and Luke, everything that you've come to expect from us. For Colson, Curtis, Dave, Alan, Mosh, Wes, Justin, the entire crew here, it takes a team. Thank you so much. Good night from the Sports Cage studio. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Don Mitchell. President Donald Trump has announced more tariffs for two of the U.S.'s largest trading partners, the European Union and Mexico, starting August 1st. The 30% import duties were detailed in letters posted to his social media account. It adds to